Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Read Harry. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry awakened as a shadow dragon at age 6 and burned the Dursleys' house by mistake. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The fire that remembered the cupboard under the stairs smelled like dust and old shoes and the faint chemical tang of cleaning supplies Aunt Petunia stored on the shelf above Harry's head. He'd grown used to it the way you grow used to anything, the way his eyes had learned to find shapes in absolute darkness, the way his ears had learned to read the house by its sounds alone. Right now, the house was dangerous. Harry lay absolutely still on his thin mattress, knees pulled to his chest because he'd gotten taller again and the cupboard hadn't. Above him, through the wooden steps, he could hear Uncle Vernon's heavy footsteps. The front door had slammed 11 minutes ago. Harry counted time by Dudley's video game. The little electronic beeps came every few seconds, and he'd learned to measure minutes by them. 11 minutes since the door. No dinner sounds. No television clicking on. Just Vernon's footsteps, back and forth in the kitchen. The clink of glass. Another clink. Harry's stomach tightened. The footsteps stopped. Started again, coming closer. Harry heard the kitchen door swing open, heard Vernon's breathing, heavy, wet, the way it got when he'd been at the whiskey. Boy. The word slurred slightly. Harry didn't move. Sometimes, if he was very quiet, Vernon forgot about him. Went to bed. Let the night pass without, the cupboard door ripped open. Light stabbed Harry's eyes. He flinched back automatically, arms coming up, making himself as small as possible against the wall. Vernon's face swam into focus, red and sweating, his mustache bristling, his small eyes locked onto Harry with the particular hatred he saved for very bad days. Get out here. Harry scrambled out of the cupboard. He'd learned not to make Vernon wait, not to give him reasons to grab. He stood in the hallway in his oversized pajamas, Dudley's cast-offs, 3 sizes too big, and kept his eyes on the floor. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Harry looked up. Vernon's face was mottled purple now, a vein throbbing at his temple. He was still wearing his work clothes, but his tie was loose and his shirt had come untucked. Behind him, in the living room doorway, Aunt Petunia watched with her thin lips pressed together. She didn't look angry. She looked resigned. That was worse. Do you know what happened today? Vernon's voice was deceptively quiet. Do you have any idea what your freakishness has done now? Harry shook his head. He didn't know. He'd been in the cupboard since breakfast, let out only to use the bathroom and clean the kitchen. He hadn't done anything. He was certain he hadn't done anything. Mrs. Whitmore's roses. Vernon leaned closer, and Harry could smell the whiskey on his breath. Dead. Every single one of them. Turned black overnight. The whole bloody garden. Harry's confusion must have shown on his face, because Vernon's hand shot out and grabbed his arm, yanking him forward. Don't play stupid with me, boy. I saw you looking at them last week. Looking at them through the window with that look you get. And now they're dead, and she's blaming her gardener, and if anyone finds out what you are, I didn't, Harry started, and that was a mistake. The first blow caught him across the face. Harry's head snapped to the side, pain exploding through his cheek. He didn't fall, he'd learned to keep his footing, but his eyes watered, blurring Vernon's form. Don't you lie to me. Vernon was shouting now, past caring about the neighbors, past caring about anything except the rage that had been building all day. Everything was fine before you came. We were normal. We were happy. And then Petunia's worthless sister had to go and get herself blown up, and we got stuck with you, and ever since then it's been nothing but. The belt came off so fast Harry didn't see it happen. Just heard the hiss of leather through belt loops, saw the strap dangling from Vernon's meaty fist. Vernon, Petunia said from the doorway. Not stop, not don't. Just his name, a token protest she could tell herself she'd made. Go check on Dudley. Vernon didn't look at her. His eyes were fixed on Harry with something that went beyond anger, beyond even hatred. Something that had been festering for 5 years and finally found its moment. The boy needs to learn. Once and for all, the boy needs to learn. Petunia disappeared. Harry backed up until he hit the wall. His heart was hammering against his ribs, his breath coming too fast. He'd been hit before, slapped, shoved, once kicked when he dropped a plate, but he'd never seen Vernon like this. Never seen that particular darkness in his uncle's eyes. Please, Harry whispered. I didn't do anything to the roses. I swear I didn't. The belt whistled through the air. Harry screamed. Later, he wouldn't remember how many times the belt fell. The first few were distinct, sharp lines of fire across his back, his arms when he tried to block, his legs when he crumpled. But after that, the pain blurred together into one continuous roar, and Harry's mind did what it had learned to do in moments of extremity. It went somewhere else. He was in the cupboard, but not the real cupboard. The cupboard in his mind, the one he'd built over years of darkness and silence. It was bigger than the real one, with room to stretch out, and there was a window that looked out on a night sky filled with stars. He'd made the stars himself, imagining them into existence during long nights when sleep wouldn't come. But something was different tonight. The stars were moving. Harry watched, detached from the body that was screaming somewhere far away, as the stars swirled and gathered and began to fall toward him. Not like rain, like a river finding its course, like something recognizing its home. The darkness between the stars came with them, and it wasn't empty. It was alive, and it was ancient, and it knew him. Finally, something whispered, and the voice was everywhere and nowhere and inside him all at once. Finally, little one. Finally, you wake. Harry didn't understand. He tried to speak, but he had no mouth here, no body, just awareness floating in a sea of gathering darkness. The stars were all around him now, and they weren't stars at all. They were eyes. Thousands of eyes, violet and gold and deep as forever, watching him with something that might have been recognition. Might have been hunger. You've slept so long, the darkness said, and now it was inside him, filling spaces he hadn't known were empty. Generations. Centuries. But blood remembers. Pain remembers. Fire remembers. Far away, in the world Harry had left behind, Vernon raised the belt again. And now, the darkness whispered, you remember too. Harry opened his eyes. Vernon Desley had never felt fear like this. One moment, the boy had been cowering on the floor, crying and begging like he always did. Satisfying, that. Proof that Vernon was in control, that the freakishness could be beaten out if he was just firm enough. The next moment, the boy changed. It started with his eyes. They'd been green, always green, like his worthless mother's. But they weren't green anymore. They were purple, not the purple of bruises but the purple of lightning, of something electric and wrong and alive. The color seemed to glow from within, casting shadows where no shadows should be. Then the shadows moved. Vernon stumbled backward, the belt falling from suddenly nerveless fingers. The boy was standing now. How was he standing? He'd been curled on the floor a heartbeat ago, and the shadows in the hallway were reaching toward him. Not falling naturally, not obeying the light. Reaching, like hands, like hungry fingers, like something that had waited a very long time and finally found what it was waiting for. What? Vernon's voice came out as a wheeze. What are you? The boy opened his mouth, and what came out wasn't a word. It was a roar. The sound hit Vernon like a physical force, driving him back against the wall. It wasn't a human sound, wasn't even an animal sound, not really. It was something older, deeper, a vibration that seemed to come from the bones of the earth itself. The pictures on the walls rattled. The light overhead flickered and died. And in the darkness, the boy began to burn. Harry didn't understand what was happening to him. One moment he'd been drowning in darkness, stars falling around him like rain. The next, he was back in his body, but his body wasn't right. It was too big, too heavy, and something was moving beneath his skin, pushing outward, trying to get free. He screamed, but the scream became something else. A sound that ripped through him and kept going, shaking the walls, making the world tremble. He could feel the house now, feel it like he could feel his own heartbeat, and he could feel how fragile it was. How easily it would break. The pain in his back was gone. In its place was heat, building and building, rising up through his chest like a tide of fire. His skin itched, burned, split. Harry looked down at his hands and they weren't hands anymore. They were claws. Long and black and sharp as nightmares, with scales that drank the light rather than reflecting it. The scales were spreading, racing up his arms, and everywhere they touched, shadows gathered like loyal pets. The heat in his chest reached his throat, and violet fire poured from his mouth. He hadn't meant to do it. Hadn't even known he could do it. But the fire came anyway, a torrent of purple-white flame that painted the hallway in colors that shouldn't exist. The wallpaper blackened and curled. The floor began to smoke. And somewhere, someone was screaming, Aunt Petunia. She was at the top of the stairs, Dudley behind her, both of them frozen in the light of Harry's impossible fire. Her face was white as bone, her mouth open in a scream that didn't seem to stop. Harry turned toward her. He was taller now, much taller, his perspective all wrong, and the flames turned with him. No. The thought cut through the chaos like a blade. Harry didn't want to hurt them. Even after everything, even after the cupboard and the hunger and the belt whistling through the air, he didn't want. The fire died. Just like that, between one heartbeat and the next, Harry willed it to stop, and it stopped. The flames that had been licking at the walls guttered and vanished. The heat remained, along with the smoke, but the active fire was gone. Harry stood in the ruined hallway, surrounded by scorched walls and burning carpet, and realized he could still feel it. The fire inside him, banked but not extinguished. Waiting. Waiting for him to let go. Monster, Vernon whispered from where he'd fallen. His face was gray, his eyes showing white all around the edges. Monster, 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 Harry looked at him. Looked at the man who had beaten him, starved him, locked him in darkness for years. Looked at the belt lying on the floor between them. The fire wanted out again. It hungered, and Vernon was fuel, and it would be so easy to just, no. Harry turned away. The shadows wrapped around him like a cloak, and he moved, not walked, not ran, but moved, slipping through the darkness like it was water, and he was a fish that had finally found its way back to the sea. The back door wasn't locked, it never was. He was through it before he could think, out into the night, and the night welcomed him like a long-lost child. Behind him, the Desley house began to burn. The fire spread faster than any natural fire should. Harry was 100 meters away when he turned to look back, crouched in the shadows of a neighbor's fence, and the house was already engulfed. Flames poured from every window, not purple now, but ordinary orange, catching on curtains and furniture and all the normal things that normal fires ate. The roof was smoking. Glass shattered somewhere, and he heard screaming. Not pain screaming. Panic screaming. The Desleys were getting out. Harry watched, his strange new eyes cutting through the darkness like it wasn't there, as Vernon stumbled out the front door. His shirt was singed, his face black with soot, but he was moving. Petunia came after him, dragging Dudley by the arm. Dudley was crying, great heaving sobs that Harry could hear even from this distance, and Petunia was shouting something about calling the fire brigade. They were alive. All of them, alive. The relief that washed through Harry was so intense it made him dizzy. He hadn't killed them. Whatever he'd become, whatever had happened to him, he hadn't. Movement in the corner of his eye. Harry's head snapped around, his body moving before his mind caught up, and he realized he was crouching. Not like a person crouched, but like an animal, weight balanced on all fours, ready to spring or flee. It was just a cat. A tabby, watching him from the top of the fence with luminous eyes. But there was something wrong with those eyes. Something too intelligent. And as Harry watched, the cat's form seemed to flicker, like a bad picture on one of Dudley's video games. Harry ran. The night became a blur of shadows and sensation. He didn't know where he was going, just away, as fast as his strange new body could carry him. And it could carry him very fast indeed. The shadows seemed to part for him, or maybe he was parting into them, he couldn't tell anymore where he ended and the darkness began. Fences were nothing. Walls were nothing. At one point, he slipped through a shadow cast by a streetlight and emerged from the shadow of a tree 2 streets away, and he had no idea how he'd done it. His body kept shifting, too. One moment he was almost human-shaped, just a boy running through the night. The next, he was something else, longer, lower, covered in scales that ate the light. His thoughts flickered between human and other, between scared and hungry, between run and hunt. He didn't want to hunt. He wanted to run. He wanted to get away from the burning house and the screaming Desleys and whatever was happening to him. He wanted his mum. The thought came from nowhere, sharp and painful as a knife. He didn't remember his mum, didn't remember anything before the cupboard, really, but suddenly he wanted her with a desperation that made his chest ache. Wanted someone to hold him and tell him it would be okay. Wanted someone to explain what he was. The sob that escaped him wasn't human. It was a low, keening sound, like wind through broken windows, and the shadows around him rippled with it. He kept running. Harry didn't know when he stopped. One moment he was moving, slipping through shadows, the city's edge giving way to fields and then to forest. The next, he was standing still, and there was earth beneath his feet, he had feet again, and trees all around him, and the sky was starting to lighten in the east. He was naked. The realization came slowly, filtered through exhaustion so profound it felt like drowning. His clothes were gone, burned away, probably, in that first terrible transformation. His skin was bare and pale in the pre-dawn light, unmarked except for. Harry twisted, trying to see his back. The welts from Vernon's belt should still be there. He could remember the pain, sharp and bright, the way the leather had, nothing. His back was smooth. Whole. Not even a scar. Harry sank to his knees in the leaf litter, and the trembling started. It began in his hands and spread outward, until his whole body was shaking so hard he couldn't breathe. He wrapped his arms around himself, curled into the smallest ball he could make, and he cried. Not the silent tears he'd learned in the cupboard, the kind that didn't make any sound because sound brought Vernon. Real crying, loud and ugly and uncontrolled. He cried for the house burning behind him. For the belt whistling through the air. For the fire that had poured from his mouth like something that had always been waiting inside him. For the thing he'd become. For the fact that some part of him, some terrible, hungry part, had liked it. The tears slowed eventually. The shaking subsided. Harry lay in the dirt and leaves, naked and exhausted, and watched the sky turn from black to grey to the first pale pink of dawn. He should move. He knew he should move. People would be looking for him, the Dursleys, or whoever dealt with burned houses, or someone. He didn't know who dealt with boys who turned into monsters, but someone probably did. Someone would come. He couldn't make himself care. The warmth of the rising sun touched his skin, and Harry closed his eyes. The darkness inside him was quiet now, satisfied in some way he didn't understand. The fire was still there, banked deep in his chest, but it wasn't hungry anymore. It was, waiting. Patient. Like it knew it had all the time in the world. Harry slept. He dreamed of stars falling. In the dream, he was flying, really flying, not running through shadows, but soaring through a night sky so vast it made him dizzy. His wings, he had wings, caught currents of darkness, and the stars wheeled around him like old friends. Other shapes flew beside him. Dragons, he knew somehow, though they looked nothing like the pictures in Dudley's books. They were made of shadow and starlight, their forms constantly shifting, their eyes burning with the same violet fire he'd felt in his chest. They sang as they flew, low, rumbling songs that made the sky itself vibrate, and Harry sang with them without knowing how. "Little one of the dragons said, its voice like thunder wrapped in silk. It was larger than the others, its shadow scales rippling with patterns that hurt to look at directly. You wake too soon. The world is not ready." "The world is never ready," another dragon answered. This one was smaller, sleeker, its form more definite. "That is why we are needed." "Needed by whom?" The first dragon's laugh was the sound of mountains crumbling. "The wizards who hunted us. The goblins who helped them. The small ones," the second dragon said. "The ones who cannot fight the dark." The first dragon turned its impossible eyes on Harry. "And what do you think, little hatchling? Will you protect the small ones, or will you burn them as they burned us?" Harry tried to answer, but he had no voice in this dream. Only wings, and fire, and a hunger that went deeper than his belly. "He doesn't know yet," the second dragon said. "Give him time." Time. The first dragon's form began to fade, its shadow scales dispersing like smoke. "Time is the one thing we never have enough of. Remember that, hatchling. Remember." The dream shattered. Harry woke to someone standing over him. His body moved before his mind caught up. One moment he was lying in the dirt, the next, he was crouched 3 meters away, his back against a tree, his hands raised and already beginning to shift. Scales rippled across his forearms. His eyes burned, and he knew without seeing that they'd gone violet. "Easy," the woman said. "Easy, little one. I'm not here to hurt you." She was tall, with dark skin and hair that fell in long braids past her shoulders. Her clothes were strange, a long coat that seemed to drink the light, leather boots that didn't match anything Harry had seen adults wear. Her eyes were the color of amber, and they were watching him with an expression he couldn't name. Not fear. Not disgust. Something almost like recognition. "Who are you?" Harry's voice came out rough, scratchy, like he'd been screaming for hours. Which, he supposed, he had. "My name is Amara." She didn't move closer, didn't make any sudden gestures. Just stood there, hands visible at her sides, watching him with those amber eyes. "I've been looking for you, Harry." "How do you know my name?" "That's a longer answer than we have time for right now." Amara glanced at the sky, where the sun was climbing higher. "The people who are coming won't be as friendly as I am. We need to move." Harry's scales were still spreading, his body vibrating with the urge to run, or fight. He didn't know this woman. Didn't know what she wanted. Adults weren't safe. Adults hurt him, or ignored him, or looked at him like he was something dirty they'd stepped in. But there was something in her voice. Something in the way she looked at him, steady and calm, like he wasn't a monster. Like he was just a scared boy who needed help. "Why should I trust you?" Amara smiled, and it changed her whole face. Made her look younger, softer. "You shouldn't. Not yet. But I know what you are, Harry. I know what happened to you tonight. And I know that if you stay here, the people who are coming will kill you." "The people?" "The Ministry of Magic." Amara said the words like they tasted bitter. "They have sensors for this kind of thing. Your awakening would have lit up half their detection grid. They'll have teams mobilizing already, and when they find you." She shook her head. "They won't understand what you are. They'll see a threat, and they'll eliminate it." "I'm not a threat," Harry said, but even as the words left his mouth, he remembered the fire. The roar. The hunger that had wanted to consume Vernon whole. "I know." Amara's voice was gentle. "But they won't. They can't afford to. So you can stay here and wait for them, or you can come with me and learn what you're capable of. Learn how to control it, instead of letting it control you. Harry's scales slowly retracted. His eyes faded back to green, though he could still feel the violet lurking beneath the surface, ready to return. You know what I am. I've spent my whole life looking for someone like you. Amara held out her hand. Come with me, Harry. Let me help you. Harry stared at her hand. Every instinct he'd learned in the Desley household screamed at him to refuse, to run, to find a dark hole and hide until the world forgot about him. But the cupboard was gone. The Desleys were gone. The life he'd known, miserable as it was, had burned to ashes in a single night. He took her hand. The journey to Amara's sanctuary wasn't like anything Harry had experienced before. One moment they were in the forest, the morning sun slanting through the trees. The next, Amara's hand tightened on his, and the shadows around them seemed to thicken. Harry felt a pulling sensation behind his navel, not painful, but strange, and then the world went dark. Not dark like nighttime. Dark like the inside of his cupboard. Dark like the space between stars. Then they were somewhere else. Harry stumbled, his bare feet finding purchase on cool stone instead of forest floor. He looked around wildly, trying to make sense of what his eyes were telling him. They stood in a cottage. A small one, with rough-hewn walls and a ceiling low enough that Amara had to stoop slightly. But the proportions were wrong somehow, the space inside seemed bigger than the outside should allow. Through a small window, Harry could see nothing. Just more darkness, punctuated by distant lights that might have been stars or might have been something else entirely. Where are we? Somewhere safe. Amara moved to a fireplace that Harry hadn't noticed, where flames were already crackling despite the empty grate he could have sworn he'd seen a moment ago. This place exists in the spaces between shadows. I've been preparing it for a long time, in case someone like you ever emerged. Someone like me. Harry wrapped his arms around himself, suddenly very aware that he was still naked. You keep saying that. What am I? Amara didn't answer immediately. She moved to a trunk in the corner of the room and withdrew a bundle of clothes, Harry realized. Simple ones, a shirt and trousers that looked close to his size. Put these on first, she said, setting them on a chair. Then we'll talk. Harry dressed quickly, his fingers fumbling with unfamiliar buttons. The clothes were soft, made of some material he didn't recognize, and they fit him better than anything the Dursleys had ever given him. When he was done, Amara gestured to another chair near the fire. Sit. Are you hungry? Harry's stomach growled before he could answer. He couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten, yesterday morning, maybe, when Aunt Petunia had given him a piece of dry toast before locking him back in the cupboard. Amara smiled and moved to a small kitchen area. Within minutes, she'd produced a plate of food, bread and cheese and some kind of dried meat, simple but more than Harry usually saw in a week. She set it in front of him without comment, then took the chair across from his. Harry ate. He tried to eat slowly, the way Aunt Petunia always said proper people did, but his body had other ideas. The food disappeared in minutes, and when it was gone, he felt almost dizzy with satisfaction. Better? Amara asked. Harry nodded, then remembered his question. What am I? Amara leaned back in her chair, firelight dancing across her face. Have you ever heard of dragons, Harry? Like in stories? He thought of the pictures in Dudley's books, big lizards with wings, breathing fire, hoarding gold. The knights fight them. In Muggle stories, yes. But dragons are real. They exist in our world, the magical world, though they're rare now, and most of them have been tamed. Domesticated. Kept in reserves where they can be studied and controlled. Her voice had gone flat on those last words, and Harry found himself leaning forward. But that's not what I am, is it? I'm not a regular dragon. No. Amara's amber eyes met his. What you are, Harry, is something that hasn't existed for over 3,000 years. Something that the wizards thought they'd wiped out completely. Something that, frankly, terrifies them. What? You're a shadow dragon. The words hung in the air. Harry waited for them to make sense, but they just sat there, strange and heavy and impossible. I don't understand. Most dragons are creatures of fire, or ice, or lightning, physical elements that can be fought, contained, understood. Amara's voice took on a rhythmic quality, like she was reciting something she'd memorized long ago. But shadow dragons were different. They were born from the darkness itself, from the space between stars, from the void that existed before light came into the world. They could walk through shadows, breathe flames that burned magic rather than flesh, and grow more powerful in darkness. They were magnificent. Harry's hands were shaking. He clenched them in his lap, trying to steady himself. What happened to them? The wizards happened. Amara's jaw tightened. 3,000 years ago, give or take, the magical world was different. Shadow dragons were respected, feared, yes, but also honored. They formed alliances with other magical beings. Protected those who couldn't protect themselves. But then the wizards decided they wanted control. Control over magic, over the magical world, over everything. And the shadow dragons wouldn't submit. So the wizards killed them. Hunted them to extinction. It took centuries, and it cost the wizards dearly, but in the end, they succeeded. The last shadow dragon fell just over 3,000 years ago, and the world moved on. The wizards wrote their history books, which conveniently left out the parts that made them look bad. The goblins remembered, but nobody listened to goblins. And the shadow dragons passed into legend. Harry looked down at his hands, ordinary hands now, pale and small, a child's hands. But he could feel the power sleeping beneath his skin. The scales waiting to emerge. The fire banked in his chest. Then how am I here? Amara's smile was sad. That's the question, isn't it? The wizards thought they'd destroyed the bloodline completely. But magic has a way of finding paths that shouldn't exist. My best guess is that the potential has been dormant for centuries, passing through generations without expressing itself, waiting for the right combination of factors to wake it up. What factors? Amara was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was soft. Extreme trauma. Mortal danger. The kind of pain that breaks something open inside you, that tears down all the walls between who you are and what you could become. She met his eyes. I'm sorry, Harry. I'm sorry for what happened to you tonight. But without it, you might have lived your whole life never knowing what you are. Harry thought about the belt whistling through the air. Vernon's face, twisted with hatred. The fire rising in his chest, the transformation tearing through him like something that had been waiting his whole life for permission. I almost killed them, he whispered. The Desleys. When I changed, I almost, but you didn't. Amara leaned forward, her eyes intent. That's the part that matters, Harry. You had power you couldn't begin to understand, rage that would have justified almost anything, and you chose not to use it. You chose to run instead of destroy. That choice, that's what makes you who you are. Not the scales, not the fire, not the shadows. The choice. Harry's eyes were burning. Not with violet light, but with tears. I wanted to, though. Part of me wanted to. Of course it did. You're human, Harry, whatever else you might be. Humans want to hurt the people who hurt them. That's not evil, it's normal. What matters is what you do with that wanting. A sob escaped him, rough and broken. Amara moved then, crossing the space between them and kneeling in front of his chair. She didn't try to hug him, didn't touch him at all without permission, but her presence was there, warm and steady and real. You're not a monster, she said quietly. You're a scared little boy who's been through something unimaginable. And I'm going to help you. Not because I want anything from you, not because you're useful to me, but because it's the right thing to do. Can you trust me enough to let me try? Harry looked at her through blurry eyes. He didn't know if he could trust her. Didn't know if he could trust anyone, after everything. But she'd found him when he was lost. Fed him when he was hungry. Spoken to him like he was a person instead of a problem to be dealt with. It wasn't much. But it was more than he'd had in a long time. Okay, he whispered. Okay. The first few days in Amara's shadow cottage passed in a haze of exhaustion and adjustment. Harry slept a lot. More than he'd ever slept in his life, actually, which wasn't saying much. Sleep in the cupboard had always been shallow, interrupted by Dudley's stomping or Vernon's snoring or the simple discomfort of a bed too small for even a malnourished 6-year-old. Here, in the small room Amara gave him, with a mattress that was actually soft and blankets that were actually warm, he slept like he was making up for years of deprivation. When he wasn't sleeping, he was eating. Amara never pushed him to talk, never asked questions beyond, "Are you hungry?" and "Did you sleep well?" She simply provided food, clothes, the space to exist without demands or expectations. It felt strange. Wrong, almost, like waiting for a trap to spring. But the trap never came. On the third day, Harry woke from a nightmare, violet fire and screaming, Vernon's face melting like wax, and found his hands covered in scales. The darkness in the room was moving, reaching toward him in tendrils that seemed to have a will of their own. He screamed. Amara was there in seconds. She didn't panic, didn't recoil from the shadows that were coiling around Harry like hungry snakes. She just sat on the edge of his bed and started talking, her voice low and steady. "Breathe, Harry. In and out. Feel the air moving through you. You're safe here. Nothing can hurt you. Breathe." He tried. The air caught in his throat, came out as something between a gasp and a sob, but he tried. And slowly, impossibly, it worked. The scales receded. The shadows calmed, settling back into their normal shapes. The violet faded from his eyes. "Good," Amara said when it was over. "That was good, Harry. You brought yourself back." "I didn't mean to," his voice broke. "I was just dreaming, and then, I know. It's going to happen, especially at first. Your dragon nature is awake now, and it's going to respond to strong emotions. Fear, anger, sadness, anything intense enough can trigger a partial shift." She smiled slightly. "The good news is that you stopped it. You pulled yourself back. That means you can learn to control it." "How?" "Practice. Time. And understanding what you are well enough to work with it instead of against it." Over the following days, Amara began to teach him. Not magic, not in the way Harry vaguely understood the word, with wands and spells and the things that had apparently gotten his parents killed. What Amara taught was something older. Simpler, in a way, though no less powerful. "Your dragon nature isn't separate from you," she explained one morning, sitting across from Harry in the cottage's small living space. "It's not a monster living inside you, waiting to get out. It's you, a part of you that's been sleeping, but it's still you. The scales, the fire, the shadows, they come from the same place as your thoughts and feelings. They're just a different expression of yourself. Then why can't I control them? Because you've spent your whole life learning to be small. Quiet. Invisible." Amara's voice was gentle. "That's how you survived, Harry. By making yourself as little as possible, so you wouldn't attract attention. But your dragon nature doesn't work that way. It's big. It takes up space. And until you learn to accept that part of yourself, there will always be conflict." Harry thought about this. Thought about the cupboard, about the years of making himself small enough to fit, quiet enough to ignore. "So what do I do?" "You start by letting yourself feel things." Amara held up a hand before he could respond. I know that sounds strange. But think about it, when did you transform? What triggered it? Vernon he was hitting me. With the belt. Pain. Fear. Rage. All the things you've been taught to swallow, to suppress, to pretend don't exist. Amara's eyes were steady on his. Your dragon nature didn't awaken because you felt those things, Harry. It awakened because you couldn't suppress them anymore. The dam broke. So if I stop suppressing them, then you can learn to direct them instead. Feel the anger, but choose what to do with it. Feel the fear, but let it sharpen you instead of overwhelm you. Your emotions aren't the enemy. They're power, your power. You just have to learn to use them. It sounded impossible. But so did turning into a shadow dragon, and Harry had apparently done that already. Okay, he said. Show me how. The training started small. Amara gave Harry a candle and told him to light it. I don't have any matches, he said, confused. You don't need matches. You have fire inside you, I've seen it. All you have to do is let a little bit of it out. Harry stared at the candle. It was just a simple taper, white wax with a thin black wick, sitting in a holder on the table between them. He tried to remember how the fire had felt when it poured from his mouth, hot and terrible and utterly beyond his control. He flinched away from the memory. Don't force it, Amara said. Don't try to make it happen. Just, invite it. Remember how the fire felt. Not the fear, not the chaos, just the warmth. The light. Let it know it's welcome. Harry closed his eyes. This was stupid. He couldn't just, but he remembered. The heat rising in his chest. The power gathering behind his teeth. The sense of something vast and ancient recognizing him as its own. Hello, he thought, feeling ridiculous. Are you there? Warmth bloomed in his belly. Not the roaring inferno of his transformation, just warmth, comfortable and steady, like sunlight on his face. Harry held on to it, let it grow, let it rise through his chest and up his throat and, the candle flickered. His eyes snapped open. The wick was smoking, a tiny curl of gray rising from its tip. Not lit, not quite, but warm. He'd done that. Good, Amara said, and her smile was genuine. Very good. Now do it again. Harry practiced with the candle for hours. By the end of the day, he could light it more often than not, though the flame tended to gutter out immediately if his concentration slipped. By the end of the week, he could keep it lit for several minutes at a time, and the effort no longer left him exhausted. Then Amara moved him to the shadows. This was harder, in some ways. The fire was his, he'd felt that from the beginning, a power that lived in his chest and answered to his will. But the shadows were different. They existed outside him, independent, and convincing them to move felt less like controlling his own body and more like persuasion. Shadows have memory, Amara explained. Every shadow remembers the light that cast it, the object that shaped it, every person who ever passed through it. Shadow dragons learn to speak to those memories, to ask the shadows for help instead of demanding obedience. Ask them how. Like you ask the fire. Gently. Respectfully. Shadows don't like to be grabbed, they'll slip through your fingers like water. But if you offer them something, they might respond. Offer them what? Amara smiled mysteriously. That's what you need to figure out. It took Harry 3 days to understand what she meant. He'd been sitting in his room, practicing the breathing exercises Amara had taught him, when a shadow caught his eye. It fell from his bedpost, a simple dark shape on the floor, but something about it seemed lonely. Not in a human way, but in the way a cat might be lonely, or a plant that hadn't been watered in too long. Harry reached toward it, not with his hand, but with his attention. With the part of himself that was learning to connect with the fire. Hello, he thought, just like he'd thought to the flame. I see you. The shadow, stirred. Not moved, exactly. More like a shiver, a ripple, a sudden awareness of being noticed. Harry felt something brush against his mind, not words, not exactly, but a sense of ancient patience, of waiting, of darkness that had existed long before humans gave it a name. I'm like you, Harry thought, and it felt true in a way he couldn't explain. Part of me is darkness too. The shadow reached toward him. It didn't grab, didn't attack, didn't do any of the frightening things shadows had done during his transformation. It just extended, like a hand offering friendship, and when it touched Harry's outstretched fingers, he felt warmth rather than cold. Welcome rather than hunger. There, Amara said from the doorway, and Harry realized she'd been watching the whole time. That's how you speak to shadows. Not with force, but with kinship. They remember when your kind flew through them like fish through water. They've been waiting for someone to talk to again. From that day forward, the shadows in the cottage followed Harry like loyal pets. They curled at his feet when he sat, stretched toward him when he walked, dimmed or brightened based on his moods. It should have been frightening, but instead it felt comfortable. Like the darkness had always been meant to be his friend. 2 weeks into his stay at the Shadow Cottage, Amara told Harry about his parents. They were sitting by the fire after dinner, Harry's favorite time, when the flames cast dancing shadows across the walls and the strange stars outside the window seemed to pulse in time with his breathing. Amara had been quieter than usual all day, and Harry had learned enough to wait instead of asking. Your parents didn't die in a car crash, she said finally. You knew that, didn't you? Harry nodded. He'd always known, somewhere deep down, that the Dursleys' story was a lie. Cars didn't leave lightning bolt scars on children's foreheads. They were murdered. Amara's voice was steady, but her eyes were sad. By a dark wizard named Voldemort. He killed your father first, then your mother, and then he tried to kill you. But something happened, something that no one really understands, and the curse rebounded. Voldemort was destroyed, or at least driven from his body, and you survived with nothing but that scar. Harry's hand went to his forehead automatically, tracing the raised line that had been there for as long as he could remember. Why did he want to kill me? I was just a baby. There was a prophecy. I don't know the details, very few people do, but apparently it suggested that you would be a threat to him someday. So he decided to eliminate you before you could grow up to challenge him. That's... Harry struggled to find the word. Stupid. You can't just kill every baby who might be a problem. Voldemort thought differently. He believed that if he controlled enough, killed enough, accumulated enough power, he could rule forever. Babies, prophecies, anything that threatened that dream was just an obstacle to be removed. Amara's jaw tightened. He was wrong, obviously. Whatever magic protected you that night was stronger than anything he'd ever encountered. But the cost. My parents. Your parents. And many others, over the years. Voldemort's war lasted nearly a decade, and he didn't fall until that night in Godric's Hollow. Your survival ended a nightmare that had consumed the magical world. Harry sat with that for a long moment. He'd always known he was unwanted, the Dursleys had made that clear enough. But knowing that his parents had died to protect him, had stood between him and a monster who wanted to murder an infant. What were they like? He asked quietly. My parents? Amara's expression softened. I didn't know them personally. But I know their reputations. Your father, James, was a pure-blood wizard from an old family. Talented, arrogant, sometimes cruel in the careless way privileged young men can be, but he grew out of it. By the time he died, he was a good man. Brave. Loyal to his friends. And my mother? Lily. Amara smiled. Muggle-born, which means her parents were non-magical. She was brilliant, top of her class at Hogwarts, the magical school. But what people remember most about her is her kindness. She saw good in people, even when they didn't deserve it. Even when it cost her. Harry thought about his Aunt Petunia, thin-lipped and hateful, and tried to imagine her growing up with a sister like that. It didn't quite work. The magic that saved me, he said slowly, was that something she did? People call it love. Amara's voice was careful. The love of a mother willing to die for her child. It's not magic in the way wizards usually understand it, no wand, no spell, no incantation. But it's real, and it's powerful, and apparently it was enough to deflect a killing curse that had never been stopped before. Love. His mother had loved him enough to die for him. Harry had never really thought about love before. It wasn't something that had any place in the Desley household, not for him, anyway. But now, sitting in the firelight with shadows curling around his ankles like cats, he felt something shift in his chest. Not the fire, not the darkness. Something newer. Warmer. Thank you, he said. For telling me. Amara nodded. You deserve to know who you are, Harry. All of it, the good and the bad, the magic and the danger. The world isn't going to make it easy for you, but at least you can face it knowing the truth. What truth? That you're the son of James and Lily Potter. That you're the boy who lived, whether you like it or not. That you're a shadow dragon, the first in 3,000 years. Amara's amber eyes held his. And that none of that defines you unless you let it. You get to choose who you become, Harry. That's the only truth that really matters. The dream came back that night. Harry was flying again, soaring through darkness with impossible wings, and the other dragons were there around him. But this time, there was something else too. Something watching from the depths of the shadow sky. Hatchling, it whispered, and the voice was wrong somehow. Too smooth. Too hungry. You wake at last. I've been waiting for you. Harry tried to turn, to see what was speaking, but the darkness was everywhere. Not the friendly darkness of his shadows, but something older. Colder. They'll try to control you, the voice continued. The wizards, the woman, all of them. They'll tell you you're special, that you have a destiny, that you must use your power for their purposes. But you know the truth, don't you? You felt it. The hunger. The fire that wanted to consume everything. That's your birthright, the voice said. That's what you are, underneath all the pretty words. A force of destruction. A door that wants to open. No, Harry thought, and even in the dream, he felt the conviction behind it. That's not all I am. The voice laughed. It was a terrible sound, not malicious, exactly, but utterly indifferent. The laugh of something that had seen civilizations rise and fall and didn't particularly care which happened next. We'll see, it said. We'll see. Harry woke gasping, shadows thrashing around him like panicked birds. Dawn light was filtering through the cottage's window, real dawn, somehow, in this place between places, and he could hear Amara moving in the next room. He didn't tell her about the dream. Not yet. But he remembered the voice. The hunger behind it. The sense of something vast and patient, watching him from the dark between stars. And he knew, with absolute certainty, that it would be back. On the morning of his third week in the Shadow Cottage, everything changed. Harry was practicing his control, lighting candles, moving shadows, the small exercises that were becoming routine, when Amara went suddenly still. Her head tilted, as if listening to something Harry couldn't hear, and her face went pale. They found us. What? Who? But Harry knew the answer before she finished speaking. The Ministry. I don't know how, there must be a tracker I missed, or a spy in the goblin networks, or, it doesn't matter. Amara was already moving, grabbing a bag from under her bed, stuffing it with supplies. We have to go. Now. Where? Anywhere. I have other safe houses, contacts who might help. The cottage shook. It wasn't an earthquake. Harry had never felt an earthquake, but he was certain this wasn't one. The shadows around him screamed, actually screamed, a high keening sound that seemed to bypass his ears entirely and go straight into his brain, and he felt something massive pressing against the space the cottage occupied. "They're trying to collapse the shadow space," Amara said, and now there was fear in her voice. Real fear. "They brought a ward breaker. A strong one. What do we do?" Another shake, and this time cracks appeared in the walls. Not physical cracks, Harry could see the structure underneath was still solid. But the space itself was fracturing, reality seeping in through gaps that shouldn't exist. "We run. Harry, take my hand." Harry grabbed her hand just as the ceiling exploded. Not inward, outward. Light poured through the gap, harsh and artificial, and Harry saw shapes descending through it, people in dark robes, wands drawn, faces grim with purpose. "There," one of them shouted. "The dragon and the sympathizer." Amara didn't hesitate. She yanked Harry toward the largest shadow in the room, the one cast by the collapsing ceiling, and threw them both into it. Shadowwalking felt different with someone else. More controlled, more deliberate, like diving into water instead of falling. Harry felt the darkness wrap around them, felt it recognize him and pull them through. They emerged in an alley. City sounds surrounded them, traffic, voices, the distant wail of a siren. Harry stumbled, disoriented by the sudden change, but Amara was already pulling him forward. "Move. They'll trace the shadow jump within minutes." They ran. London, Harry realized as they burst out of the alley onto a crowded street. He'd seen pictures in Dudley's books, the red buses, the old buildings, the grey sky that seemed to hang low over everything. But seeing it in person, with his senses still raw from the shadow walk and his heart pounding from the chase, this way. Amara pulled him into another alley, then another. She moved like she knew exactly where she was going, but Harry could see the tension in her shoulders, the way her eyes kept flickering to the shadows around them. "Where are we going?" "Somewhere they won't expect. Somewhere they might not dare to follow." She pulled him around one more corner, and Harry saw it, a massive white building that seemed to lean slightly forward, its pillars carved with runes he didn't recognize, its entrance flanked by figures that weren't human. Goblins. Armed goblins, in armor that gleamed with an inner light, watching the street with cold, evaluating eyes. "Gringotts," Amara said. "The wizard bank. But more importantly, the heart of goblin territory. The ministry can't simply storm it without starting a war. Will they let us in?" Amara's smile was thin. "That depends on whether they remember their old debts." They approached the entrance. The goblin guards tracked their movement, hands resting on the hilts of their curved blades, but they didn't move to stop them. One of them, older, his face seamed with scars, looked at Harry with something that might have been recognition. "Dragon child," he said, and his voice was like gravel scraping against stone. "We wondered when you would come." "Director Ragnarok sent word," Amara said. "We need sanctuary." The scarred goblin studied them for a long moment. Behind them, Harry could hear shouts, the ministry team, catching up. He felt the fire stirring in his chest, the shadows reaching toward him in silent offer. "Not yet," he told them. "Not unless we have no choice." Director Ragnarok, the goblin said finally, remembers the old alliances. "Enter, dragon child. You and your guardian are welcome in the deep halls." The doors swung open. Amara pushed Harry through, following close behind, and the doors slammed shut just as the first ministry wizards rounded the corner. Harry was in the bank. He was safe, at least for now. And somewhere in the darkness behind his eyes, something ancient smiled. The inside of Gringotts was nothing like Harry had imagined. He'd expected a bank, counters and tellers and the kind of cold, institutional atmosphere he'd glimpsed when Aunt Petunia dragged Dudley to cash a check. What he found instead was a cavern of wonders. The ceiling soared so high it disappeared into shadows. The walls were carved with scenes of battles and treaties and strange creatures he couldn't name. Gold glittered everywhere, not just in the coins being counted at the distant counters, but in the very structure of the place, veins of precious metal running through the stone like the building itself had grown from treasure. And goblins. Everywhere, goblins. They weren't like the two guards at the door. These goblins came in all sizes and apparent ages, dressed in everything from simple work clothes to elaborate robes of state. They moved through the vast space with purpose, barely glancing at Harry and Amara as they passed. But Harry could feel them noticing anyway. A subtle awareness, a weight of attention that prickled across his skin. "This way," the scarred guard said, leading them toward a corridor that branched off from the main hall. "Director Ragnarok is expecting you." They descended. The corridor gave way to stairs, the stairs to more corridors, each level taking them deeper into the earth. The air grew cooler, heavier, and the shadows, Harry noticed immediately, grew darker. Not threatening, but present. Alert. "How far down does this go?" he asked. The guard glanced back at him with something that might have been amusement. "Further than you can imagine, dragon child. The deep vaults were old when wizards were still living in caves. We have merely expanded upon them." Finally, they reached a door. It was plain compared to the grandeur above, simple black stone, unmarked, without even a handle. But when the guard touched it, Harry felt a pulse of something that wasn't quite magic travel through his feet. The door swung open. The room beyond was small and surprisingly warm. A fire burned in a grate, real fire, Harry noticed, not the magical kind. He could feel the difference now. Shelves lined the walls, filled with books and scrolls and objects he couldn't identify. And in a chair by the fire sat the oldest goblin Harry had ever seen. He was tiny, even by goblin standards, and his skin had the papery quality of extreme age. But his eyes were bright and sharp, and when they fixed on Harry, the boy felt the weight of centuries of experience behind them. "Harry Potter," Director Ragnarok said, and his voice was surprisingly deep. "The last shadow dragon. I've been waiting a long time for this meeting. You know what I am. I know what you might be." Ragnarok gestured to a chair across from his. "Sit. We have much to discuss, and I suspect our time is limited." Harry sat. Amara took a position standing by the door, her eyes on the hallway they'd just left. "The ministry will come," she said. "They won't attack Gringotts directly, but they'll find other ways. Political pressure, economic leverage, let me worry about the ministry." Ragnarok's tone was dismissive. "They've been trying to control the goblin nation for centuries. A few more threats won't change anything." His attention returned to Harry. "What do you know of your heritage, dragon child?" Harry thought about what Amara had told him, the shadow dragons, the ancient wars, the extinction. "I know my kind was hunted. I know we're supposed to be gone." "Supposed to be, yes." Ragnarok's lips curled in something that wasn't quite a smile. "The wizards wrote their histories to say so. But goblins have longer memories. We remember the old alliances, the time when shadow dragons protected our deepest vaults, when we fought together against threats that would have consumed both our peoples. What happened? The wizards happened. Always the wizards." Ragnarok's voice went bitter. "They saw power they couldn't control and decided it had to be destroyed. The dragons were too proud to run, too honorable to strike first. By the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. The dragons protected your vaults," Harry said slowly, working through the implications. "That's why you're helping me. Because of that old alliance. That's part of it." Ragnarok reached into his robes and withdrew something, a small object that gleamed black in the firelight. "But there's more. When the last dragons fell, they entrusted certain things to us. Sacred things. Things they hoped might one day be passed on, if their kind ever returned." He held out the object. Harry took it automatically, and pain lanced through his skull. Not physical pain, something deeper, something that resonated in the part of him that was shadow and fire and ancient hunger. Images flooded his mind, dragons flying through darkness, their forms shifting and dancing. A great battle, violet flames against golden light. Bodies falling from the sky like burning stars. And finally, a single dragon, vast, ancient, its scales drinking the light of dying suns, pressing something into the hands of a small, fierce-eyed goblin. "Keep this," the dragon said, and its voice was the voice from Harry's dreams, but different somehow. Sadder. Wiser. "Keep it until one of us wakes again. They'll need to remember who they are." The vision faded. Harry found himself on his knees, the object clutched to his chest. It was a scale, he realized, a single black scale the size of his palm, warm against his skin like it had its own internal fire. "What was that?" he gasped. "Memory." Ragnar's voice was gentle now. "The last shadow dragon's final gift. The scale carries pieces of what was, knowledge, history, the essence of your kind. It's been waiting in our deepest vault for 3,000 years, waiting for someone who could receive it." Harry stared at the scale. He could still feel the echoes of the vision, the grief, the rage, the desperate hope that something might survive. They knew. The dragons knew someone like me would come. They hoped. They prayed, in whatever way dragons pray. And they made preparations, just in case. Ragnar leaned forward. "You're not just a random awakening, Harry Potter. You're a return. The blood of shadow dragons has been sleeping in your family line for longer than you can imagine, passed down in secret, protected by ancient magic. The potential was always there. You just needed enough trauma to trigger it." Harry thought about the cupboard. The belt. The years of darkness and fear. "My parents," he said. "Did they know?" "I don't think so. The Potter family has many secrets, but this one was hidden even from them. The magic that protected the bloodline also protected its secrecy." Ragnar's eyes gleamed. "But now you're awake. Now you know. And now you have a choice to make." "What choice?" "The same choice every shadow dragon has faced, what to do with your power." Ragnar's voice went hard. "The Ministry will try to control you or kill you. Dumbledore will try to use you for his own purposes. There are others, darker forces, things that sleep in the spaces between worlds, who will try to claim you entirely." Harry remembered the voice from his dream. "The hunger. I won't let them," he said, and the words came out stronger than he expected. "Any of them." Ragnar smiled, a real smile this time, showing teeth that were sharper than a human's. "Good. Then we have work to do. The Ministry won't wait forever, and you're not ready to face them." "Not yet." He stood, moving with surprising spryness for his apparent age. "There are things in the deep vaults that can help you. Training tools, knowledge caches, artifacts from the old wars. If you're willing to learn." The door exploded inward. Harry moved without thinking. One moment he was standing by his chair, the next, he was across the room, his body half shifted into something bigger and darker, his hands raised with violet fire crackling between his fingers. The shadows in the room surged toward him, responding to his panic. Amara was down. She'd been standing right by the door when it blew in, and now she lay crumpled against the far wall, blood trickling from a cut on her forehead. Not moving. Harry couldn't tell if she was breathing. 5 wizards stepped through the ruined doorway. They wore the same dark robes as the ones who'd attacked the cottage, and their wands were drawn and glowing with gathered power. At their head was a man Harry had never seen before, tall, thin, with a face like a hawk and eyes that held absolutely no warmth. "Director Ragnar," the man said, his voice flat and professional. "By order of the Ministry of Magic, you are harboring a classified magical entity. Surrender the creature and the woman, and we won't have to escalate this further." "Ashworth." Ragnar's voice could have frozen fire. "You dare attack goblin territory? I dare do whatever is necessary to protect our world from threats. Ashworth's eyes moved to Harry, and something flickered in them, not quite fear, but close. Caution, maybe. The wariness of a hunter facing unknown prey. The dragon comes with us. One way or another. Harry felt the fire rising in his chest. The shadows were screaming for release, the scales spreading across his arms, and part of him wanted to let go. Wanted to show this man what a threat really looked like. But Amara's voice echoed in his memory, "What matters is what you do with that wanting." "No," Harry said, and his voice came out deeper than it should, resonant with power he didn't fully understand. "I'm not going with you. You don't have a choice. Everyone has a choice." Harry stepped forward, and the shadows moved with him. The candles in the room flickered. The temperature dropped. "You can leave now, while you still can. Or you can try to take me." Ashworth's eyes narrowed. "You're a child. A powerful one, perhaps, but still a child. You don't know what you're dealing with. Neither do you." For a long moment, nobody moved. Then Ashworth raised his wand, and Harry let go. Not all the way. Not like the night at the Desleys, when his control had shattered entirely. But he opened the door just a crack, and the darkness came pouring through. The room went black. Not dim, black, absolute and total, the light swallowed by shadows that had been waiting 3,000 years to protect their master again. Harry could see perfectly, his violet eyes cutting through the darkness like it wasn't there, but the wizard stumbled and cursed, suddenly blind. He moved through them like a ghost. His claws, when had he grown claws, raked across the first wizard's wand arm. The man screamed and dropped his weapon. Harry was past him before he hit the ground, spinning toward the second, who was firing spells blindly into the dark. The spells passed through Harry's shadow form without touching him, he was there and not there, solid and smoke at the same time. The second wizard went down. The third. The fourth. Only Ashworth was left, and he wasn't panicking like the others. His wand traced patterns in the air, and light bloomed around him, a bubble of illumination that pushed back the shadows. "Impressive," he said, and he almost sounded sincere. "You have more control than I expected. But you're still raw. Untrained. And I've been doing this for 30 years. His wand moved, and something hit Harry in the chest. Not a spell, something deeper, something that bypassed his shadows entirely and struck at the core of what he was. Pain exploded through him, worse than Vernon's belt, worse than anything he'd ever felt. He stumbled, his shadow form flickering, human and dragon and something in between. "Dragonbane curse," Ashworth said, advancing. "Modified for shadow dragons specifically. We've had 3,000 years to prepare, creature. Did you think we wouldn't be ready if one of you ever returned?" Harry tried to rise. The pain knocked him down. "It doesn't have to end this way," Ashworth continued, his voice almost gentle now. "Come quietly. Submit to evaluation. If you're truly not a threat, you might even be allowed to live, contained, controlled, but alive." Harry looked up at him through eyes that were flickering between green and violet. He thought about the cupboard. About Vernon's belt. About all the people who had tried to contain him, control him, make him small. "No," he whispered. And then the fire came. Not violet this time, white. Pure, blinding white, the color of stars being born, of light that existed before darkness learned to fear it. It erupted from Harry's chest in a wave that threw Ashworth across the room, that shattered his shield of light like glass, that filled the entire chamber with brilliance so intense even Harry had to close his eyes. When he opened them again, the shadows were back. Ashworth lay against the far wall, his robes smoking, his face slack with shock. He was alive, Harry could see his chest rising and falling, but he wouldn't be moving anytime soon. The other wizards were scattered around the room, unconscious or groaning. And Amara was stirring. "Harry? Her voice was weak. What happened? I don't know. Harry's legs gave out, and he sat down hard on the stone floor. He was shaking all over, his body aching in places he didn't know he had. I think I did something. I'll say. Director Ragnarok appeared at his side, looking remarkably composed for someone whose office had just become a battleground. White fire. I haven't seen that since the old wars. What is it? Dragonheart flame. The fire that burns at the core of what you are, not shadow, not darkness, but the light that makes shadows possible. Ragnarok helped Harry to his feet. Congratulations, dragon child. You've discovered that you're more than just darkness. I don't understand. You will. In time. The old goblin's eyes were bright with something that might have been hope. But for now, we need to move. Ashworth won't stay down forever, and he'll bring reinforcements. Come, there are paths even the ministry doesn't know about. Harry looked at Amara, who was being helped to her feet by two goblin healers who'd appeared from somewhere. She caught his eye and nodded. Go, she said. I'll catch up. You need to learn what you are before more of them come. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to stay with the only adult who'd ever been kind to him. But Ragnarok was already pulling him toward a hidden door behind one of the bookshelves, and the sounds of reinforcements were echoing down the corridor. He went. The last thing he saw before the door closed was Ashworth's eyes opening, and fixing on him with an intensity that promised this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Deep beneath Gringotts, in chambers that hadn't seen light in centuries, Harry followed Director Ragnarok through passages carved before humans learned to write. The scale from the last shadow dragon was warm against his chest, tucked inside his shirt like a talisman. He could feel it pulsing in time with his heartbeat, and with every pulse, more fragments of memory surfaced. Battles and alliances. Loves and losses. The weight of millennia pressing against the inside of his skull. Where are we going? He asked. To the heart of the deep vaults, Ragnarok replied. Where the oldest treaties are kept. Where the dragons made their last stand against the wizards who hunted them. What's there? Answers. Power. And a truth that's been waiting 3,000 years to be told. They descended further. The air grew thick, heavy with ancient magic. And somewhere in the darkness ahead, Harry could feel something stirring. Something that had been waiting for him. Something that, whether he was ready or not, he was about to meet. The Desley house burned for 3 hours before the fire department managed to contain it. The official report blamed faulty wiring. The family refused to give interviews. They moved away within the month and never spoke of the nephew who had lived in their cupboard, not even to each other. But Vernon Desley would wake screaming from nightmares for the rest of his life. Nightmares of violet eyes, of shadows with teeth, of a small boy who should have been helpless saying one word, no, and meaning it. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Woman Who Knew Shadows. The deep vaults of Gringotts were older than memory. Harry felt it in his bones as they descended, layer upon layer of history pressing down, each level carved from stone that remembered things the surface world had forgotten. The goblins had built their bank on foundations that predated their own civilization, and whatever had come before had left marks that even time couldn't erase. Watch your step here, Ragnarok said, guiding Harry around a section of floor that looked identical to every other section. The old wards don't distinguish between friend and intruder. They simply react. Harry stepped carefully. The scale against his chest pulsed warmer for a moment, and he caught a flash of memory that wasn't his. Goblins and dragons working together, carving these passages, laying protections that would last millennia. The dragons had helped build this place. Some part of them still lingered here. How much further? Not far. The vault we seek is just beyond them. Ragnarok stopped. His pointed ears twitched, and his hand went to the blade at his hip. What is it? Quiet. The old goblin's voice had gone flat, dangerous. We're not alone. Harry reached for his shadows instinctively, but they were strange down here, sluggish, heavy with age, reluctant to move. The darkness itself seemed to be watching, waiting to see what he would do. Footsteps echoed from somewhere ahead. Not the sharp click of goblin boots, but something softer. More deliberate. A figure emerged from the shadows. She was tall, dark-skinned, with hair that fell in elaborate braids past her shoulders. Her clothes were simple, traveling leathers, worn but well-maintained, and her hands were empty, held out at her sides in a gesture of peace. "Amara," Harry breathed. She smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. "I told you I'd catch up." "How did you?" Harry started, but Ragnar cut him off. "You know these paths." It wasn't a question. The old goblin's eyes had narrowed, reassessing. "You've been here before." "Many times." Amara's gaze moved from Ragnar to Harry and back. "My grandmother showed me, when I was young. Before the Ministry purged her records and pretended the dragon speakers never existed." "Dragon speaker." Ragnar's hand relaxed slightly on his blade. "I thought your line had ended." "Everyone thinks that. It's safer that way." Amara stepped closer, her attention fixing on Harry. "Are you hurt?" "That curse Ashworth used, I'm fine." Harry wasn't sure if that was true, but the pain had faded to a dull ache, easily ignored. "What's a dragon speaker?" Amara and Ragnar exchanged a look that carried years of complicated history. "Perhaps," Ragnar said slowly, "we should continue this conversation in a more secure location. The vault is just ahead, and its wards will give us privacy." They moved on. Harry fell into step beside Amara, questions burning in his throat, but something in her expression told him to wait. She looked tired, he realized. Not just physically, but bone deep, the exhaustion of someone who'd been running for a very long time. The corridor ended at a door. Like the one to Ragnar's office, it was plain black stone without handles or visible hinges. Unlike that door, this one was covered in carvings, dragons, dozens of them, their forms intertwined in patterns that seemed to shift when Harry looked at them directly. Ragnar pressed his palm against the center of the door and spoke a word in a language Harry didn't recognize. The stone hummed. The carved dragons seemed to stir, their eyes catching light that shouldn't exist this far underground. Then the door opened, and Harry forgot how to breathe. The vault was vast. Not in the way Gringotts' main hall was vast, that had been impressive, but still human scale, built for commerce and ceremony. This space was something else entirely. The ceiling disappeared into darkness so complete that Harry's enhanced eyes couldn't find its limits. The walls curved away on all sides, carved with murals that told stories he could almost understand. And in the center of the floor, ringed by pillars of black stone. Bones. Dragon bones, arranged with careful reverence, their positions forming a shape that Harry recognized on some level deeper than thought. A circle. A seal. A door. "The last gathering," Ragnar said quietly. "When the dragons knew they were doomed, the survivors came here. The goblins gave them sanctuary, and in return, the dragons gave us everything. Their knowledge. Their memories. Their hope for the future." Harry walked forward without meaning to. His feet carried him toward the bones as if pulled by invisible strings, and with each step, the scale against his chest burned hotter. Visions flickered at the edges of his sight, dragons landing in this very space, their forms filling it from wall to wall. Goblins weeping as they watched their allies prepare to die. A promise made in blood and fire that would echo through centuries. They could have run, Harry said, and he wasn't sure if he was speaking or remembering. They could have hidden, scattered, tried to survive alone. Why did they come here? Because they knew what was coming. Amara's voice came from just behind him. The wizards had developed weapons specifically designed to kill shadow dragons. Running would only delay the inevitable. But if they gathered together, if they concentrated all their remaining power in one place, they could leave something behind. Harry understood now. The bones weren't just remains. They were a repository. A seed, planted in hopes that someday, somehow, the dragons might return. He knelt beside the central skeleton. It was massive, larger than the Desley house, larger than anything Harry had imagined a living creature could be. Its skull alone was the size of a car, with eye sockets that seemed to look at Harry with patient recognition. The scale burned against his chest. Without thinking, Harry pulled it out, held it in his trembling hands. "Hatchling," said a voice that came from everywhere and nowhere. "You found your way at last." The vision took Harry like a wave. One moment he was kneeling on the vault floor, the next, he was standing on a cliff overlooking a sea of clouds, and the sky above him was filled with dragons. They were beautiful. Terrible. Made of shadow and starlight, their forms constantly shifting, their wings beating in rhythms that resonated with something deep in Harry's chest. They sang as they flew, low, rumbling songs that made the air itself vibrate, and Harry found himself singing with them without knowing the words. "Little one," said the massive dragon that descended to land beside him. Its scales were darker than the others, drinking light rather than reflecting it, and its eyes burned with violet fire that Harry recognized. "You have questions. Who are you?" Harry's voice came out small. Child-sized, even though he felt anything but. "I am what remains. A echo. A memory. A hope." The dragon's laugh was like distant thunder. "I am the last of my kind, or I was, before I passed into these bones and waited for someone like you. Someone like me. A child of shadow. A speaker of fire. One who carries the darkness within them and chooses what to make of it." The dragon's head lowered until one massive eye was level with Harry's face. "You've already made your first choice, haven't you? The night you burned." Harry thought about Vernon. The belt. The fire that had wanted to consume everything. "I didn't kill them," he said. "I wanted to, but I didn't." "Yes." The dragon's voice softened, if something that vast could be said to soften. "That is the choice that matters. The darkness will always hunger, little one. It will always whisper of destruction, of revenge, of power without limit. Your kind must choose, again and again, what to do with that hunger. What if I choose wrong? Then you will become what our enemies always claimed we were. Monsters. Destroyers. The darkness that swallows light." The dragon's eye blinked slowly. "But I don't think you will. I've seen your heart, little one. It burns brighter than you know." The vision shifted. Suddenly they were in the vault again, but the vault as it had been, filled not with bones but with living dragons. Hundreds of them, their forms cramped together in the massive space, their voices raised in songs of farewell. "This was the end," the dragon said. "The wizards had us cornered. Our flames couldn't burn their new wards, our shadows couldn't hide us from their trackers. So we chose to give what we could, our memories, our knowledge, everything that made us what we were. We pressed it into the bones and the scales and the stones themselves, and we hoped." "Hoped for what?" "For you." The dragon's voice was fading now, the vision growing thin at the edges. "For a child who would awaken in a world that had forgotten us. Who would carry our fire and learn to use it wisely. Who would remember that power is nothing without the wisdom to wield it." "I don't know how to be wise," Harry said desperately. "I'm 6 years old. I don't know anything." "You know enough to question. That's more than most ever learn." The dragon's form was dissolving, becoming shadow and light in equal measure. "The woman who guides you, the speaker, she will help. And the goblins remember. You are not alone, little one, even when you feel like you are." "Wait," Harry reached out, trying to hold on to the vision, but it was slipping away. "There's something else. Something watching me. In my dreams, in the darkness, something hungry." The dragon's fading eyes flickered with something that might have been concern. "The void speaker." "Yes. It sensed your awakening, as we knew it would. The voice was barely a whisper now. Be careful, little one. It wants what you have, not your power, but your potential. It wants to use you as a door. A door to what? But the vision was gone, and Harry was kneeling on the cold vault floor, tears streaming down his face, the scale clutched to his chest like a lifeline. Harry. Amara's hand was on his shoulder. Harry, can you hear me? He blinked, struggling to focus. The vault was as it had been, vast, dim, filled with bones instead of living dragons. But something had changed. The murals on the walls seemed sharper now, their images more comprehensible. And the darkness around him felt different. Familiar. Welcoming. I saw them, he said, his voice hoarse. The dragons. They showed me. I know. Amara helped him to his feet, her amber eyes searching his face. I felt it too. Echoes of the vision, bleeding through. She smiled slightly. The bones remember you now. They know you're one of them. Ragnarok had moved to one of the murals, his gnarled hands tracing the carved lines. The speaker is right. The vault has accepted you, something it hasn't done for anyone since the last gathering. He turned back to face Harry. Do you understand what that means? Harry shook his head. His mind was still reeling from the vision, from the weight of everything the ancient dragon had shown him. It means you have access to everything they left behind. The knowledge. The memories. The power they couldn't take with them when they died. Ragnarok's voice was heavy with significance. It also means you're now the legal heir to everything the shadow dragons held in trust with the goblin nation. What? The old treaties were very specific. Ragnarok produced a scroll from somewhere within his robes, ancient parchment covered in writing that glowed faintly in the dim light. When a true shadow dragon awakens and is recognized by the bones, all holdings revert to their control. Vaults. Properties. Artifacts. Political alliances. His lips twisted in something that wasn't quite a smile. The wizards thought they'd eliminated the possibility when they wiped out your kind. They'll be quite displeased to learn otherwise. Harry's head was spinning. An hour ago, he'd been a homeless orphan fleeing from ministry hunters. Now he was apparently the heir to an ancient dragon legacy with political implications he couldn't begin to understand. I don't want vaults, he said. I don't want properties or political alliances. I just want to understand what I am. The two are not separable. Ragnarok rolled up the scroll with precise movements. What you are makes you powerful. Power creates obligations. Obligations require resources. He fixed Harry with a look that was almost sympathetic. You've inherited a war, dragon child. The wizards never stopped fighting you, they just convinced themselves you were gone. Now that you've returned, the war resumes. Whether you want it or not. Then what am I supposed to do? Learn. Amara stepped forward, positioning herself between Harry and the goblin. That's why I found you, Harry. That's why I've spent my life preparing. The dragon speakers were healers and translators. We helped your kind communicate with other beings, helped them control their more destructive impulses. If one of you ever awakened. She took a breath. I wanted to be ready. Why? Why does it matter to you? Amara's expression flickered with something complicated, old pain, carefully buried. Because my grandmother died for it. Because her mother died for it. Because every dragon speaker for 3,000 years has passed down the knowledge and the hope that someday, somehow, we'd be needed again. Her voice cracked slightly. Because I've spent my whole life being told I was preparing for something that would never happen, and now you're here, and I will not let them destroy you the way they destroyed everything else. Silence filled the vault. Harry looked at Amara, really looked at her, and saw the weight she carried. Years of training for a purpose everyone said was pointless. A heritage erased from history. A family line whittled down to one woman, waiting in the shadows. Okay, he said quietly. Teach me. They stayed in the vault for 3 days. Ragnarok arranged for supplies to be brought down, food, water, bedding, everything they needed for an extended stay. The ministry was still searching, he explained, and the deep vaults were the safest place for Harry until things calmed down. The goblins would handle the political fallout. They'd been waiting for exactly this opportunity to renegotiate certain treaties. Harry barely noticed the politics. He was too busy learning. Amara started with the basics: breathing, centering, understanding the flow of power through his body. It was similar to what she'd taught him in the Shadow Cottage, but deeper. More systematic. She explained the theory behind the practice, connected the exercises to the dragon knowledge that was slowly integrating into Harry's mind. Your fire and your shadow aren't separate things, she said on the first day, demonstrating with a candle. They're two expressions of the same power, the void that exists between stars, where light and darkness are one. When you breathe fire, you're releasing the light. When you move through shadows, you're embracing the darkness. But both come from the same source. The void? Not the void speaker, that's something else entirely. I mean the cosmic void, the space between galaxies where matter hasn't yet coalesced. Shadow dragons were born there, in the oldest stories. They came to Earth when the world was young, drawn by the play of light and shadow on a planet that had both. Harry thought about this while he practiced. The scale rested against his chest, warm and pulsing, and every few hours it would feed him another fragment of memory. A technique for moving through shadows more efficiently. A way of channeling fire that didn't require emotional extremity. Bits and pieces of a heritage that should have been passed down through generations, compressed into flashes of insight. On the second day, Amara taught him to shift deliberately. You've been doing it reactively, she said. Fear, anger, pain, they trigger the transformation because they're intense enough to overwhelm your human control. But you can do it consciously, if you learn the pathways. How? The same way you light a candle. You invite the change instead of fighting it. You reach into the part of yourself that's dragon and say, I want this now. It took hours of practice before Harry managed a partial shift without emotional stimulus. His eyes went violet, his hands sprouted scales, and the shadows in the vault reached toward him with eager recognition. It hurt, not terribly, but enough to notice, and when he tried to push further, toward a full transformation, his body resisted. Don't force it, Amara warned. Your human form and your dragon form are both you, but they're not interchangeable. Think of it like being ambidextrous. You can use either hand, but switching takes effort. Forcing the switch when you're not ready will just exhaust you. What about the white fire? Harry asked. In the fight with Ashworth, I did something different. Something that hurt him even through his shields. Amara's expression became complicated. Dragonheart flame. It's the core of what you are. The fire that burns before light and darkness separated. She hesitated. My grandmother wrote about it, but she never saw it used. It was supposed to be a last resort, the fire that consumes everything, even the dragon who breathes it. That sounds dangerous. It is. That's why we're not going to practice it. Amara held up a hand before Harry could protest. I know you used it against Ashworth, and I'm glad it worked. But you can't rely on it, Harry. Not until you understand your power well enough to know its limits. Using the Dragonheart flame too often, or too recklessly, could burn you out. Literally. Harry thought about the searing white light that had poured from his chest, the way it had left him drained and shaking. Okay. No practicing the white fire. Good. Now, let's work on shadow walking. You've been doing it instinctively, but there are techniques that make it safer and more precise. On the third day, they had visitors. Harry was practicing a particularly tricky shadow manipulation when the vault's outer door rumbled open. His body reacted before his mind caught up, partial shift, shadows coiling around him, fire ready behind his teeth. Easy, Amara said, though she'd also dropped into a combat stance. Let's see who it is before we start fighting. The figure that entered wasn't what Harry expected. She was old, ancient, really, her face so lined with age that it was hard to tell where one wrinkle ended and another began. Her robes were patched and faded, and she walked with a cane that looked like it had been made from something's thighbone. But her eyes were bright, alert, and when they fixed on Harry, they widened with something that looked like wonder. Stars and shadow, she breathed. It's true. I didn't believe it when the goblins sent word, but, look at you. Look at those eyes. Who are you? Harry demanded, his voice coming out half growl. The old woman laughed, a dry, crackling sound. Aggressive little thing, aren't you? Good. You'll need that. She limped closer, ignoring the shadows that reached toward her with suspicious intent. I'm Griselda Marchbanks, child. Former head of the Wisengamot Examinations Office, current irritant to the Ministry, and, more relevantly, one of the last people alive who remembers what your kind actually were. You remember the Shadow Dragons? I'm 153 years old, boy. I remember when Grindelwald was a promising young academic and the statute of secrecy was still controversial. She peered at him with unsettling intensity. I also remember my grandmother's stories. She was there, you know. At the final battle. Watched the last of your kind fall and wept for them. Harry's scales retracted slowly as curiosity replaced fear. Your grandmother fought against the dragons? Fought against them? Griselda snorted. She fought for them. Not all wizards supported the hunt, child. Some of us thought it was the greatest tragedy in magical history, the deliberate extinction of beings who had protected our world for millennia. Her voice hardened. We lost, obviously. The blood purists and the power-hungry won, as they usually do. But we didn't forget. Madame Marchbanks has been working with the Goblin Nation for decades, Ragnarok said, emerging from a side passage. Harry hadn't even noticed him leave. She's been instrumental in preserving certain records that the Ministry would prefer destroyed. Records about the dragons. Among other things. Griselda lowered herself into a chair that hadn't been there a moment ago. Harry suspected goblin magic. I've spent my life collecting truths that powerful people wanted buried. Your kind is just one category. She fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. But right now, you're the category that matters. The Ministry is tearing itself apart trying to decide what to do about you. What are their options? Officially? Study and containment. They want to capture you, examine you, figure out how a shadow dragon could possibly have awakened after 3 millennia. Griselda's lip curled. Unofficially, there's a faction pushing for immediate termination. Director Ashworth's people. They think you're too dangerous to exist. Harry thought about Ashworth's cold eyes, the dragonbane curse that had nearly crippled him. He already tried to kill me. And failed, which is the only reason you're still breathing. Ashworth's faction lost credibility when you escaped. The moderates are using that to argue for a more cautious approach. She leaned forward. But that won't last, child. Sooner or later, the Ministry will decide you're a threat that needs eliminating. And when that happens, even Gringotts won't be able to protect you. So what am I supposed to do? Hide underground forever? No. Griselda's smile was thin but genuine. You're supposed to become too valuable to destroy. Too connected, too public, too deeply embedded in magical society to quietly disappear. She glanced at Ragnarok. The goblins have already started. Those treaties you inherited? They give you legal standing that the Ministry can't easily revoke. But you need more than legal standing. You need allies. Visibility. Power that doesn't come from being able to breathe fire. She's right, Amara said quietly. I've been focused on teaching you control, but control alone won't protect you. You need to understand the world you've woken into, the politics, the factions, the games people play. Harry's head hurt. 3 days ago, his biggest concern had been surviving Vernon's rages. Now he was apparently supposed to navigate magical politics while learning to control powers that could level buildings. "I'm 6 years old," he said. "I don't know anything about politics." "Then you'll learn." Griselda's voice was matter-of-fact. "You don't have a choice, child. The moment you awakened, you became a piece on a board that's been playing for centuries. You can choose to be a piece that others move, or you can learn to move yourself." She pushed herself to her feet with obvious effort. "I've brought books. Records. Information the Ministry doesn't want anyone to have. Study them. Learn who your enemies are, and more importantly, learn who might be your friends." She hobbled toward the door, then paused and looked back. "One more thing. There are whispers that Dumbledore is taking an interest in you. The headmaster of Hogwarts, leader of the Light faction in our recent wars. He's brilliant and he's powerful and he thinks he's doing the right thing." "Is he?" Griselda's smile turned bitter. "That's the problem, child. He always thinks he's doing the right thing. Even when he's not." She disappeared through the door, leaving Harry with more questions than answers. The books Griselda had brought were illuminating. Harry had never been much of a reader. The Dursleys hadn't allowed him access to anything more advanced than Dudley's discarded comics, but these texts grabbed his attention and wouldn't let go. They were histories, mostly, but not the sanitized versions taught in wizarding schools. These were primary sources, journals, letters, official documents that had somehow escaped the Ministry's purges. The picture they painted was ugly. The shadow dragons hadn't been mindless monsters. They'd been a civilization, ancient, sophisticated, with their own culture and traditions and political structures. They'd formed alliances with other magical beings, goblins, centaurs, mere-people, dozens of races that wizards now considered lesser. They'd protected the magical world from threats that would have overwhelmed any single species. And the wizards had repaid them with genocide. It wasn't even about danger, Harry said one evening, looking up from a particularly damning account. They weren't being attacked. The dragons hadn't done anything wrong. No. Amara's voice was soft. They were killed because they couldn't be controlled. Because their existence reminded wizards that there were powers in the world they couldn't dominate. She paused. And because certain wizards wanted what the dragons had. What do you mean? Dragon blood. Dragon bone. Dragon fire, specifically, the shadow fire that your kind could produce. Amara's expression darkened. There are potions, rituals, that use dragon components. Most of them are illegal now, but they weren't always. The hunt wasn't just about eliminating a threat. It was about harvesting resources. Harry thought about the bones in the vault, the remains of dragons who had gathered to preserve what they could, knowing they were about to die. Had their killers tried to profit from those deaths? Had they? The scale against his chest pulsed with something that felt like old grief. The Ministry still does it, he said, remembering something from one of the documents. There are dragon reserves. They breed dragons for parts. For potions ingredients. For wand cores. For armor and weapons. Amara nodded grimly. The common dragons, the ones that survived the hunts, were domesticated and farmed. They're not intelligent the way your kind was, but they're still aware. Enough to suffer. Harry filed that information away. Another entry on a growing list of things he would have to deal with someday. A week into their stay in the vault, Amara introduced a new element to their training, the memories in the scale. You've been receiving fragments naturally, she explained, but there's more there than you've accessed. Much more. The ancient dragons didn't just leave feelings and impressions, they left skills. Techniques. Knowledge that took them millennia to develop. How do I access it? Carefully. Amara's tone was serious. The memories aren't passive. they're alive, in a way. Pieces of the dragons who gave them. If you push too hard, too fast, you risk being overwhelmed. Losing yourself in the past instead of learning from it. She taught him a meditation technique, one of the old dragon speaker practices, passed down through her family. Harry would hold the scale, clear his mind, and reach toward the warmth inside it. Not demanding, not forcing. Inviting. The first few sessions produced nothing but fragments, a technique for angling his wings during flight. He didn't have wings yet, but the knowledge was there for when he did, a method for heating stone without visible fire, a way of communicating with other dragons through shadow pulses. Then, on his fourth attempt, he fell into a true memory. He was flying over mountains that no longer existed. The sky was a different color here, deeper blue, almost purple, and the air tasted of magic so thick it was almost tangible. Below him, a city gleamed in the valley, crystalline spires and flowing architecture, built for beings that could take to the sky at will. Home, he thought, though he'd never seen this place in his life. This is home. Other dragons flew beside him. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, their shadow forms filling the sky like a living thundercloud. They were celebrating something, a victory, a holiday, he couldn't quite tell, and their songs echoed off the mountains in harmonies that made his heart ache. Enjoying yourself, little brother? He turned, she turned. The pronouns were confusing in memory, to find another dragon flying alongside. This one was smaller than most, with scales that shifted between purple and silver in the light. More than I expected, she replied. I wasn't sure I'd like the gathering. Too many people. You spend too much time in the dark. The silver dragon's tone was teasing. There's more to existence than shadows and solitude, you know. I know. I'm just. The memory self hesitated, unsure how to express something that had been bothering them for decades. Do you ever feel like something's watching us? Something, hungry? The silver dragon's amusement faded. You felt it too. In dreams. In the deep shadows, where even our kind rarely goes. The memory self shuddered, massive wings rippling. I asked the elders about it, but they said it was nothing. Old fears. Echoes of things we defeated long ago. The elders say many things. The silver dragon's voice was quiet now. Not all of them true. The memory began to fragment, scenes bleeding into each other, conversations with elders who dismissed concerns, nights spent probing the darkest shadows for the source of that wrongness, a growing certainty that something was very, very wrong, and then, fire. Burning. Screams that weren't human or dragon but somewhere in between. The city falling. The spires crumbling. Dragons plummeting from the sky with holes burned through their shadows. A voice, vast and terrible, laughing from the void, did you think you were safe? Did you think anything could be safe from me? The void speaker. It had been waiting. Planning. And when it finally struck, Harry came out of the memory screaming. The vault shook around him. Shadows thrashed against the walls like caged animals, and violet fire poured from his eyes, his mouth, every inch of exposed skin. Amara was there, her hands on his shoulders, her voice cutting through the chaos. Harry. Harry, come back. You're here, you're safe, come back to me. It took long minutes for him to regain control. When the fire finally died and the shadows settled, Harry was curled on the floor, shaking so hard his teeth chattered. I saw it, he whispered. I saw what happened. It wasn't just the wizards. There was something else. Something that helped them, or made them, or, he couldn't find the words. The void speaker. Amara's voice was carefully neutral, but her eyes were worried. I was afraid of this. It was real. That thing in my dreams, it's real. Very real. And very old. Amara helped him sit up, keeping her hands on his arms as if afraid he'd fly apart. The void speaker it's not a dragon, and it's not a wizard. It's something from the space between. Something that was ancient when the first shadow dragons were born. It helped destroy them. My kind. I saw it, yes. Amara's voice was heavy. The wizards thought they hunted the dragons alone, but they had help. Guidance. Someone or something showed them the dragon's weaknesses, taught them the spells that could pierce shadow shields. She paused. The dragon speakers knew, at the end. My grandmother's grandmother saw the signs. But by then it was too late. Harry pressed his palms against his eyes, trying to force the memory images away. The burning city. The falling dragons. The laughter that had echoed through the void. What does it want with me? Amara was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was gentle but firm. I don't know everything. But I know it's been waiting for a shadow dragon to awaken. Your kind has a connection to the void that nothing else does, you're born from it, shaped by it. That connection makes you powerful, but it also makes you vulnerable. The dragon in my vision said it wanted to use me as a door. That's consistent with what the old texts suggest. Amara's hands tightened on his arms. The void speaker was sealed away, somehow, after the last dragons fell. Sealed in the space between shadows, where it couldn't reach the physical world. But the seal requires maintenance. Power. The power of shadow dragons, specifically. So I'm what's keeping it locked up. No. The seal was created by the last dragons using their combined strength. You're too young, too new, you couldn't maintain it alone. Amara's voice dropped. But if the void speaker could corrupt you, turn you, use your connection to the void in ways you didn't intend, it might be able to weaken the seal enough to break through. Harry thought about the voice in his dreams. The promises. The way the darkness sometimes whispered things that made sense, that felt true, that tempted him toward letting go. I won't let it, he said, and his voice was steadier than he expected. I chose not to kill the Dursleys. I can choose not to become what that thing wants. Amara smiled, though her eyes were still worried. I believe you. But Harry, the void speaker is patient. It's been waiting for millennia. It won't try to corrupt you all at once. It will whisper, and suggest, and offer, and chip away at your defenses over years. Maybe decades. She met his eyes. You need to be strong. Not just in power, but in yourself. In who you are and who you want to be. I know. Harry looked down at the scale in his hand, warm, pulsing, filled with the memories of dragons who had faced this same enemy and lost. That's why I need to keep learning. To understand everything they knew, everything they tried. And everything they got wrong. Amara's voice was gentle. The old dragons weren't perfect, Harry. They made mistakes, arrogance, isolation, putting too much faith in their own power. Learning from their knowledge means learning from their failures too. Harry nodded slowly. He could feel the weight of those failures in the memory he'd just experienced, the elders who dismissed warnings, the civilization too proud to imagine it could fall. They'd been ancient and powerful and wise, and they'd still died. He wouldn't make the same mistakes. 2 weeks after arriving in the vault, Harry emerged from a training session to find Ragnarok waiting with news. Director Ashworth has been recalled to London, the old goblin said. The ministry has officially suspended his hunt for you. Why? Harry's eyes narrowed suspiciously. I didn't think they'd give up that easily. They haven't given up. They've changed tactics. Ragnarok's expression was grim. The moderates have taken control, at least temporarily. They're arguing that you're a child, not a threat, and that the ministry should attempt diplomatic contact before resorting to force. That doesn't sound bad. It wouldn't be, if it were genuine. But I've read the internal communications. Ragnarok produced a scroll. Harry had no idea how goblins obtained ministry documents, and he suspected he didn't want to know. The diplomatic approach is a cover. They're hoping to lure you out of Gringotts, get you somewhere less protected. And once they have you. He didn't finish the sentence. So what do we do? We prepare. Amara had entered the chamber silently, her face set in hard lines. The vault has been secure, but we can't stay here forever. Eventually, the ministry will find a way to pressure the goblins, economically, politically. We need options. I've been working on that, Ragnarok said. The treaties you inherited include several properties that remain under dragon protection. Wards the ministry can't penetrate, built by your ancestors. I've had my people checking them, and one is still intact. Where? Northern Scotland. Remote. The local magical population was never large, and it's dwindled to almost nothing over the centuries. The property itself is. Ragnarok paused, choosing his words carefully. Significant. It was the last stronghold of the shadow dragons in Britain. Where the final survivors gathered before the end. Harry felt something stir in his chest, not the fire, but something deeper. A recognition that went beyond memory. I want to see it. I thought you might. Ragnarok produced another scroll, this one covered in maps and diagrams. Travel will be dangerous. The ministry has watchers at all the major shadow paths, and their detection grid has been upgraded since your escape. But there are alternatives. What kind of alternatives? Ragnarok's smile showed far too many teeth. The kind that require a certain amount of trust in your goblin allies. Are you willing? Harry looked at Amara, who nodded slowly. Then back at the goblin, whose eyes glittered with something that might have been respect. Yes, Harry said. I'm willing. The journey to Scotland was unlike anything Harry had experienced. The goblins had developed their own methods of long-distance travel, not shadow walking, not apparition, but something older. Tunnels carved through the bones of the earth itself, maintained by magic that predated the wizarding world. Harry moved through passages of living stone, past underground rivers that glowed with bioluminescent life, through chambers filled with crystals that sang when touched. He also met more goblins than he'd ever imagined existed. Gringotts, he learned, was just the visible face of the goblin nation. A business venture, practically a marketing strategy. The real goblin civilization was underground, vast city complexes that stretched for miles beneath the surface, populated by millions of beings who had never seen the sun and didn't miss it. They treated Harry with a respect that made him uncomfortable. You're the dragon heir, explained a young goblin named Griphook, who had been assigned as Harry's guide for a section of the journey. The first in 3,000 years. To us, that's. He searched for words. You represent something. A connection to an alliance we thought was lost forever. I'm just a kid, Harry said. You're a kid who fought off a ministry extraction team and walked away. Griphook's voice held a note of something that might have been admiration. You're a kid with the blood of creatures who helped shape our civilization. Age matters less than many people think. They traveled for 3 days through the goblin tunnels, emerging finally in a cave on a mountainside that overlooked a dramatic Scottish landscape. Mist clung to the peaks, and somewhere in the distance, Harry could hear the cry of an eagle. The property is that way, Griphook said, pointing toward a valley shrouded in cloud. About 2 miles. The ward should recognize your blood, but I'd recommend caution anyway. 3,000 years is a long time for defenses to develop, quirks. Aren't you coming? This part of the journey is for you and the speaker alone. Griphook's expression was unreadable. The stronghold has its own guardians. They wouldn't take kindly to a goblin entering uninvited. Harry thanked him and set off with Amara, picking their way down the mountainside toward the cloud-wrapped valley below. The wards hit them a mile out. Harry felt them before he saw them, a pressure in the air, a sense of being watched by something vast and patient. The shadows around them grew darker, denser, reaching toward Harry with what felt like questioning intent. It's me, he said quietly, not sure who or what he was addressing. I'm Harry. I'm. I'm one of you. The pressure intensified for a long moment. Then, slowly, it eased. The shadows relaxed, and Harry could see a path opening through the mist ahead, a corridor of clear air leading towards something he couldn't quite make out. The wards accepted you, Amara breathed. I wasn't sure they would. After all this time. I feel them, Harry said. In my head, sort of. They're old. Tired. But still there. They followed the path through the mist. The landscape changed as they walked, mundane hillside giving way to something else, something that felt outside of time. The rocks here were darker, almost black, and they seemed to drink the light rather than reflect it. Familiar. And then, emerging from the mist like a dream made solid, Harry saw it. The stronghold. It wasn't a castle, not in any human sense. It was a mountain, but a mountain that had been shaped, carved, transformed into something else. Spires rose from its peaks like reaching fingers. Caves gaped from its sides like watchful eyes. And everywhere, in every line and angle, Harry could see the signature of dragons. His dragons. His people. This is where they made their last stand, Amara said quietly. After the cities fell, after the lowland refuges were overrun. The survivors came here, to the oldest and strongest of their sanctuaries, and they held it for almost a century before the end. Harry walked forward as if in a trance. The shadows around the stronghold were alive with presence, not individual dragons, but the echo of them. Memories soaked into the stone itself. As he approached the entrance, a massive archway carved with images of dragons in flight, he felt them reaching for him. Welcoming him home. Hello, he whispered, his voice catching. I'm back. I'm not sure if that means anything, but I'm here. The stronghold hummed in response. Lights flickered to life in the caves above, not fire, but something softer. Shadows that glowed. And a voice, ancient and creaking and somehow familiar, spoke from the stone itself, about time, hatchling. We've been waiting. The speaker was not a ghost, not exactly. As Harry entered the stronghold, guided by lights that seemed to anticipate his movements, he found his way to a central chamber, a vast space that might have been a throne room or a temple or both. At its center stood a figure that Harry recognized from his visions, a dragon, but one made of shadow and light in equal measure, neither fully present nor fully absent. I am the keeper, the figure said. Or what remains of the keeper, at least. My body died long ago, but I persisted. Someone had to maintain the wards. Someone had to wait. For me. For anyone. The keeper's form flickered, stabilized. We didn't know if a new dragon would ever awaken. The blood magic we wove into the surviving families was uncertain at best. But we hoped. The shadow dragon's eyes, burning with that familiar violet light, fixed on Harry. And now here you are. Young. Scared. Powerful beyond your understanding. Everyone keeps telling me that. Harry's voice came out sharper than he intended. That I'm powerful, that I'm important, that I have all this potential. But I don't feel powerful. I feel like a kid who doesn't know anything, who can barely control what's happening to his own body. Good. The keeper's response surprised him. That's exactly how you should feel. The dragons who thought they were powerful, who thought they understood everything, they died first. It was the humble ones, the careful ones, who lasted longest. The shadow form drifted closer. You've already learned the most important lesson, hatchling. You know how little you know. That doesn't feel like a lesson. It feels like drowning. Same thing, from the right angle. Was the keeper, laughing? Tell me, young one. What do you want? Not what you think you should want, not what others expect from you. What does Harry Potter want for himself? Harry thought about it. Really thought, for the first time since his awakening. I want to be safe, he said finally. I want to understand what I am. I want. He hesitated. I want to make my own choices. Not have people chase me or use me or tell me what I'm supposed to become. Simple wants. Good wants. The keeper's form solidified slightly. I can help with the second and third. Safety is more complicated, the world has many dangers, and some of them have already noticed you. But understanding and choice. Those, I can teach. How? This stronghold was built as a school, among other things. A place where young dragons learn to control their abilities, understand their heritage, choose who they wanted to be. The keeper's gesture encompassed the vast chamber. The students are gone, but the lessons remain. I've been preparing them for millennia, refining them, waiting for someone who could receive them. Harry looked around the chamber, really looked, for the first time. The walls were covered not just with carvings but with information. Diagrams. Instructions. Knowledge compressed into visual form, waiting to be decoded. When can we start? The keeper's laugh echoed through the stone. I like you, hatchling. You remind me of someone I knew, long ago. Impatient. Driven. Hungry for more than the world wanted to give you. The shadow form drifted toward one of the walls. We start now. But first, a warning. Another one. The most important one. The keeper's eyes dimmed slightly. The void speaker knows you've awakened. It's already trying to reach you, in dreams, in the deep shadows, in moments of weakness. Every time you use your power, you open yourself to its influence a little more. I know. Amara told me. Amara told you what the dragon speakers understood. But there's more. The keeper's voice dropped. The void speaker was once one of us, hatchling. A dragon who looked into the void too long and let it look back. It was corrupted, transformed, became something other. And now it wants to do the same to you. Harry felt cold despite the warmth in his chest. One of you. A shadow dragon? The oldest of us. The first to fully embrace the darkness, to become one with the void between stars. The keeper's form flickered with something that might have been old grief. We thought we could contain it. We were wrong. It broke free, and in doing so, it broke us. The hunt, the extinction, the void speaker set those events in motion, used the wizards as tools, arranged everything to destroy the only beings who could threaten its power. But it's still sealed away. The dragons who died, they sealed it. They did. At the cost of everything they had left. The keeper's eyes met Harry's. The seal holds, for now. But it weakens with every passing century. And now that you've awakened, the void speaker has something it's been lacking, hope. Hope that it can corrupt you the way it couldn't corrupt the others. Hope that it can finally complete what it started 3,000 years ago. Harry thought about the voice in his dreams. The offers. The promises of power beyond imagining, of understanding, of belonging. I won't let it, he said, and his voice was steady. I don't care how patient it is. I don't care what it offers. I won't become that. The keeper studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, the shadow form bowed, a gesture of respect that felt ancient and significant. I believe you, hatchling. And I will do everything in my power to help you keep that promise. The figure straightened. Now. Shall we begin? The ministry didn't find the stronghold. They tried. Harry felt their probes against the wards, sensed the detection spells sliding off the ancient protections like water off stone. But the dragons who had built this place had anticipated enemies far more capable than modern wizards. The stronghold remained hidden, wrapped in shadows that no spell could penetrate. Harry trained. He trained harder than he'd ever done anything in his life. The keeper was a demanding teacher, pushing Harry to his limits and beyond, refusing to accept excuses or half-measures. But there was also kindness there, buried under millennia of waiting, a genuine desire to see Harry succeed that made the hard lessons easier to bear. He learned to shift fully, deliberately, without emotional triggers. His dragon form was smaller than the ancient dragons, child-sized, really, but it was his, and he reveled in the freedom of wings and scales and fire that answered his will instead of his fear. He learned to shadow walk with precision, entering the darkness in one place and emerging exactly where he intended. The shadows welcomed him now, responded to his presence like pets recognizing their master. He could see through them, communicate through them, hide within them for hours without strain. He learned history. Real history, not the sanitized versions taught in wizard schools. The Keeper showed him the rise and fall of dragon civilization, the alliances and betrayals, the long decline that preceded the final catastrophe. Harry understood now why the dragons had been hunted, and why they might have been able to prevent it, if they'd been less proud, less isolated, less certain of their own superiority. And he learned about the Void Speaker. Not everything, the Keeper admitted there was much even it didn't know. But enough to understand the scope of the threat. The Void Speaker wasn't just an enemy, it was a corruption, a wrongness at the heart of reality. It had been sealed away, but it would never stop trying to escape. Harry's existence gave it hope, and that hope made it more dangerous than it had been in millennia. "You'll have to face it eventually," the Keeper said one evening, as Harry rested after a particularly grueling session. "Not now. Not for years, perhaps decades. But eventually. No seal holds forever. What happens if I'm not ready? Then everything ends. Not just dragons, not just wizards. Everything." The Keeper's voice was calm, matter-of-fact. "The Void Speaker doesn't want to rule the world, hatchling. It wants to unmake it. Return everything to the void from which it came. That's insane." "Yes. It is. That's what makes it so dangerous, you can't reason with it, can't negotiate. It wants oblivion, and it will do anything to achieve it." Harry stared at the ceiling of his chamber, carved stone that depicted dragons flying through endless darkness. "How do I stop something like that? I don't know." The Keeper's honesty was brutal. The original dragons sealed it, but they couldn't destroy it. Maybe destruction isn't possible. Maybe the best anyone can do is maintain the seal, keep it contained, hold the line until something changes. Until what changes? I don't know that either. The shadow form flickered with frustration. "I've had 3,000 years to think about it, and I still don't have answers. Perhaps you'll find something I missed. Perhaps the universe will provide a solution I couldn't imagine." The Keeper's voice softened. "Or perhaps this is simply the burden your kind was born to carry. An eternal vigil against a threat that can never be fully defeated." Harry thought about that for a long time after the Keeper left. An eternal vigil. A burden passed down through generations. Fighting something that wanted to destroy everything, knowing that winning meant nothing more than being able to keep fighting. It should have been depressing. Instead, Harry felt something unexpected: determination. He wouldn't let the universe end. He wouldn't let the Void Speaker win. And if that meant fighting forever, maintaining an eternal vigil against the dark, so be it. 3 months after arriving at the stronghold, Harry received his first visitor from the outside world. He was practicing aerial maneuvers, still awkward, still learning, but getting better every day, when the wards pinged with an unfamiliar presence. Not hostile, the ancient defenses reported, but not recognized either. Someone approaching with peaceful intent, but not someone the stronghold had encountered before. Harry landed in the entrance courtyard and shifted to human form, his scales receding and his wings folding into dimensions that didn't quite exist. Amara appeared beside him moments later, her own senses having detected the intrusion. "Wizard," she said quietly. "Old. Powerful. Alone. Should we wait?" Amara's hand on his arm was steady. "Let's see who it is first." The figure emerged from the mist a few minutes later. An old man, with a long white beard and half-moon spectacles, wearing robes of deep purple covered in silver stars. His eyes, bright blue and disconcertingly sharp, fixed on Harry with an expression of profound interest. "Harry Potter," said Albus Dumbledore. "I've been looking for you for quite some time." Harry's first instinct was to shift, to flee, to call on the stronghold's defenses. But something held him back, not the keeper's presence, which he could feel watching from the stones, but his own curiosity. "How did you find this place?" Dumbledore smiled, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "I didn't, truly. The wards are magnificent, far beyond anything I could penetrate. But I know these mountains well, and I know what to look for. The absence of a location can be as telling as its presence, if you know how to read the signs. What do you want?" "To talk." Dumbledore spread his hands in a gesture of openness. "Nothing more. I understand you have every reason to distrust me, to distrust any wizard, given your experiences. But I hope you'll give me a chance to explain myself." Harry glanced at Amara, who shrugged slightly. Her expression said, "Your choice." "Fine," Harry said. "We can talk. But if you try anything, I wouldn't dream of it." Dumbledore's voice was mild. "I am many things, Harry, but I am not foolish enough to threaten a shadow dragon in the heart of his ancestral home." They moved to a chamber near the entrance, neutral ground, not the inner stronghold where the keeper waited. Dumbledore settled into a chair with the ease of someone who'd sat in 1,000 strange places, his eyes taking in the dragon-carved walls with evident fascination. "Remarkable," he murmured. "I've studied the old legends, of course, but to see proof of them with my own eyes." "You didn't come here to admire the architecture?" "No." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, focusing on Harry with uncomfortable intensity. "I came because I owe you an explanation. And because I fear I've made a terrible mistake." "What mistake?" "Placing you with the Dursleys." Dumbledore's voice was heavy with something that might have been regret. "When your parents died, I thought. I believed that blood protection, the love your mother's sacrifice created, would keep you safe. I knew the Dursleys were not kind people, but I thought the magical protection was worth the cost." He paused. "I was wrong." Harry felt old anger stirring, memories of the cupboard, the belt, the years of darkness. "You knew they were hurting me?" "I knew they were, not ideal guardians. I did not know the extent of the abuse until after your awakening, when the investigation revealed what had truly been happening in that house." Dumbledore's eyes dropped. "I should have checked. Should have verified. Instead, I trusted my protections and ignored the human element. Why are you telling me this?" "Because you deserve to know. And because I suspect you've been told many things about me, some true, some exaggerated, some perhaps entirely false." Dumbledore met Harry's eyes again. "I am not your enemy, Harry. But I have made choices that affected your life, without consulting you or considering your well-being beyond the abstract. That was wrong of me, regardless of my intentions." Harry wasn't sure how to respond. He'd expected manipulation from Dumbledore. Everyone had warned him about the old wizard's tendency to view people as chess pieces. This straightforward admission of fault was unexpected. "What do you want from me?" he asked finally. "Nothing." Dumbledore's smile was sad. "I came to apologize, not to recruit. I know the Ministry sees you as a threat to be eliminated or controlled. I know there are factions who want to use your power for their own ends. I will not be one of them. But I would like to offer you something, if you'll accept it." Dumbledore reached into his robes and produced a small object, a stone, unremarkable except for the rune carved into its surface. "This is a communication stone. If you ever need help, any kind of help, from someone on the outside, you can use it to contact me. I won't track you. I won't use it against you. It's simply an offer. In case you need an ally someday." Harry took the stone cautiously. It felt warm in his hand, alive with old magic. Why would you help me? I'm a shadow dragon. Your people hunted mine to extinction. My people did many terrible things, in the past and the present. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. The hunt was a tragedy, one of many that magical society would prefer to forget. I cannot undo it. But I can choose not to perpetuate it. He rose, moving toward the exit. I will not disturb you further, Harry. You have my apology and my offer. What you do with them is entirely your choice. He was at the door when Harry spoke again. Dumbledore. The Void Speaker, do you know what it is? The old wizard paused. When he turned back, his expression was grave. I know legends. Whispers of something ancient and terrible, sealed away in the spaces between worlds. Something that even the dragons feared. It's real. It's already trying to reach me. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. I suspected as much. The signs have been troubling. Dreams that don't quite feel like dreams. Shadows that move when they shouldn't. He met Harry's eyes. If the Void Speaker is indeed awakening, then the world may need you more than anyone realizes. Not as a weapon, but as a guardian. The last line of defense against something that would consume everything. I know. Then you're wiser than I was at your age. Or perhaps wiser than I am now. Dumbledore's smile was genuine this time. Good luck, Harry Potter. I suspect you'll need it. He disappeared into the mist, leaving Harry alone with the stone and a head full of complicated thoughts. That night, Harry sat on the stronghold's highest peak and watched the stars. The keeper drifted beside him, its shadow form barely visible against the darkness. Neither spoke for a long time. You didn't trust him, the keeper said finally. That's good. Dumbledore's motives are rarely as simple as they appear. But I didn't reject him either. Harry turned the communication stone over in his hands. He came to apologize. That means something, doesn't it? Perhaps. Or perhaps it's another manipulation, kindness as a weapon, vulnerability as a trap. The keeper's voice was neutral. The point is that you're thinking about it. Considering the angles. That's more than many would do. Harry pocketed the stone. I'll keep it. Just in case. But I won't rely on it. A sensible approach. The keeper was quiet for a moment. You've learned a great deal in a short time, hatchling. More than most manage in years of study. But there's something still missing. What? Experience. Real experience, not memories or training exercises. You fought once, against Ashworth's team, but that was reactive. Desperate. You need to learn what it feels like to use your power deliberately, in situations where you have time to think. How do I get that kind of experience without the ministry finding me? The keeper's form flickered with something that might have been amusement. There are threats in the world beyond the ministry, hatchling. Creatures and forces that have nothing to do with wizarding politics. Some of them have been growing bolder in recent years, sensing that the old powers are distracted or diminished. You want me to, what? Go hunting? I want you to be ready. And to be ready, you need to test yourself against real opposition. The keeper drifted closer. There is a darkness gathering in the north. Not the Void Speaker, something smaller, but still dangerous. A nest of creatures that should not exist in this world, bleeding through from somewhere else. What kind of creatures? The kind that feed on shadow. That would devour your power if they could reach it. The keeper's eyes glowed brighter. They are enemies of all dragons, and they have been growing in strength. Left unchecked, they will eventually threaten the stronghold itself. Harry felt his fire stir in response to the keeper's words. When do we leave? Tomorrow. If you're willing. Harry looked up at the stars, distant, ancient, indifferent to the struggles of beings like him. Somewhere out there, the void speaker waited. Somewhere below, the ministry hunted. And somewhere to the north, creatures of darkness gathered. He was 6 years old. He'd been a dragon for less than 3 months. And the universe seemed determined to throw threats at him faster than he could handle them. "I'm willing," he said, and his voice didn't shake at all. Director Ashworth sat in his London office, staring at the wall. The official inquiry had cleared him of wrongdoing. The assault on Gringotts was classified as a calculated risk rather than a catastrophic failure. His position was secure, his authority intact. But he knew the truth. He'd had the dragon child in his grasp, and he'd failed. Failed against a 6-year-old with unstable powers and no training. Failed despite decades of preparation, despite weapons specifically designed for this scenario, despite everything the Extinction Division had developed over centuries. The child was getting stronger. Every day he remained free, every hour he spent in that hidden stronghold, he became more dangerous. And the politicians, in their infinite wisdom, had decided to pursue diplomatic options, instead of finishing the job. Ashworth opened a drawer and withdrew a file, old, yellowed, marked with warnings that should have kept anyone from reading it. But Ashworth wasn't anyone. He was the director of the Extinction Division, and there were no secrets in his domain. The file contained plans. Contingencies. Methods that had been deemed too extreme for official sanction, but which had been preserved nonetheless. Because those who built the division had known what Ashworth knew, some threats could not be managed through diplomacy. Some threats required permanent solutions. He began to read. And somewhere in the darkness, something ancient smiled. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The City of Old Debts. The north wind carried the smell of wrongness. Harry crouched on a rocky outcrop, his dragon eyes cutting through the pre-dawn darkness, watching the valley below. 3 days of traveling through shadow paths and goblin tunnels had brought them here, a desolate stretch of Scottish highlands where nothing should have lived, but something clearly did. There. Amara pointed toward a cluster of rocks near the valley's center. "Do you see it?" Harry focused, letting his vision shift into the spectrum that only shadow dragons could perceive. The rocks weren't rocks at all. They were a structure, organic, pulsing, made of something that hurt to look at directly. And around it, moving in patterns that suggested intelligence, were shapes that defied easy description. "What are they?" Void touched. The keeper's voice whispered through the shadow link they'd established before leaving the stronghold. "Creatures from the space between. They should not be able to exist in this reality, but something is anchoring them here." The structure. A breach point. A wound in the fabric of the world, bleeding wrongness into existence. The keeper's tone was grim. "This is what happens when the void speaker's influence seeps through the cracks. It cannot act directly, but it can encourage. Push. Create openings for things that serve its purposes." Harry studied the creatures more carefully. They moved like shadows given form, fluid, boneless, with too many limbs that seemed to phase in and out of visibility. Each one was roughly human-sized, but there was nothing human about the hunger that radiated from them. "How many?" "I count 12, Amara said. "But there may be more inside the structure." "The breach must be closed," the keeper added. "While it remains open, more will come through. And these creatures grow stronger the longer they remain in our world." Harry took a breath, feeling his fire stir in response to the challenge. This was what he'd trained for. What he'd asked for, even, real experience against real threats. So why did his hands keep wanting to shake? "How do I close a breach?" "With shadow fire. The same flames that burned Ashworth's shields can seal wounds in reality, but you'll need to reach the breach point first. The creatures will try to stop you. Then I'll go through them." Harry's voice came out steadier than he felt. "Amara, stay here. If something goes wrong, I'm coming with you." Her tone left no room for argument. "The dragon speakers fought alongside your kind for millennia. I'm not about to start hiding now. Harry wanted to argue, but he could see the determination in her eyes. And truthfully, he was grateful not to be facing this alone. Okay. Together, then. He reached for the shadows around him, feeling them respond with eager familiarity. The darkness wrapped around both of them like a cloak, hiding their presence from anything that might be watching. On 3, he whispered. 1. 2, they moved. Shadow walking into a hostile environment was different from anything Harry had practiced. The training sessions had been controlled, deliberate, step into darkness here, emerge from darkness there. This was chaos. The void-touched creatures sensed them the moment they entered the valley, their eyeless heads swiveling toward the shadows with predatory attention. Harry emerged from the darkness 20 meters from the nearest creature and immediately breathed fire. The violet flames hit the void-touched dead center, and for a moment, Harry thought it would be easy. The creature shrieked, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once, and its form began to dissolve. Then it reformed. Not completely, parts of it were missing, burned away by the shadow fire, but enough. It lunged toward Harry with its remaining limbs, moving faster than anything that damaged should be able to move. Harry shifted. The transformation was smoother now, practiced, but it still took a precious half-second. His human form elongated into something scaled and winged, claws extending just in time to meet the creature's charge. He caught it mid-air, his dragon strength holding it at bay while he poured more fire into its corrupted form. This time, it stayed dead. But the others were coming. Harry could feel them converging on his position, drawn by the light and sound of combat. 8, 9, 10 of them, moving through the rocks with fluid grace. Harry. Amara's voice cut through the chaos. She'd taken a position on higher ground, her hands moving in patterns that Harry recognized from the old texts, dragon speaker techniques, designed to disrupt creatures of shadow. The breach. You need to reach the breach. He looked toward the structure at the valley's center. 50 meters, maybe 60. With a dozen void touched between him and it. Harry launched himself into the air. Flying in combat was nothing like training. The void touched leaped after him, their limbs extending in ways that shouldn't have been possible, reaching for his wings with hungry intent. Harry twisted, dove, breathed fire at anything that got too close. One creature caught his tail, its touch burning with cold that seemed to reach into his very essence. He ripped free with a snarl, leaving scales behind, and kept flying. The structure loomed ahead. Up close, it was even more disturbing, organic curves that suggested something growing rather than built, surfaces that seemed to shift when he looked at them directly. And at its center, visible now through his dragon eyes, was the breach itself. A wound in reality. A hole in the world that led somewhere else, somewhere dark and hungry and wrong. Things were trying to push through even as he watched, formless shapes pressing against the barrier between dimensions. Harry landed on the structure's apex, his claws finding purchase on surfaces that felt like they were trying to reject him. The remaining void-touched were climbing after him, their movements frantic now, desperate to stop him before he could complete his task. He gathered his fire. Not the violet shadow flames he'd been using, those could burn the creatures, but they weren't enough for this. He reached deeper, into the place where the white fire lived. The dragonheart flame that Amara had warned him about. It hurt. Stars and shadows, it hurt, like reaching into his own chest and pulling out something vital. But the power came, rising through him in a wave of incandescent light, and Harry directed it all toward the breach. The white fire hit the wound in reality like water hitting a hot pan. Steam, or something like steam, erupted from the contact point. The breach screamed. Breaches shouldn't be able to scream, but this one did, and reality began to reassert itself. The hole shrank, its edges burning closed, the things trying to push through falling back into whatever dimension they'd come from. The void touched below him went mad. They threw themselves at the structure with suicidal intensity, climbing over each other in their desperation to reach Harry. One of them got close enough to rake its claws across his side, opening wounds that burned with void cold. Another caught his wing, nearly dragging him off his perch. Harry held on. He kept pouring fire into the breach, even as his vision started to gray at the edges, even as his body screamed that he was using too much, pushing too hard. The seal was almost complete. Just a little more, the breach closed with a sound like a thunderclap in reverse. Harry collapsed. He woke to Amara's worried face hovering over him. "Easy," she said, her hands pressing something against the wounds on his side. "You're alive, but you pushed yourself too hard. The Dragonheart flame isn't meant to be used like that." Harry tried to speak, but his throat was raw. He managed a croak that might have been, "Creatures. Dead." When the breach closed, they lost their anchor to this reality. They just dissolved. Amara's voice was carefully neutral, but Harry could see the relief in her eyes. "It's over. You did it." Harry let his head fall back against the rock beneath him. Every muscle in his body ached, and his fire felt distant, depleted in a way that was deeply unsettling. But beneath the exhaustion was something else. Satisfaction. Pride, maybe. He'd faced a real threat and won. "The keeper was right," he said, his voice a rasp. "I needed this. Needed to know I could." Could what? Make a difference. Harry closed his eyes. All the training, the memories, the knowledge, it's just theory until you use it. Now I know it's real. I know I'm real. Amara was quiet for a long moment. Then, softly, "You're more than real, Harry. You're remarkable. I've studied the old accounts, the stories of dragons in their prime. What you just did, closing a breach alone, at your age, they would have been impressed." "At my age?" Harry laughed weakly. "I'm 6 years old. And yet." Amara's hand found his, squeezed gently. "Age is just one measure of a person. What matters is what you do with the time you have." They rested in the valley until Harry could stand, then began the slow journey back to the stronghold. The void touched were gone, the breach was sealed, and the highlands felt cleaner somehow, as if a poison had been drained from the land. But Harry couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. 3 weeks after the breach, visitors came to the stronghold. Harry sensed them approaching through the wards, not hostile, the ancient defenses reported, but not recognized either. Multiple presences, moving with deliberate caution, stopping at the outer boundary as if waiting for permission. "Goblins," the keeper said, materializing beside Harry on the entrance platform. "And they've brought guests." Harry shifted to human form. The goblins had seen his dragon shape, but guests were another matter, and waited as the mist parted to reveal the approaching party. Director Ragnarok led them, his ancient face unreadable. Behind him came 2 other goblins Harry didn't recognize, and between them, a woman. Tall, pale, with hair so blonde it was almost white and features that could have been carved from ice. She wore robes of deep green silk, and her eyes, gray, cold, calculating, fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his scales want to emerge. "Harry Potter," Ragnarok said as they reached the entrance. "May I present Lady Narcissa Malfoy? She has requested an audience." Harry's eyes narrowed. He knew the Malfoy name from the documents Griselda had provided, old pure-blood family, deeply connected to the Ministry's darker factions, rumored ties to the Death Eaters who had followed Voldemort. Not the kind of people who should be seeking him out. Why? Narcissa's lips curved in something that wasn't quite a smile. Direct. "I appreciate that." Her voice was cultured, controlled, every syllable precisely placed. "I've come to offer you sanctuary, Mr. Potter. And before you refuse, which I can see you're about to do, I'd ask that you hear my reasons. I have sanctuary. I'm standing in it. You have a fortress." Narcissa's gaze swept the stronghold's entrance with evident appreciation. "A magnificent one. But fortresses can become prisons if you never leave them. The world is moving, Mr. Potter, and you are not part of it. That makes you vulnerable in ways that stone walls cannot protect against. Harry glanced at Ragnar, who gave a slight nod. Hear her out, the gesture seemed to say. She's more complicated than she appears. Come inside, Harry said finally. But understand, if this is a trap, if you're working with the ministry, if I were working with the ministry, I would hardly announce myself at your front door. Narcissa's tone was dry. Director Ashworth has been persistent in his inquiries about my family's loyalties. I have no love for him or his methods. They moved to a receiving chamber, one of the smaller rooms, where Harry could control the environment and the exits. Narcissa settled into a chair with unconscious grace, her posture perfect despite the obvious antiquity of the furniture. I'll be blunt, she said once they were seated. My position in wizarding society is precarious. My husband's associations during the last war have left us under suspicion, and the ministry is looking for any excuse to move against House Malfoy. When I learned of your existence, your true existence, I saw an opportunity. An opportunity for what? Mutual protection. Narcissa's eyes met his without flinching. You need allies in the wizarding world, people who can navigate the political landscape, provide intelligence, open doors that would otherwise remain closed. I need protection that the ministry cannot easily overcome. A shadow dragon's patronage would make my family untouchable. You want me to protect you in exchange for political connections. I want a partnership. One where both parties benefit. Narcissa leaned forward slightly. I'm not naive, Mr. Potter. I know my reputation, and I know what people say about my family. But I also know that my son is 7 years old, and if the ministry decides to make an example of us, he will suffer for his father's choices. I will do anything, to prevent that. There was something in her voice when she mentioned her son. Something that cut through the careful control, the polished presentation. Raw, genuine, almost desperate. Harry recognized it. He'd felt it himself, in the cupboard, in the moments when survival seemed impossible. Tell me about your son. Narcissa blinked, clearly not expecting the question. Draco? He's a child. Spoiled, perhaps, I've given him too much, trying to make up for his father's absences. But he's clever, and curious, and he has a good heart underneath the posturing. Her expression softened in a way that transformed her entire face. He deserves better than to be punished for decisions made before he was born. Harry thought about the documents he'd read. The Malfoy family's history of supporting blood purity, their connections to dark wizards, the rumors of their involvement in Voldemort's inner circle. By any reasonable measure, Narcissa Malfoy should be his enemy. But he'd also read about the dragon speakers, who had been hunted and erased for the crime of showing compassion. About the goblins, who had been subjugated and marginalized for daring to demand equality. About his own ancestors, who had been slaughtered because their power made wizards uncomfortable. The world wasn't divided into simple categories of good and evil. People were complicated. Capable of terrible things and beautiful things in equal measure. I'll consider your offer, Harry said finally. But I have conditions. Name them. First, I need information. Everything you know about Director Ashworth, his division, their methods and resources. I need to understand my enemies before I can fight them. Narcissa nodded. Done. I have sources within the ministry who have been forthcoming. Second, I want to meet your son. If I'm going to involve myself with your family, I need to know what I'm protecting. A flash of something, surprise. Concern, crossed Narcissa's face. Draco doesn't know about this meeting. I wasn't sure, if this works, he'll find out eventually. Better to start with honesty. Narcissa was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled, and this time it was genuine. You're not what I expected, Mr. Potter. The reports described a feral child, barely in control of his powers. But you're measured. Strategic. I've had good teachers. Harry glanced toward the shadows where the keeper lurked, invisible to normal sight. And I've learned that acting without thinking usually makes things worse. A lesson many adults never master. Narcissa rose, smoothing her robes with practiced grace. I'll arrange for you to meet Draco. And I'll have my intelligence on Ashworth delivered through goblin channels, safer than Owl Post, given the Ministry's surveillance. She paused at the door. Thank you for hearing me out, Mr. Potter. I know I'm not the ally you would have chosen. The best allies rarely are. The meeting with Draco Malfoy happened a week later, at a location chosen for its neutrality, a secluded garden on the Malfoy estate, warded against surveillance but visible enough that both parties could see threats approaching. Harry arrived through Shadow Walk, emerging from the darkness beneath an ancient oak to find a blonde boy about his own age standing by a fountain, looking distinctly uncomfortable. "You're Harry Potter," Draco said. His voice was higher than Harry expected, and there was a tremor in it that suggested his mother's assurances hadn't entirely calmed his nerves. The dragon. I'm Harry." He deliberately didn't shift, didn't show scales or fire, didn't do anything to emphasize the power differential. "Your mother said you wanted to meet me." "Mother said I should meet you." Draco's chin lifted slightly, a practiced gesture that didn't quite hide his fear. "She said you might be important. That our family needs allies. Is that what you think?" Draco's composure cracked slightly. "I think my father is away on business again and my mother has been having secret meetings and everyone is scared of something they won't tell me about." His voice rose. "I think something is wrong and nobody will explain it, and now there's a boy who can turn into a dragon standing in my garden and I don't know what I'm supposed to do." Harry studied him for a moment, the fear beneath the bravado, the confusion beneath the practiced pureblood mask. Draco Malfoy was a child, just like him. A child caught up in forces he didn't understand, struggling to make sense of a world that adults had thoroughly complicated. "I don't know what you're supposed to do either," Harry said quietly. "I'm 6 years old. 3 months ago, I lived in a cupboard under the stairs and the biggest danger in my life was my uncle's temper. Now I'm apparently supposed to be some kind of political figure with ancient enemies and complicated alliances." He shrugged. "It's all a bit overwhelming, honestly." Draco stared at him. "You lived in a cupboard?" "My aunt and uncle didn't like magic. They liked me even less." Harry sat down on the edge of the fountain, deliberately casual. "Your mother says you're clever. Is that true?" Draco seemed thrown by the change of subject. "I'm top of my tutor's classes. Mother says I'll be the best student Hogwarts has seen in a generation." "That's what your mother says. What do you think?" The blonde boy was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he sat down on the fountain's opposite edge. "I think I'm good at learning things that people expect me to learn. But I'm not sure I'm good at understanding them." "Not really." "What do you mean?" "Like, I know all the pureblood traditions. I can recite my family tree back 12 generations. I can tell you the proper form of address for every noble house in Britain." Draco's voice had lost some of its defensive edge, becoming more thoughtful. "But I don't know why any of it matters. It's just rules. Things you do because you're supposed to." Harry nodded slowly. "I spent years following rules I didn't understand. Do what you're told. Stay quiet. Don't ask questions. It kept me alive, but it didn't make me happy." "Were you ever happy, I mean?" "Sometimes. In small moments, a sunny day when they forgot about me, a book Dudley threw away that I managed to rescue." Harry looked up at the sky, remembering. Happiness was always stolen, never given. I had to find it for myself. Draco was watching him with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. "That sounds terrible." It was. But it taught me something important: nobody else is going to make you happy. Nobody else is going to give you purpose. You have to figure that out yourself, and then fight for it. Even if it means fighting your own family. Harry met his eyes. If your family wants to hurt you, yes. If they want to use you, yes. But I don't think that's what's happening here. Your mother came to me because she's terrified of losing you. That's not using, that's love. Draco's composure finally broke entirely. She never talks about it. The fear. She smiles and says everything will be fine, but I can see it in her eyes. Something bad is coming, isn't it? Something bad is always coming. Harry's voice was gentler now. But that doesn't mean you're helpless. That doesn't mean you have to face it alone. Is that why she wants to ally with you? So we won't be alone. Partly. And partly because she's smart enough to see which way the wind is blowing. Harry stood, offering Draco his hand. I'm not going to pretend we're friends. We've just met, and trust takes time. But I'm willing to try, if you are. Draco looked at the offered hand for a long moment. Then, slowly, he reached out and took it. Okay, he said quietly. I'm willing to try. The intelligence Narcissa provided was extensive. Harry spent 3 days reading through documents, reports, intercepted communications, a comprehensive picture of Director Ashworth and his Extinction Division. What he found was disturbing. Ashworth wasn't just hunting Harry. He was building towards something larger, a systematic program to identify and eliminate any magical being that fell outside Ministry control. Werewolves, vampires, giants, anyone with creature heritage was being catalogued, tracked, marked for eventual containment or termination. He's not going to stop, Harry said during a strategy session with Amara and the Keeper. Even if I disappeared tomorrow, he'd find someone else to hunt. This is who he is. The division has existed for centuries, the Keeper confirmed. Ashworth is merely its current head. The philosophy, that certain beings are too dangerous to exist, predates him by generations. Then we can't just defend. We have to expose them. Harry's mind was racing. If the public knew what the division was really doing, many wizards would approve, Amara said quietly. The fear of dangerous creatures runs deep. Ashworth isn't operating in a vacuum, he has support. But not universal support. There are moderates, people who believe in due process, people who think genocide is wrong even against beings they fear. Harry pulled out one of the documents, a memo discussing expanded termination authority that had been rejected by the Wizengamot 3 times. The division keeps pushing for more power and keeps being denied. That means there's resistance. Resistance that's losing, the Keeper pointed out. Each year, the division grows stronger. Each crisis, they gain more authority. The pattern is clear. Then we change the pattern. Harry stood, pacing the chamber. We've been reactive, hiding, training, waiting for them to make moves. What if we went on the offensive instead? Offensive how? Information warfare. Narcissa has contacts throughout the Ministry. Griselda has historical records the Ministry wants buried. The goblins have evidence of treaty violations going back centuries. Harry's eyes gleamed in the dim light. What if we started sharing that information? Selectively, strategically, through channels the Ministry can't control. Amara frowned. That's dangerous. If they traced it back to you, they already want me dead. What's a little more motivation? Harry's smile was thin. Besides, I'm not the only target. Every being on Ashworth's list has reason to resist. Every family like the Malfoys, caught between Ministry pressure and their own survival. We could build a coalition. Against the Ministry itself. Against the people in the Ministry who think power means the right to decide who lives and dies. Harry's voice hardened. I didn't ask to be a symbol. I didn't ask for any of this. But if they're going to treat me like a threat no matter what I do, I might as well be a threat worth fearing. The Keeper was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, its form solidified into something almost approving. "You sound like a dragon now," it said. "Not a frightened hatchling, but a dragon who's ready to fight for what he believes in. I've had good examples." Harry glanced toward the vault where the bones rested, the remains of dragons who had chosen to stand together rather than fall alone. They fought to preserve something. "I want to fight to build something new." "What kind of something?" Harry thought about it. About the goblins who remembered old alliances, the dragon speakers who'd passed down hope through generations, the children like Draco who deserved better than to inherit their parents' wars. A world where power doesn't automatically mean destruction. Where being different doesn't mean being hunted. Where the people in charge actually have to answer for what they do. He met the keeper's eyes. "It sounds naive, I know. It sounds ambitious." The keeper's voice held something that might have been respect. "The dragons tried something similar, once. They failed, obviously. But they failed because they worked alone, because they thought their power was enough without allies or politics or the messy work of building coalitions. I won't make that mistake. No. I don't think you will." The coalition began to take shape over the following months. It started small. Communication networks established through goblin channels, information packets delivered to sympathetic ministry officials, quiet conversations in secure locations. Harry met with representatives of communities Ashworth had targeted, werewolf packs whose members had disappeared, vampire covens whose ancient treaties had been violated, half-giant families living in fear of registration requirements that felt like preludes to something darker. Not everyone trusted him. A 6-year-old claiming to lead resistance against the ministry was hard to take seriously, even a 6-year-old who could breathe fire. But Harry had something more valuable than credibility. He had the goblins. Ragnarok threw the full weight of the goblin nation behind Harry's efforts, not publicly, not in ways the ministry could easily counter, but through economic pressure, information access, and the quiet leverage that came from controlling the magical world's financial infrastructure. When a ministry official started investigating werewolf communities too aggressively, their family's Gringotts account suddenly developed irregularities that required personal attention. When the division tried to expand its surveillance network, key contracts mysteriously fell through. It wasn't direct confrontation, Harry wasn't ready for that, and might never be, but it was effective. The division's operations slowed. Ashworth's requests for additional resources were denied. The political tide, slowly, began to turn. "You're making enemies," Narcissa warned during one of their regular meetings. "Powerful enemies, beyond just Ashworth. There are people in the Wisengamot who see what you're doing." "Good. Let them see." Harry had grown in the months since their first meeting, not physically, not noticeably, but in presence. In the way he carried himself. "The more they fear me, the more they'll hesitate. And while they're hesitating, we're building." "Building toward what?" "I don't know yet. Something better than what exists." Harry's smile was sharp. "But first, we survive. And survival means making sure our enemies spend more time fighting each other than fighting us." Narcissa studied him for a long moment. "You've changed. When we first met, you were cautious. Reactive. Now I've realized that caution doesn't protect you from people who've already decided you're a threat." Harry stood, moving toward the window that overlooked the Malfoy gardens. "The ministry will never accept me. Ashworth will never stop hunting me. The only question is whether I die quietly or loudly. And you've chosen loudly. I've chosen to matter. If they're going to kill me eventually, and they might, I want to leave something behind. Something that makes their victory hollow." Narcissa was quiet for a long moment. Then she rose, coming to stand beside him at the window. Below, in the garden, Draco was practicing flying on a child's broom, his movements clumsy but determined. "My son asks about you," she said quietly. "Whether you're really as dangerous as the papers say. Whether you're going to burn the world down. What do you tell him?" That you're a boy who was hurt badly and learned to fight back. That dangerous isn't the same as evil. That sometimes the people calling someone a monster are the real monsters. Her voice dropped. That he should form his own opinions, when he's ready. Harry watched Draco attempt to turn, nearly fall, catch himself at the last moment. He's got courage. More than he knows. He has his father's pride and his mother's stubbornness. A difficult combination. Narcissa's lips curved slightly. But perhaps not a bad one, in times like these. Perhaps not. The attack came without warning. Harry was in the stronghold's training chamber, working through advanced shadow manipulation exercises, when the ward screamed. Not the gentle ping of visitors approaching, but a full-throated alarm, breach detected, hostile forces, emergency protocols activating. He shifted to dragon form before the second alarm finished sounding. Report, he demanded through the shadow link. The Keeper's response was grim. Ministry forces. At least 50, maybe more. They've brought ward breakers, powerful ones. The outer defenses are falling. How did they find us? I don't know. But they're not stopping to negotiate. This is an assault, Harry. They've come to destroy you. Harry launched himself toward the entrance, shadows parting before him. Through the wards, those that still functioned, he could feel the attackers spreading out, surrounding the stronghold, cutting off escape routes. This wasn't a capture mission. This was extermination. Amara? Here. She appeared beside him, her face pale but determined. I've activated the secondary defenses. It might buy us time. Time for what? I don't know. Her voice cracked slightly. I didn't plan for this. The stronghold was supposed to be safe, nowhere is safe. Not forever. Harry's dragon eyes swept the entrance chamber, calculating distances, defensive positions, possible strategies. But we're not helpless. And we're not alone. He reached through the shadows, sending messages through the network they'd built over months. To the goblins. To the coalition. To everyone who'd allied themselves with his cause. They're attacking. If you can help, now is the time. Then he turned to face the doors as they began to buckle under the assault. The first breach came 30 seconds later. Ministry wizards poured through the gap, their wands already casting, their faces set in the grim determination of soldiers following orders they might not agree with but would execute regardless. Harry met them with fire. The battle for the stronghold had begun. The ministry had come prepared. Dragonbane curses flew through the air, forcing Harry to stay mobile, to avoid the strikes that could cripple him. Shield spells deflected his fire. Coordination charms kept the attackers working in perfect sync, covering each other's weaknesses. But they hadn't prepared for everything. The stronghold's secondary defenses activated, ancient magics tied to the bones in the vault below, drawing on the remnants of power the dead dragons had left behind. Stone came alive, walls shifted, corridors rearranged themselves to confuse and separate the attackers. Ministry wizards found themselves isolated, lost in a maze that seemed to actively resist their presence. Harry used the chaos. He shadow-walked between engagements, appearing behind enemy lines, breathing fire and vanishing before they could retaliate. He wasn't trying to kill, most of these wizards were soldiers, following orders, but he wasn't gentle either. Burns and broken bones, terror and confusion. Anything to slow them down. Harry. Amara's voice through the shadow link was urgent. I found the ward breakers. 3 of them, in the eastern approach. If we can take them out, guide me. He followed her directions through the shadows, emerging in a corridor where 3 robed figures stood in a circle, channeling power into something that made his scales itch with wrongness. Anti-dragon magic, specifically designed to tear through the stronghold's protections. Harry didn't give them time to react. He dropped from the ceiling in full dragon form, his claws catching 2 of them before they could turn. The third managed to get a shield up, a good one, strong, but it couldn't stop Harry's white fire. The dragonheart flame burst from him in a concentrated beam, punching through the shield like it wasn't there. The wardbreaker screamed as the fire consumed his working, unraveled the complex spell he'd been maintaining. The pressure on the stronghold's defenses eased. But Harry paid the price. The white fire left him drained, gasping, his form flickering between dragon and human. He slumped against the wall, trying to gather enough strength to move. "Impressive," said a voice from the corridor's end. But ultimately futile. Director Ashworth walked toward him, his wand drawn but pointed at the floor. Behind him, more ministry wizards spread out, cutting off retreat. "You should have run," Ashworth continued. "When you had the chance. Hidden somewhere we couldn't find you, lived out your life in shadows. Instead, you chose to make yourself a symbol. A threat. And threats must be eliminated." Harry forced himself upright. His fire was nearly depleted, his shadows sluggish with exhaustion. But he wasn't finished yet. "You'll never stop," he said, his voice hoarse. "Even if you kill me. There will be others. There will always be others. Perhaps." Ashworth's expression was cold. "But you won't be there to see them. Dragon child, by the authority vested in me by the Ministry of Magic, I sentence you to." The wall exploded. Goblins poured through the breach, their armor gleaming, their weapons ready. Not Gringotts security, something older, more dangerous. Warrior goblins, the kind that hadn't been seen in centuries, emerging from tunnels that shouldn't exist into a battle that would reshape everything. "For the Alliance." Director Ragnarok's voice cut through the chaos. "For the dragons. For the debt owed and the debt paid." Ashworth's face went white. "This is an act of war, yes," Ragnarok said, his blade already moving toward the nearest ministry wizard. "It is." And the real battle began. The fighting lasted 3 hours. Harry watched most of it from the sidelines, too drained to participate effectively. Amara stayed with him, feeding him potions that helped restore his strength, narrating the conflict as it unfolded. The ministry forces were good, but they'd been expecting to fight one dragon and his handful of allies. They hadn't been prepared for the full might of the goblin nation, for warriors who'd been training in these mountains for centuries, for rage that had been building since the last dragon fell. By the end, the ministry was in full retreat. Ashworth escaped. Harry saw him disappear through some kind of emergency port key, but most of his forces weren't so lucky. The goblins took prisoners, disarmed the wounded, secured the stronghold's perimeter against further attack. "You came," Harry said when Ragnarok finally made his way to where they were sheltering. "You actually came. Did you think we wouldn't?" The old goblin's armor was spattered with blood, none of it his own, and his eyes were bright with something that looked almost like joy. "The alliance was broken, dragon child, but it was never forgotten. When the call came, we answered. This will have consequences. The ministry can pound sand, as I believe humans say." Ragnarok's grin showed far too many teeth. "They attacked goblin territory. Oh, they didn't know they were doing it. The stronghold status has been unclear in recent centuries, but the old treaties are explicit. Any assault on dragon holdings is an assault on goblin sovereignty. You planned this. I hoped for this." Ragnarok's voice softened slightly. "The goblin nation has been waiting for an excuse to challenge ministry authority for generations. You gave us one, and you gave us something to fight for beyond our own interests." He placed a gnarled hand on Harry's shoulder. "The Alliance is reborn, dragon child. Not as it was, but as it could be. Dragons and goblins, standing together again." Harry felt something shift in his chest, not his fire, not his shadows, but something newer. Something that felt like hope. "What happens now?" "Now we negotiate." Ragnarok's expression turned calculating. "The ministry cannot afford a goblin war. Their economy would collapse within months, and they know it. They'll have to make concessions, significant ones, to restore peace. Concessions like recognition of the dragon holdings as sovereign territory, dissolution of the Extinction Division, or at least significant restrictions on its authority, legal protections for beings the Ministry has been targeting. Ragnar's smile was fierce. You wanted to build something new, Dragon Child. This is the foundation. Harry looked out over the stronghold, battered but standing, defended by allies who had chosen to risk everything for him. For the idea of him, maybe. For what he represented. He was 7 years old now. He'd been a dragon for less than a year. And somehow, impossibly, he'd just helped start a revolution. Okay, he said quietly. Let's build. In London, Director Ashworth sat in the ruins of his office. The Ministry had disavowed his assault. Claimed they knew nothing about it, that he'd acted without authorization. Thrown him to the wolves to avoid a war they couldn't win. It didn't matter. The division was finished, or would be, once the negotiations concluded. Everything he'd built, everything he'd worked toward, destroyed by a child who shouldn't exist. But Ashworth wasn't finished. He reached for the file he'd been studying before the assault. The one with the forbidden plans, the methods too extreme for official sanction. If the Ministry wouldn't support him openly, he would work in the shadows. Find allies who shared his vision. Build something new from the wreckage of the old. The dragon had won this battle. But the war was far from over. And somewhere in the darkness between worlds, the void speaker stirred. Interesting, it whispered. Very interesting indeed. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Woman in White. 6 months after the Battle of the Stronghold, Harry Potter stood in the ruins of a manor house and tried to understand what he was seeing. The bodies were arranged in a circle. 7 of them, their robes still smoldering, their faces frozen in expressions of absolute terror. At the center of the circle, carved into the stone floor with something that burned rather than cut, was a symbol Harry had seen in his nightmares. The mark of the void speaker. This is the third one, Amara said quietly, her face pale in the morning light. Third in 2 weeks. Who were they? Minor pure-blood family. The Rolls. They had connections to the old Death Eater networks, but nothing active, at least, nothing we knew about. She crouched beside one of the bodies, her dragon speaker senses probing for something Harry couldn't perceive. They were trying to summon something. The ritual circle, the arrangement of the bodies, this was deliberate. Trying to contact the void speaker. Maybe. Or trying to draw on its power. Amara stood, wiping her hands on her robes as if they'd touched something unclean. Either way, something went wrong. The power they called answered, but not in the way they expected. Harry studied the symbol on the floor. It seemed to pulse when he looked at it directly, as if aware of his attention. Through his dragon senses, he could feel the wrongness bleeding from it, a wound in reality, smaller than the breach he'd closed in the Highlands but cut from the same cloth. Can you seal it? I can try. He knelt beside the symbol, reaching for his fire. The white flames came reluctantly, they always did now, after the battle, but they came. He poured them into the wound, feeling reality knit itself back together under his touch. When it was done, he was breathing hard, his vision graying at the edges. The seal held, but the effort had cost him. 3 incidents in 2 weeks, he said once he'd recovered enough to think clearly. That's not coincidence. No. Someone is teaching people how to reach the void speaker. Spreading the knowledge deliberately. Amara's expression was grim. And whoever it is, they don't care how many people die in the process. The negotiations with the Ministry had concluded a month ago. The terms were favorable, more favorable than Harry had dared hope. The stronghold was recognized as sovereign territory. The Extinction Division was disbanded, its personnel scattered to other departments, its records sealed. Legal protections were established for werewolves, vampires, and other beings who had previously existed at the Ministry's sufferance. But the victory felt hollow somehow. Ashworth had disappeared. His supporters had gone to ground. And in the vacuum they'd left, something else was growing. Something that used the Void Speaker's symbols and whispered promises of power to anyone willing to listen. Cults, Griselda Marchbanks said when Harry consulted her. There have always been fools willing to trade their souls for power they can't understand. But these are different. Organized. Connected. As if someone with actual knowledge is guiding them. Ashworth? Possible. He had access to the division's archives, which contained information about the Void Speaker that should have been destroyed centuries ago. The old witch's face was troubled. But I don't think he has the magical knowledge to actually make contact. Someone else is involved, someone who understands what they're dealing with. Harry thought about the Void Speaker's whispers in his dreams, which had grown more frequent since the battle. The entity couldn't reach him directly, not yet, but it was definitely trying. And if it could whisper to Harry, it could whisper to others. We need to find them, he said. Before they open something that can't be closed. The investigation led Harry to places he'd never expected. Through Narcissa's contacts, he learned that several of the cult's leaders had connections to old Death Eater families. Through the goblins, he discovered financial trails leading to Gringotts vaults that had been dormant for decades. Through his own shadow network, he traced whispered rumors of secret meetings, forbidden rituals, promises of power that transcended anything the wizarding world had seen. The picture that emerged was disturbing. Someone was building an army. Not a conventional force, the Ministry would notice that, but a network of true believers, scattered throughout magical society, all working toward a common goal. They called themselves the Speakers of the Void, and they believed the entity Harry fought against was actually a savior. They think the Void Speaker will remake the world, Draco reported during one of their increasingly frequent meetings. The Malfoy heir had become one of Harry's most valuable intelligence assets. His family's position gave him access to pureblood society that Harry could never achieve. Create a new order where magical power is all that matters. No ministry, no muggle world, no limits on what magic can do. And they're willing to kill to achieve it. They're willing to die for it. Draco's voice was troubled. Father's old friends, some of them have joined. People I've known my whole life, talking about transcendence and the coming darkness like it's something to celebrate. Your father? He's staying neutral. For now. Draco's jaw tightened. But I can see him watching, calculating. If the speakers get strong enough, if it looks like they might actually succeed, he'll join them. He'll do whatever protects the family. That's what he always does. There was old pain in Draco's voice, barely hidden. Mother's trying to keep him steady, but she's scared. We all are. Harry put a hand on Draco's shoulder, a gesture that would have been unthinkable a year ago but now felt natural. We'll stop them. Whatever it takes. How? You can't fight an idea. You can't burn belief. No. But you can offer something better. Harry's eyes were distant, thoughtful. The speakers are growing because people are afraid. Afraid of change, afraid of losing power, afraid of a world they don't understand. We need to give them something to hope for instead of fear. Like what? I don't know yet. But I'm working on it. The answer came from an unexpected source. Harry was in the stronghold's library, a vast space that the keeper had gradually revealed, filled with texts that predated the written word, when he found the reference. A single line, buried in a treatise on dragon governance that had been old when Rome was young, the Council of Flames, where all who walk in shadow might find common cause. Keeper, Harry called through the shadow link. What is the Council of Flames? The ancient presence materialized slowly, its form more solid than usual, a sign of genuine interest. Where did you find that reference? Tertullian's treatise on draconic polity. It mentions the council as if everyone should know what it is, but there's no explanation. The keeper was quiet for a long moment. When it spoke, Its voice carried the weight of memories that stretched back millennia. The Council of Flames was the highest governing body of our kind. All shadow dragons had a voice there, regardless of age or power. It was where we settled disputes, made treaties, decided matters that affected our entire civilization. The shadow form flickered. It was also open to representatives of allied species. Goblins, centaurs, mere-people, anyone who honored the old compacts could petition the council for aid or offer their own support. A parliament, Harry said slowly. A multi-species parliament. More than that. It was a symbol. Proof that beings of different kinds could work together, could build something larger than any single species could achieve alone. The keeper's voice turned bitter. The wizards destroyed it, of course. Couldn't tolerate an institution they didn't control. Harry's mind was racing. Could it be rebuilt? What? The council. Could we rebuild it? Not exactly as it was, we don't have enough dragons for that, but the idea. A place where different beings could come together, make decisions, protect each other. Harry stood, pacing the library with growing excitement. That's what the speakers are afraid of. Unity. Cooperation. The possibility that people might not need them or their dark promises. It would be complicated. But there was something in the keeper's voice that hadn't been there before. Interest. Hope. The old alliances are broken. Trust would need to be rebuilt from nothing. Not nothing. We already have the goblins. We have Narcissa's network. We have werewolf packs and vampire covens who fought beside us at the stronghold. Harry's eyes were bright. The foundation exists. We just need to build on it. And who would lead this council? You. No. Harry shook his head firmly. I'm a symbol, not a politician. The council would need to be genuinely representative, every group with a real voice, real power to shape decisions. He paused, thinking. But I could convene it. Use my position to bring people together. And then step back and let them decide their own future. The keeper was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, its form solidified into something almost approving. You continue to surprise me, hatchling. The old dragons never thought to share their power. They believed their wisdom entitled them to lead. The shadow presence drifted closer. Perhaps that's why they failed. Perhaps the council was always meant to be something more than they imagined. Will you help me? I've been waiting 3,000 years for someone to ask that question. The keeper's voice was warm. Yes, Harry Potter. I will help you. Whatever it takes. Building the Council of Flames took months. Harry traveled constantly, shadow-walking between meetings with representatives of every magical community he could reach. The goblins were easy, Director Ragnarok had been waiting for exactly this opportunity. The werewolf packs were harder, their trust damaged by centuries of ministry oppression. The vampire covens were hardest of all, their internal politics nearly impenetrable to outsiders. But slowly, piece by piece, the structure took shape. The council's first formal meeting was held in the stronghold's great hall, in the same chamber where Harry had once faced the keeper alone. Now it was filled with representatives of a dozen different species, their forms ranging from the familiar to the fantastic. Ragnarok spoke for the goblins. A Skard which named Alara Greyback spoke for the werewolves, no relation to the infamous Fenrir, she'd explained curtly, and anyone who suggested otherwise would regret it. A pale, ancient vampire named Lord Sanguini represented the covens. There were centaurs and mere people, the latter attending through a specially constructed pool, house elves who had been freed and sought recognition, and half-breeds of various kinds who had never had a voice anywhere. And there was Narcissa Malfoy, representing the pure-blood families who wanted change. This is unprecedented, Lord Sanguini said, his red eyes sweeping the assembly. In all my centuries, I have never seen such a gathering. That's precisely why it matters. Harry stood at the front of the hall, not on a throne or a dais but at the same level as everyone else. We've all been fighting alone. Defending our own communities, protecting our own families, hoping the ministry would leave us alone long enough to survive. But survival isn't enough anymore. The speakers of the void are growing, and they don't care about species or blood status. They'll destroy anyone who stands in their way. You speak of the cult, Amara said, her yellow eyes wary. They've been recruiting among my people. Promising power, freedom from the curse. They've approached my covens as well, Sanguini added. Offering blood that transcends mortality. Several of my younger members have shown interest. And that's exactly why we need to work together. Harry's voice was firm. Alone, we can be picked off one by one. Together, we're strong enough to resist anything they throw at us. Pretty words, said a voice from the back of the hall. Harry turned to see a centaur he didn't recognize, older, his coat gray with age, his expression skeptical. But unity requires trust, and trust requires time. You're asking us to build alliances overnight. I'm asking you to start building them. Harry met the centaur's eyes without flinching. I know it won't happen quickly. I know there are old wounds, old grudges that can't be healed with speeches. But if we don't start now, if we don't at least try, the speakers will win by default. Is that what you want? Silence fell over the assembly. Then, slowly, Ragnarok stepped forward. The goblin nation stands with the dragon heir, he said formally. We pledge our resources, our warriors, and our wisdom to this council. Amara was next. The packs have suffered too long under ministry heel. If this council can offer real protection, real recognition, we're in. One by one, the representatives spoke. Not all were enthusiastic, some were clearly skeptical, agreeing only because refusing would leave them isolated, but they agreed. By the time the sun set, the Council of Flames had been formally established, with Harry as its convener and a rotating leadership drawn from all participating groups. It was a beginning. Just a beginning. But beginnings mattered. The speakers struck back 3 weeks later. They targeted the werewolf packs first, 3 separate attacks on the same night, coordinated with military precision. The victims weren't killed, they were taken. Dragged through portals that led somewhere even Harry's shadows couldn't follow. Hostages, Amara said, her voice raw with fury and grief. They took our children. Pups who hadn't even had their first transformation. Harry felt cold rage building in his chest. How many? 17. From 3 different packs. Her claws extended, then retracted with visible effort. The message was clear, withdraw from the council, or more will follow. And will you? Amara's laugh was bitter. And prove them right? Show that we'll abandon our allies the moment things get difficult. She shook her head. No. The packs stand with the council. But we need to get our children back. We will. Harry's voice carried absolute certainty. Whatever it takes. Finding the speaker's headquarters took 2 weeks of intensive investigation. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, Draco Malfoy, who had been cultivating contacts among his father's old associates. One of them, a minor Death Eater who had joined the speakers out of desperation rather than conviction, was willing to talk in exchange for protection. They have a base, Draco reported, his face pale with the implications of what he'd learned. An old ritual site, somewhere in the north. The prisoners are being held there, prepared for something they call, the opening. Opening of what? He didn't know exactly. But he said they're trying to create a permanent breach. Not a small one like you've been sealing, something large enough for the speaker to walk through. Harry's blood ran cold. The void speaker, physically manifesting in their world. If that happened, if it broke through with its full power. Where is this site? Draco handed over a map. Here. In the Scottish Highlands, not far from. He trailed off, realization dawning. Not far from your stronghold. They've been operating in your shadow the whole time. Harry studied the map, his mind racing. How many people do they have? Dozens, at least. Maybe more than 100, counting the outer ring of converts. Draco's voice dropped. And Harry, my father's there. He finally chose a side. The silence stretched between them. Harry thought about Narcissa, who had risked everything to ally with him. About Draco, who had chosen loyalty to friends over loyalty to family. About the impossible position they were all in. I'm sorry. Don't be. Draco's jaw was set, his eyes hard. He made his choice. Now I'm making mine. He met Harry's gaze. When you go after them, I'm coming with you. Draco, don't argue. Those are children they've taken. Children who deserve protection, no matter whose side their parents are on. His voice cracked slightly. That's what the council is supposed to stand for, isn't it? That's what you're building. Harry looked at the boy who had become, against all odds, one of his closest allies. A year ago, Draco Malfoy had been a spoiled pureblood prince, terrified and confused by forces beyond his understanding. Now he stood ready to fight his own father for a cause he believed in. Okay, Harry said quietly. You're coming. But you follow my lead, understand? This isn't going to be like anything you've faced before. Draco nodded, his fear visible but controlled. I understand. They assembled the strike force in the stronghold's war chamber. It was smaller than Harry would have liked. A full assault with the council's combined forces would take too long to organize, and they couldn't afford to wait. Instead, they went with a core team, Harry, Amara, Draco, a squad of goblin warriors, and Alara Greyback with 3 of her most experienced pack members. The site is heavily warded, Amara reported, her eyes distant as she studied the intelligence they'd gathered. But the wards are designed to keep out normal magic. Shadowwalking should get us past the outer defenses. And once we're inside, then it's a fight. Amara's expression was grim. The ritual chamber is in the center of the complex. That's where the prisoners will be, along with whoever is leading this operation. We don't know who that is. Ashworth is the obvious candidate. But she hesitated. The magic they're using is beyond anything the division ever developed. Someone else is involved, someone with real knowledge of the void. Harry thought about the whispers in his dreams, the voice that had been trying to reach him since his awakening. The void speaker has servants. Beings it's corrupted over the millennia. Maybe one of them. Maybe. Amara didn't look convinced. Either way, we'll find out soon enough. They struck at midnight. Harry led them through the shadows, his power wrapping around the strike force like a protective cloak. The outer wards never detected them, they emerged inside the complex, in a corridor that smelled of old magic and fresh blood. Move fast, Harry whispered. Find the children, get them out. I'll handle whoever's in charge. They split up. Amara and the goblins went left, toward the holding cells their intelligence had identified. Alara and her wolves went right, to secure the escape route. Harry moved straight ahead, toward the pulse of wrongness that called to him like a beacon. The ritual chamber was larger than he expected. It filled the heart of the complex, a vast circular space with walls carved from living rock. Symbols covered every surface, the void speaker's mark repeated 1,000 times, glowing with sickly light. At the center, arranged around a breach that pulsed with darkness, were the missing children. They were alive. Harry could see them breathing, their small forms suspended in some kind of stasis field. But they looked wrong, drained, diminished, as if something vital had been pulled from them. And standing beside them, directing the ritual that was slowly tearing reality apart, was a face Harry knew. Ah, said Lucius Malfoy. The dragon child arrives at last. Harry had prepared for many things. He hadn't prepared for this. Draco's father looked different than the intelligence reports had suggested. His robes were black now, marked with the Void Speaker's symbol, and his eyes had changed. They reflected no light. When he moved, shadows moved with him in ways that weren't natural. "You've been touched," Harry said, his voice flat. "By the speaker." "Touched?" "No." Lucius's smile was wrong, too wide, too sharp. "I've been chosen. Elevated. Given power that your small mind cannot comprehend." He gestured at the ritual circle, at the children suspended within it. "This is just the beginning, dragon child. When the speaker walks in this world, everything will change. You're killing them." Harry's eyes were on the children, their life force, he could see now, was being drained into the breach. "Children, Lucius. Your son's age. Does that mean nothing to you? Draco is weak. Like his mother. Like all who cling to the old ways instead of embracing the future." Lucius's voice held no emotion at all. "These children serve a greater purpose. Their sacrifice will open the door that your kind sealed 3,000 years ago. I won't let you. You can't stop it." Lucius raised his hand, and the shadows around him gathered into something almost solid. "The speaker has shown me the truth, dragon child. You're not a threat, you're a key. Your blood, your fire, your connection to the void, all of it was meant to serve him. And if you won't serve willingly." The attack came without warning. Shadow tendrils erupted from the floor, the walls, the ceiling, all of them driving toward Harry with killing intent. He shifted to dragon form instinctively, his own shadows rising to meet the assault, but Lucius's power was different. Corrupted. Wrong in ways that made Harry's scales crawl. They clashed in the center of the chamber, darkness against darkness, fire against void. Harry poured everything he had into the fight, but Lucius was stronger than he should have been. The Void Speaker's touch had elevated him beyond normal wizardry. "You see?" Lucius laughed as another attack drove Harry back. "The old powers are nothing compared to what the speaker offers. Join us, dragon child. Embrace your true nature." "My true nature isn't destruction." Harry dodged another strike, his mind racing. He couldn't win this fight directly, Lucius had too much power, and every moment Harry spent fighting, more life drained from the children. He needed another approach. He needed to close the breach. "You're right about one thing," Harry said, gathering himself. "I am a key." He didn't aim for Lucius. He aimed for the breach itself, pouring his white fire into the wound in reality with everything he had. The dragonheart flame blazed like a star, and the breach screamed as reality tried to reassert itself. Lucius's face contorted with rage. "No." He abandoned his attack on Harry, throwing everything into protecting the breach. For a moment, they were locked in a contest of raw power, Harry trying to close the door, Lucius trying to hold it open, the children suspended between them. Then Draco entered the chamber. "Father." The word cut through the magical battle like a knife. Lucius's concentration wavered, just for a moment, and Harry felt the breach begin to give way. "Draco." Lucius's voice was strained, his attention split. "What are you doing here?" "I came to stop you." Draco's wand was raised, but his hand was shaking. "I came to save you." "Save me?" Lucius laughed, though the sound was hollow. "I'm beyond saving, boy. Beyond your petty morality, your mother's schemes. I've seen the truth. You've seen lies." Draco stepped closer, his eyes never leaving his father's face. "The Void Speaker doesn't offer power, it consumes. Everything it touches, it destroys. Is that what you want? To destroy everything, including me? Including Mother?" Something flickered in Lucius's void dark eyes. Just for a moment, just a flash of the man he'd been before the corruption took hold. Harry saw his chance. He poured everything he had left into one final burst of white fire. The breach shattered like glass, reality slamming shut with a force that knocked everyone in the chamber off their feet. The symbols on the walls went dark. The children dropped from their suspension, unconscious but alive. And Lucius Malfoy screamed. Without the breach to sustain it, the Void Speaker's touch began to unravel. Harry watched as the darkness bled out of Lucius's eyes, as his form convulsed with the agony of power being ripped away. The man collapsed, his robes smoking, his face a mask of pain. "Father!" Draco ran to him, skidding to his knees beside the fallen man. "Father, can you hear me?" Lucius's eyes opened. They were gray again, normal, human gray, clouded with confusion and horror. "Draco? What have I done?" "It doesn't matter." Draco's voice was choked with tears. "You're back now. You're going to be okay." Harry left them there, moving to check on the children. They were breathing, their color already returning as the drain on their life force reversed. Behind him, he could hear Draco sobbing, hear Lucius's broken apologies. The battle was over. The breach was sealed. The children were safe. But as Harry looked around at the destroyed ritual chamber, at the symbols that still marked every surface, he knew this was only a temporary victory. The Void Speaker was still out there. Still trying to break through. And whoever was truly leading the speakers, the intelligence behind the corruption that had turned Lucius Malfoy into a monster, was still unknown. The war wasn't over. It had barely begun. The aftermath of the raid reshaped everything. The rescued children were returned to their families, traumatized but alive. The Council of Flames hailed the mission as a triumph, proof that cooperation could achieve what no single group could manage alone. New members petitioned to join, drawn by evidence that the alliance actually worked. But there were complications. Lucius Malfoy was a problem. The Void Speaker's corruption had been purged, but the memories remained, everything he'd done under its influence, everyone he'd helped hurt. Some wanted him executed. Others demanded trial by the Wizengamot. Still others argued for mercy, pointing out that he'd been a victim as much as a perpetrator. In the end, the council decided on a middle path. Lucius would remain under house arrest, his magic bound, his movements monitored. He would provide intelligence about the speakers, help identify others who had been corrupted. And in time, if he proved himself trustworthy, his restrictions might be eased. "It's not justice," Amara said bluntly. "Not for what he helped do." "No," Harry agreed. "But it's what we can do without tearing the alliance apart. The purebloods who support us would revolt if we executed one of their own. And right now, we need unity more than we need satisfaction." Politics. Amara spat the word like a curse. "I'm beginning to understand why my ancestors avoided it. So did mine. And they died for it." Harry met her yellow eyes. "I know this is hard. I know it feels like compromise. But we're building something that's never existed before, a real coalition, with real power to protect people. Sometimes that means accepting outcomes we don't like. And if Malfoy betrays us again, then we deal with it. But we give him the chance first." Harry paused. "That's what the council stands for, isn't it? Second chances. The possibility that people can change." Amara was quiet for a long moment. Then, reluctantly, she nodded. "Fine. But I'm watching him. And if he puts one toe out of line, you'll have to get in line behind Narcissa." Harry's smile was thin. "She's already promised to kill him herself if he ever endangers Draco again." That, at least, drew a bark of laughter from the werewolf. "I suppose I can work with that." The weeks that followed the raid were busy but productive. The council expanded its operations, establishing safe houses throughout Britain, building communication networks that didn't rely on ministry-controlled systems. Harry split his time between the stronghold and various coalition meetings, learning the delicate art of managing alliances between groups that had distrusted each other for centuries. Draco threw himself into the work with desperate energy. His father's corruption had broken something in him, Harry could see, the easy confidence of pure-blood privilege replaced by a fierce need to prove himself. He became Harry's unofficial liaison to the magical world, handling contacts that a dragon couldn't easily make. "You're pushing yourself too hard," Harry told him one evening, finding Draco still working long after everyone else had retired. "I'm fine." "You're not. You haven't slept properly in days, you've barely eaten, and you snapped at 3 different council members this morning." Harry sat down across from him. "Talk to me." Draco's quill stopped moving. For a long moment, he just stared at the parchment in front of him. "He looked at me like I was nothing." The words came out rough, barely audible. "In the chamber. When I tried to save him. He looked at me and there was nothing there. No recognition. No love. Just void. That wasn't him. The corruption, but it was him, Harry. Somewhere underneath, that was still my father." Draco's voice cracked. "And he chose power over me. Over Mother. Over everything." Even before the void speaker touched him, he was already walking that path. Harry didn't have an answer for that. The truth was, Draco was probably right. Lucius Malfoy had been reaching toward darkness for years, the void speaker had just accelerated the journey. "People make choices," Harry said finally. "Sometimes terrible ones. But that doesn't mean they're beyond redemption." "Do you really believe that?" "I have to." Harry thought about the Dursleys, about Vernon's belt and Petunia's cold eyes. "If I didn't believe people could change, could become better than they were, what would be the point of anything I'm doing?" Draco was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he set down his quill. "I don't know if I can forgive him. What he did to those children, what he would have done if we hadn't stopped him." He shook his head. "But I can try. For Mother's sake, if nothing else. That's all anyone can ask. And for the record?" Draco managed a weak smile. "You're annoyingly good at these heart-to-heart conversations. It's unsettling." Harry laughed, the first genuine laugh he'd had in days. "I'll try to be more emotionally unavailable in the future." "Please don't. It's actually kind of refreshing." Draco stood, stretching muscles cramped from too many hours hunched over paperwork. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I apparently need to eat something and sleep." "Doctor's orders." "I'm not a doctor." "Dragon's orders, then." "Even better." The next warning came through channels Harry hadn't expected. Dumbledore's communication stone, which had sat unused in Harry's pocket for months, suddenly flared warm. When Harry activated it, the old wizard's voice came through urgent and strained. "Harry. I need to speak with you. It's about the speakers, I've learned something that changes everything." Harry hesitated. His relationship with Dumbledore remained complicated, the apology had been appreciated, but trust was still being rebuilt. "What have you learned?" "Not over this channel." "Can you come to Hogwarts?" "I know it's asking a great deal, but this is genuinely important." Harry thought about it. Hogwarts was Ministry territory, in a sense. Dumbledore's autonomy was considerable but not absolute. Going there would mean exposing himself to potential traps. But Dumbledore had never betrayed him. Had, in fact, stayed carefully neutral during the conflicts of the past year, neither hindering nor helping in ways that drew attention. If he was reaching out now, with this urgency. "I'll be there tonight. The Astronomy Tower, after dark." "Thank you, Harry. I know I haven't earned your trust. Perhaps this will be a step toward changing that." The stone went cold. The Astronomy Tower was one of the few places at Hogwarts where Harry could arrive unseen. He shadow-walked onto the parapet just after midnight, his form shifting smoothly back to human as his feet touched stone. Dumbledore was already waiting, his robes whipping in the Highland wind, his face haggard in the starlight. "Thank you for coming." The old wizard gestured toward a pair of chairs that definitely hadn't been part of the tower's original furnishings. Please, sit. This may take a while to explain. Harry sat, his senses alert for any sign of ambush. But the tower was empty except for the two of them, and even Dumbledore's typically twinkling eyes were shadowed with concern. I've been investigating the speakers, Dumbledore began. Their origins, their methods, the source of their knowledge about the void. What I found. He paused, gathering himself. There is a master, Harry. Someone directing everything from the shadows. Ashworth was a tool. Lucius Malfoy was a tool. Everyone you've fought has been a tool. Who? His name is Corvus Blackwood. He was a student here, 60 years ago. Brilliant, more brilliant than anyone I've ever taught, and that includes Tom Riddle. He specialized in theoretical magic, the deep structures that underlie reality itself. I've never heard of him. No one has. Officially, he died in a potions accident his 7th year. Unofficially. Dumbledore's voice dropped. He found something. In the forbidden section, in texts that should have been destroyed centuries ago. He found references to the void speaker, and instead of running from that knowledge, he embraced it. He made contact willingly. More than that. He sought out ways to open the void, to communicate with what lay beyond. When the accident was staged, he had already partially transcended, become something between human and something else. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. He's been working in the shadows ever since. Building toward this moment. Waiting for a shadow dragon to awaken. Why? What does he need me for? The void cannot be opened from the outside, not fully, not permanently. The seals your ancestors created are too strong. But they can be opened from within. Dumbledore leaned forward. You are the key, Harry. Not just metaphorically. Your connection to the void, the same power that lets you walk through shadows. Blackwood believes it can be used to open a door from the inside. Harry felt cold despite the fire banked in his chest. He wants to use me to free the void speaker. Yes. And he's been manipulating events toward that goal for decades. The rise of Voldemort, the fall of the old families, even the circumstances of your parents' deaths, all of it served to create chaos, to weaken the magical world, to ensure that when you finally awakened, there would be no one strong enough to protect you. Voldemort was one of his tools. Unwittingly, I believe. Tom thought he was pursuing his own agenda. But the whispers that guided him toward immortality, toward the darkest magic, many of them came from the void. Blackwood was using him to prepare the way. Dumbledore's voice was heavy with guilt. I should have seen it sooner. I was so focused on Tom, on the war he was creating, that I missed the puppet master behind the curtain. Harry processed this. 60 years of manipulation. His entire life, shaped by forces he hadn't known existed. His parents, dying for reasons that went far beyond a prophecy about a Dark Lord. Where is he now? Blackwood? That's what I needed to tell you. I've found his location, a sanctuary deep in the void-touched spaces, where normal magic can't reach. Dumbledore pulled out a map that seemed to shift and writhe as Harry watched it. But getting there requires power that I don't have. Power that, perhaps, only a shadow dragon could wield. You want me to go after him? I want you to consider it. Carefully. Dumbledore's eyes were intent. Blackwood is more dangerous than anything you've faced. He's had 60 years to prepare, to accumulate power, to plan for every contingency. Confronting him would be extraordinarily risky. But necessary. Eventually. Yes. The speakers won't stop as long as he guides them. More people will be corrupted, more children taken, more breaches opened. He'll keep pushing until he achieves his goal or someone stops him. Harry looked at the shifting map, at the dark space it represented. And you're telling me this because you deserve to know what you're facing. And because Dumbledore hesitated, something vulnerable showing through his usual composure. Because I've spent too many years moving pieces without their consent. Whatever you decide, it should be your decision. Fully informed, freely made. It wasn't an apology, exactly. But it was something. Thank you, Harry said finally. For telling me. For trusting me with this. Thank you for listening. Dumbledore rose, suddenly looking every year of his considerable age. I won't pretend to know what the right choice is. But I know that you've already defied every expectation, built something remarkable against impossible odds. Whatever you decide, I believe you'll find a way. Harry left the tower with the map tucked into his robes and his mind full of impossible choices. The final battle was coming. He could feel it in his bones, in his fire, in the shadows that whispered of ancient enemies and approaching storms. And somehow, impossibly, he would have to find a way to win. In a sanctuary that existed between worlds, Corvus Blackwood watched his plans unfold. The dragon child was stronger than expected. More clever. The Council of Flames, the alliance building in Britain, none of that had been anticipated. Adjustments would be necessary. But the essential trajectory remained unchanged. The boy would come to him eventually. The void called to its own, and no amount of human connection could silence that call forever. All he had to do was wait. And he was very, very good at waiting. Soon, the door would open. And everything would change. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Hollow Crown. The map Dumbledore had given Harry refused to stay still. Every time he unfolded it, the pathways had shifted, the landmarks rearranged themselves, the destination point flickered between locations that shouldn't exist. Harry spent 3 weeks studying it, learning its patterns, trying to understand the logic of a place that existed outside normal reality. It's responding to you, the Keeper observed during one of their sessions. The void-touched spaces aren't fixed, they shift according to the perceptions of whoever's trying to navigate them. The map is learning how you think. That's unsettling. That's useful. It means the map will eventually lead you where you need to go. But it also means Blackwood will know you're coming the moment you enter his territory. The ancient presence flickered with concern. Are you certain this is the right approach? A direct assault on his sanctuary. I know. It's exactly what he wants. Harry folded the map and tucked it away. But I can't just wait for him to make the next move. Every day he has, more people fall under his influence. More of his plans advance. And the council? Have you told them? I've told the inner circle. Ragnarok, Amara, Narcissa. Harry's expression tightened. They think I'm making a mistake. Walking into a trap he spent 60 years preparing. They may be right. They probably are. But I don't see another option. Harry stood, pacing the library with restless energy. Blackwood chose this battlefield. He's been maneuvering me toward it since before I was born. If I don't face him on his terms, he'll just keep pushing until I have no terms left. The Keeper was quiet for a long moment. The old dragons faced a similar choice, in the end. They knew the final battle was coming, knew the odds were against them. They could have scattered, hidden, tried to survive individually. Instead, they gathered here and made their stand. And died. Yes. But they died leaving something behind. The seeds that eventually became you. The shadow form solidified into something almost paternal. Perhaps that's the nature of these conflicts, hatchling. Perhaps sometimes you can't win outright, you can only ensure that the loss isn't total. That something survives to fight again. That's not exactly encouraging. It wasn't meant to be. It was meant to be true. The Keeper drifted toward the door. Whatever you decide, I will support you. But go into this with your eyes open. Blackwood has had 60 years to prepare. You have had months. The odds are not in your favor. Harry watched the ancient presence fade. The library felt emptier without it, emptier than it should, given that he'd spent most of his life alone. That was the thing about connections, he was learning. They changed you. Made you stronger in some ways, but vulnerable in others. The Harry who had lived in a cupboard wouldn't have hesitated to face Blackwood alone. The Harry who had built the council, who had friends and allies and people depending on him. That Harry had something to lose. The council meeting was tense. Harry had called the full assembly, not just the inner circle, but every representative, every voice that had pledged to the alliance. They filled the stronghold's great hall, their forms ranging from the familiar to the fantastic, their eyes all fixed on the young dragon who had brought them together. "You know why I've called you here," Harry began, his voice carrying through the chamber. "The leader of the speakers has been identified. His name is Corvus Blackwood, and he operates from a sanctuary in the void-touched spaces. I intend to go after him." Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Harry let them run their course before continuing. "I know this is dangerous. I know the odds are against me. But Blackwood won't stop until he's achieved his goal, using me to open a permanent breach to the void. Every day I wait, he grows stronger. Every day I hesitate, more people fall under his influence. Then don't go alone." Ragnarok's voice cut through the murmurs. "The Alliance exists for exactly this purpose. We fight together, or not at all." "The goblin is right," Lord Sanguini added. "You've built something remarkable here, dragon child. Don't throw it away on a solitary crusade. I appreciate that. More than you know." Harry's eyes swept the assembly, taking in the faces of beings who had risked everything to stand with him. "But this fight is different. Blackwood's sanctuary exists in spaces that normal magic can't reach. Most of you wouldn't survive the journey, let alone the battle. Then we send those who can." Elara stepped forward, her yellow eyes fierce. "The strongest of us, the most resilient. A strike team, like the one that raided the Speaker's base. The Speaker's base was in our world. Blackwood's sanctuary isn't." Harry shook his head. "I've studied the map Dumbledore provided. The path requires navigation through void-touched spaces that would corrupt or kill anyone without a direct connection to that power." "You're saying only you can make the journey," Narcissa said quietly. Her face was pale, her composure strained. "I'm saying the journey is designed for me specifically. Blackwood wants me to come. He's created a path that only I can walk." Harry's voice hardened. "That's exactly why I have to walk it." Silence fell over the assembly. Harry could see the conflict in their faces, the desire to help, the frustration of being unable to act, the fear of what would happen if he failed. "There is another option," said a voice from the back of the hall. Everyone turned. Draco Malfoy stepped forward, his face set in determined lines. "You said the path is designed for someone with a connection to the void. But you're not the only one who has that connection anymore." Draco raised his hand, and Harry saw what he hadn't noticed before, a faint darkness swirling beneath the skin, traces of the corruption that had touched Lucius. "When you purged my father, some of it transferred to me. I've been learning to control it. Draco, I'm not as strong as you. I know that. But I can survive the journey. I can watch your back." Draco's chin lifted. "You've spent the past year telling everyone that the Alliance is about working together. That no one has to face their battles alone. Well, this is me holding you to that." Harry stared at his friend, because that's what Draco had become, somewhere along the way. A friend. Someone he trusted, relied on, cared about. "The corruption is dangerous. If it spreads, then you'll seal it, like you sealed my father. Or you'll put me down if you have to. But I'm not letting you walk into that place alone." Draco's voice cracked slightly. "You saved my father. You gave him a chance when he didn't deserve one. Let me do something to repay that." The assembly was silent, waiting. Harry looked at Draco, really looked, and saw the same desperate determination he'd felt himself, countless times. The need to matter. To contribute. To be more than a bystander in his own life. "Okay," Harry said finally. "We go together." They prepared for a week. Harry trained Draco in the basics of void navigation, how to shield his mind from the whispers, how to anchor himself to reality when the spaces between tried to pull him apart. The traces of corruption in Draco's blood made him vulnerable, but they also gave him sensitivity that proved valuable. He could sense disturbances in the void fabric, feel the presence of hostile entities before they manifested. "You're a natural," Harry admitted after one session. "Not at the power, that's mine, but at the awareness. You see things I miss. Growing up with my father teaches you to notice what's hidden." Draco's smile was thin. All those years of reading between the lines, figuring out what he really meant beneath the polite words, turns out it's useful for reading the void too. The night before their departure, Narcissa found Harry alone in the stronghold's entrance chamber. "You're taking my son into the darkness." Her voice was flat, controlled. "Into a place designed by a madman to trap and kill you." He insisted. "I couldn't, I know. Draco told me." Narcissa moved to stand beside him, looking out at the mist-wrapped mountains. "He's not a child anymore. None of us are, after this year. I can't protect him by keeping him safe." "No. You protect him by trusting him to make his own choices." Harry glanced at her. "That's what you've taught me, isn't it? That freedom means accepting the consequences of our decisions." I never expected those lessons to come back and bite me quite so literally. But there was warmth beneath the acidity. "Bring him back, Harry. Whatever else happens in there, bring my son back." "I will. I promise." Narcissa nodded once, sharply, then turned and walked away. Harry watched her go, feeling the weight of the promise settle onto his shoulders. Another person depending on him. Another potential loss if he failed. He wondered, sometimes, if the Void Speaker would even need to fight him. Maybe the weight of expectations alone would eventually crush him. The journey into the void began at midnight. Harry and Draco stood in the stronghold's deepest chamber, the one where the ancient bones rested. The map lay open between them, its pathways finally stabilized, pointing toward a destination that existed in no physical space. "Ready?" Harry asked. "No." Draco's laugh was shaky. "But let's go anyway." Harry reached for the shadows. Shadow walking into the void was different from anything he'd done before. Instead of stepping from one darkness to another, he was stepping between, into the spaces that shouldn't exist, the gaps in reality that the Void Speaker called home. The world dissolved around them. Harry had experienced disorientation before. This was beyond that. There was no up, no down, no reference points of any kind. Just darkness, endless and absolute, punctuated by lights that might have been stars or might have been eyes or might have been something else entirely. Focus, he told himself. Follow the map. The map's pathways appeared in his mind, glowing lines leading through the chaos, showing safe routes between dangers he couldn't see directly. Harry grabbed Draco's hand and began to move. Time meant nothing here. They might have traveled for minutes or hours or days, the void didn't acknowledge such distinctions. Harry just kept walking, following the paths, trusting the map to guide them true. And slowly, impossibly, structures began to emerge from the darkness. Not buildings, nothing so coherent. More like suggestions of architecture, half-formed ideas of walls and floors and ceilings that flickered in and out of existence. The void touched spaces, Harry realized. Places where reality had been worn thin by proximity to the void, where the rules were more guidelines than laws. "I can feel something," Draco whispered. His voice echoed strangely, as if coming from multiple directions at once. Ahead. Something, aware. Blackwood Sanctuary. We're getting close. They pressed on. The structures became more solid, more defined, until they were walking through what might have been corridors in some twisted parody of a castle. The walls were wrong, angles that didn't match, proportions that shifted when Harry looked at them directly, but they were undeniably there. And then, ahead, a door. It was massive, carved from something that wasn't stone, covered in symbols that made Harry's eyes water. The Void Speaker's mark, repeated hundreds of times, pulsing with dark light. "This is it," Harry said. "Whatever happens in there, I know." Draco's hand found his, squeezed once. Together, they pushed through the door. The chamber beyond was vast. Harry couldn't see the walls, the space seemed to extend infinitely in all directions, its boundaries suggested rather than defined. At its center, surrounded by floating symbols and drifting shadows, stood a figure. Corvus Blackwood looked almost human. Almost. He was tall, thin, with features that might have been handsome once but had been worn away by decades of exposure to the void. His skin was pale to the point of translucence, and through it Harry could see darkness moving, not veins, but something else. Something alive. The Dragon Child. Blackwood's voice echoed through the chamber, coming from everywhere and nowhere. "I've been waiting for you. Sorry to keep you." Harry shifted to dragon form, feeling his power surge through transformed flesh. "Your 60-year plan is over, Blackwood. Whatever you think is going to happen here, what's going to happen here is exactly what I've planned." Blackwood smiled, and there was nothing human in it. "Did you think I didn't know about Dumbledore's map? About your little friend's corrupted blood? Every step you've taken has been anticipated, Dragon Child. Every choice has been accounted for. Then why let us come at all? Because the final step requires your presence." Blackwood raised his hand, and the symbols around him began to rotate, to merge, to form something complex and terrible. "The seals your ancestors created cannot be broken from outside. But with a shadow dragon at the center of the ritual, providing the connection, providing the key." Harry felt it then, a pulling sensation, deep in his chest. The void was reaching for him, trying to use his connection as a bridge. Blackwood wasn't lying. This was exactly what he'd been designed to do. "Harry." Draco's voice cut through the sensation. "Fight it." Harry roared, pouring fire into the forming ritual. His flames struck the symbols and scattered them, disrupting the pattern Blackwood was creating. The pulling sensation eased. But Blackwood just laughed. "Predictable. Fighting against your nature, as if that changes what you are." He gestured, and shadows erupted from the floor, not Harry's shadows, but something else. Void-touched servants, corrupted creatures that had once been human. "Let's see how long you can maintain that resistance while fighting for your life." The battle began. Harry had fought before. He'd faced ministry horrors, void-touched creatures, corrupted wizards. This was different. Blackwood's servants were endless, every time Harry destroyed one, two more emerged from the darkness. They weren't individually powerful, but their numbers were overwhelming, and they didn't need to kill him. They just needed to exhaust him, to wear down his defenses until he couldn't resist the void's pull. Draco fought beside him, his wand tracing patterns that disrupted the void creature's forms. The corruption in his blood gave him surprising effectiveness. He could see them coming, could anticipate their attacks in ways that pure magic couldn't replicate. But it wasn't enough. They were losing ground, pushed back toward the center of the chamber where Blackwood's ritual waited. "You see now." Blackwood's voice was calm, almost conversational, as he directed his forces. "There was never any other outcome. You were born for this moment, Dragon Child. Everything in your life, the suffering, the awakening, even the council you built, all of it was designed to bring you here, to make you strong enough to open the door. My life wasn't designed." Harry's fire blazed, incinerating another wave of attackers. "My choices were my own. Were they? Or did you simply choose what you were always going to choose?" Blackwood smiled. "Free will is such a comforting illusion. But in the end, we all serve forces larger than ourselves. The pulling sensation was back, stronger now. Harry could feel the void responding to his power, trying to use it as a conduit. Every blast of fire he released, every shadow he commanded, made the connection deeper. He was doing exactly what Blackwood wanted. Harry. Draco was at his side, his face strained with effort. We need to retreat. Regroup. Find another way. There is no other way. Harry's voice was grim. The moment I entered this place, I was committed. Running just delays the inevitable. Then what do we do? Harry looked at his friend, his improbable friend, the pure-blood prince who had chosen loyalty over legacy. He thought about the council, about everyone who had trusted him. About Amara and Narcissa and the Keeper and all the beings who had believed in something larger than themselves. We stop fighting, he said. What? Blackwood wants me to use my power. Wants me to pour everything I have into resistance. Every time I fight, I strengthen the connection. Harry's dragon form began to shift, to shrink, returning to something more human. So I stop fighting. I stop resisting. I let the void in. Harry, trust me. Harry met Draco's eyes, and despite everything, he smiled. That's what the alliance is about, right? Trust. Before Draco could respond, Harry closed his eyes and opened himself to the void. The sensation was unlike anything he'd experienced. The void rushed into him, filling spaces he hadn't known were empty. It was vast, ancient, infinite, and it was hungry. It wanted to consume everything, to return all reality to the primordial darkness from which it had emerged. But Harry had been through darkness before. He remembered the cupboard, years of cramped isolation, of learning to survive in spaces too small for hope. He remembered the night of his awakening, when the fire had poured from him and he'd chosen not to kill. He remembered what Amara had taught him, that his emotions weren't the enemy. They were power. His power. You think you understand the void, Harry said, and his voice echoed through dimensions. You've spent 60 years studying it, communing with it, becoming part of it. But you've never understood the most important thing. Blackwood's composure cracked slightly. What thing? The void isn't just hunger and destruction. It's potential. The space where things can exist, waiting to be born. Harry felt the power flowing through him, not fighting it, not trying to control it, but channeling it. You've only ever seen one face of what you worship. You've missed everything else. Harry reached deeper into the void than he'd ever gone before. Past the hunger, past the destruction, past the void speaker's corrupting influence. Down to the foundations, where the darkness wasn't empty at all, where it was full, pregnant with possibilities that had never been realized. And he pulled. Light erupted from Harry's form, not his fire, not the dragonheart flame, but something else. Something new. The light of creation itself, drawn from the void's hidden depths, blazing through the chamber like a newborn sun. Blackwood screamed. The void servants dissolved, unable to exist in such radiance. The ritual symbols shattered, their patterns torn apart by forces they weren't designed to contain. Even the chamber itself began to tremble, reality reasserting itself against the void-touched spaces. Impossible. Blackwood was staggering, his form flickering, the darkness beneath his skin writhing in agony. The void is destruction, only destruction, the void is everything that exists before it takes form. Harry's voice was calm, steady, certain. Creation and destruction. Light and darkness. You spent 60 years worshipping half a truth, Blackwood. And half a truth is worse than a lie. Harry raised his hand, and the light focused into a beam that struck Blackwood directly. The man who had spent 6 decades preparing for this moment, who had orchestrated wars and manipulated generations, who had touched the void and thought it made him invincible, that man came apart. Not violently, not dramatically. He simply dissolved. The darkness that had sustained him bled away, leaving nothing behind. Corvus Blackwood was gone. And somewhere, in the depths of the void, something stirred. Interesting. The voice filled the chamber, filled Harry, vast and ancient and utterly alien. Not Blackwood's voice. Something far older. You have touched what few have ever touched. Seen what few have ever seen. Void speaker. Harry's form was trembling, his power nearly depleted. But he stood his ground. Your servant is dead. Your plan has failed. My servant was a tool. Tools can be replaced. The presence seemed to press closer, examining Harry with curiosity that held no warmth. But you. You are something new. Something I have not seen in all my existence. I'm a shadow dragon. You've seen plenty of those. I have seen dragons who wielded darkness. Dragons who breathed fire. Dragons who sealed me away with their dying breath. The voice dropped, becoming almost intimate. I have never seen one who touched the void's true nature. Who drew light from its depths. Harry felt the attention intensifying, the void pressing against the boundaries of his consciousness. It wasn't attacking, not exactly. It was curious. The seal your ancestors created will not hold forever. In time, centuries, perhaps millennia, it will weaken, and I will find another way through. The presence seemed to consider. But you could change that. With what you now know, you could strengthen the seal. Make it last longer. You're offering me a deal. I am acknowledging a stalemate. Blackwood believed he could use you to free me. He was wrong, you are too stable, too anchored in your connections to others. There was something that might have been grudging respect in the voice. So we find ourselves at an impasse. You cannot destroy me. I cannot easily reach you. What remains is negotiation. Harry thought about it. Thought about the weight of the void speaker's attention, the vastness of its existence, the impossibility of what it was offering. What do you want? To exist. To be. You call my hunger destruction, but it is only transformation, the return of form to formlessness, from which new forms can emerge. The presence pulsed. I will not stop seeking freedom. It is my nature. But I can. Pace myself. Wait. Allow your brief lives to unfold without constant interference. In exchange for what? Acknowledgement. Remembrance. The seal your ancestors created was meant to forget me, to erase me from existence itself. It fails because existence cannot be erased, only transformed. The voice carried something that might have been loneliness. Remember that I am here. That the void is not empty. That in the spaces between stars, something waits. Harry wanted to refuse. Wanted to spit defiance at the entity that had threatened everything he cared about. But he remembered what the keeper had told him, that the void speaker had once been a dragon. That it had looked into the darkness too long and let it consume everything it was. You were one of us, Harry said quietly. Once. I was many things, once. Time has stripped them away, leaving only hunger and patience. The presence seemed to flicker with something ancient and almost sorrowful. But yes. There was a dragon, in the beginning. Before the transformation. Before the void. Do you remember its name? Silence. Long, stretching silence that seemed to contain multitudes. Kalin, the void speaker said finally. Its name was Kalin. Harry absorbed this. A name. A connection to something almost human, buried beneath eons of corruption. I'll remember you, Kalin. Not as a monster, as what you were. What you might have been, if things had been different. Harry gathered the last of his strength. But I won't let you destroy my world. And if you try again, I'll stop you again. That's not a threat, it's a promise. I believe you. The presence began to recede, pulling back into the depths of the void. Farewell, Shadow Dragon. We will meet again, in time. All things end in a void eventually. The darkness faded. The chamber stabilized. And Harry found himself standing in an empty space, Draco at his side, both of them exhausted beyond measure. Did that just happen? Draco's voice was hoarse. Did you just negotiate with the void speaker? I think I did. Harry laughed weakly. I'm not sure it will hold. But for now, it's better than nothing. For now. Draco shook his head in disbelief. You're insane. You know that, right? Probably. Harry looked around at the dissolving void space, at the path opening back toward reality. Come on. Let's go home. The return journey was easier than the approach. With Blackwood gone and the void speaker withdrawn, the void-touched spaces became calmer, more navigable. Harry and Draco emerged from the shadows in the stronghold's deepest chamber just as dawn was breaking over the mountains. Amara was waiting for them. You're alive. Her voice cracked with relief. Both of you. You're actually alive. Against all odds. Harry accepted her embrace, feeling the warmth of human contact after hours in the void. Blackwood is gone. The void speaker, we reached an understanding. An understanding? Long story. Harry pulled back, suddenly aware of how exhausted he was. I need to address the council. Explain what happened. The council can wait. Amara's tone was firm. You need rest. Both of you. Whatever you've been through, it can be explained tomorrow. Harry wanted to argue, but his body was already making the decision for him. The power he'd expended, the connection he'd forged with the void's deepest nature, it had cost him more than he'd realized. Okay, he said. Tomorrow. He let Amara guide him to his chambers, let her fuss over his injuries, minor, mostly exhaustion, let the stronghold's familiar shadows wrap around him like a blanket. And for the first time in what felt like years, he slept without dreaming of the void. The council meeting, when it came, was unlike any before. Harry stood before the assembly and told them everything. Blackwood's death. The confrontation with the void speaker. The negotiation, if it could be called that, and the understanding they'd reached. You made a deal with the enemy, Amara said flatly. With the thing that's been trying to destroy us. I acknowledged its existence. In exchange, it agreed to pull back, to stop actively interfering in our world. Harry met the werewolf's yellow eyes. It's not a permanent solution. The void speaker will try again eventually. But for now, we have peace. Time to build, to prepare, to become strong enough that when it does try again, we'll be ready. And if it breaks its word? Then we fight. Same as always. Harry looked around the assembly. I won't pretend this was a victory. It was a stalemate at best. But stalemates can be opportunities, if we use them wisely. The debate went on for hours. Some saw Harry's actions as betrayal, others as pragmatism. Some wanted to immediately fortify against the void speaker's eventual return, others wanted to focus on building the alliance and trust that the magical world could be changed before that day came. In the end, they voted. Not on whether to accept what Harry had done, that was already settled, but on how to move forward. The Council of Flames would continue. Would grow. Would become the foundation of a new magical order, one where beings of all kinds had a voice and a stake in their shared future. And Harry would lead it, not as a king or a ruler, but as a convener. A symbol. The dragon who had stood against the void and found something worth protecting. Months passed. The magical world changed slowly, as all worlds do. The ministry remained suspicious of the council but couldn't easily move against an alliance that included half the magical creatures in Britain. The speakers of the void, without their master, fragmented and dispersed, some recanting their beliefs, others going underground. Harry grew. Not just in power, that came naturally, as his dragon nature matured, but in wisdom. He learned to delegate, to trust others with responsibility, to accept that he couldn't personally fix every problem. The coalition he'd built had leaders of its own now, beings who had found purpose in the alliance and rose to meet it. On his 8th birthday, Harry stood on the stronghold's highest peak and watched the sun rise over mountains that had witnessed millennia of history. Draco stood beside him, his own 18th birthday still years away but already carrying himself like someone who had seen things no child should see. The traces of void corruption in his blood had stabilized, becoming something he could control rather than something that controlled him. "Regrets?" Draco asked. "Some." Harry's eyes found the horizon, where clouds were gathering for rain. "I wish we could have saved Blackwood. Saved whoever he was before the void took him. He made his choices. Over 60 years of them. I know. But still." Harry sighed. The void speaker was a dragon once. A being with thoughts and feelings and connections to others. And now it's that. Hunger and patience and nothing else. That won't happen to you. Won't it? Harry turned to face his friend. "I've touched the void's depths now. I've felt what's down there. Part of me understood it. The appeal of just letting go, of becoming something larger than myself. But you didn't. This time." Harry's smile was thin. "There will be other times. Other temptations. I'll have to keep choosing, keep fighting, for as long as I live. Then keep choosing." Draco's hand found his shoulder. "And when it gets hard, when the void whispers and the darkness calls, remember this. Remember the people who trust you. The world you're building. The future that exists because you chose to protect it." Harry looked at his friend, the spoiled pureblood who had become a warrior, the frightened boy who had found courage. They'd both come so far from where they started. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For everything. Thank me by winning." Draco's grin was fierce. "By building something so magnificent that future generations look back and wonder how we ever managed it. No pressure. All the pressure. That's how legends are made." They watched the sun climb higher, burning away the morning mist. Somewhere below, the council was gathering for another session, another debate about the future of magical Britain. Somewhere beyond, the ministry was plotting and the remnants of the speakers were scheming and ordinary people were living their ordinary lives. And somewhere in the void, Kalin waited. Patient. Eternal. But not today. Today, the world belonged to those who lived in it, who fought for it, who believed it could become something better. Today, there was hope. In the years that followed, historians would debate the true significance of the Battle of Blackwood's sanctuary. Some called it the end of the Shadow Dragon Wars, the final confrontation between light and darkness that determined the fate of the magical world. Others argued it was merely one chapter in a longer story, a temporary pause before inevitable conflict resumed. But those who had been there, who had watched Harry Potter face the void and draw light from its depths, knew the truth. Something had changed that day. Not just in the balance of power, not just in the political landscape of magical Britain. Something fundamental, something essential, had shifted. The old order was crumbling. The new one was being born. And at its center, young and scarred and impossibly determined, stood a dragon who refused to be what anyone expected. A dragon who chose, again and again, to be something more. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Door That Must Not Open. 3 years had passed since the Battle of Blackwood's sanctuary. Harry stood at the window of the council's new headquarters, a tower that rose from the heart of the stronghold, built by goblin and dragon magic working in harmony, and watched the sun set over a world that had changed beyond recognition. The magical landscape of Britain was unrecognizable from what it had been. The Council of Flames had grown from a desperate alliance into a genuine governing body, its authority recognized, if grudgingly, by the ministry itself. Werewolves walked openly in Diagon Alley. Vampire representatives sat on trade committees. Goblin warriors trained alongside human aurors. It wasn't perfect. Nothing was ever perfect. But it was better. Measurably, undeniably better. And Harry was 9 years old. You're brooding again. Amara's voice came from the doorway. That's the third time this week. I'm not brooding. I'm thinking. The furrow between your eyebrows says otherwise. She crossed the room to stand beside him. What's troubling you? Harry didn't answer immediately. He'd learned, over the years, to trust his instincts, the dragon sense that warned him of danger before his conscious mind could process it. And his instincts had been screaming for weeks. Something's coming, he said finally. I can feel it in the shadows. The void is restless. Amara's expression tightened. The void speaker? Maybe. Or maybe something else entirely. Harry turned from the window. I need to check the seals. All of them. Harry, you checked them last month. They were stable. They were stable a month ago. Things change. He moved toward the door. Tell the council I'll be unavailable for the next few days. If anything urgent comes up, Draco can handle it. Draco is 10 years old. Draco has been running council logistics for 2 years. He's better at it than half the adults. Harry paused at the threshold. Trust the people we've trained, Amara. That's the whole point of what we've built. She didn't argue further. They'd had this conversation too many times for that. The seals were ancient things, woven into the fabric of reality itself by dragons who had given their lives to create them. They existed in places that weren't quite places, boundaries between dimensions, barriers that kept the void from bleeding into the physical world. Harry had been maintaining them since his confrontation with the void speaker. It was delicate work, requiring precision and patience and a connection to the void that only a shadow dragon possessed. Each seal was different, its structure shaped by the dragon who had created it, its weaknesses unique to its design. The first 3 seals he checked were stable. Worn, as all old magic was, but holding. The 4th seal was wrong. Harry felt at the moment he approached, a discordance in the void fabric, a vibration that shouldn't have been there. He extended his senses carefully, probing the damage, trying to understand what had happened. The seal hadn't been broken. It had been altered. Someone had added something to its structure, weaving new patterns into the ancient design. Patterns that Harry recognized with a chill of horror. The void speaker's mark. No, Harry whispered. How? He examined the alterations more closely. They weren't crude, weren't the work of the speaker's cultists, who had always damaged more than they enhanced. This was sophisticated. Precise. The work of someone who truly understood void magic. Someone who had been learning. You noticed faster than I expected. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, vast and familiar and utterly unchanged since their last conversation. Kalin. Harry's dragon form began to emerge, scales rippling across his skin. We had an agreement. We had an acknowledgement. You remember me, I refrained from active interference. The presence seemed almost amused. I have interfered with nothing. I have simply prepared. Prepared for what? For what comes next. The void around the seal seemed to pulse, and Harry felt the alterations activating, felt the barrier beginning to thin. You were right, Shadow Dragon, when you said the void contains more than destruction. It contains potential. Possibility. And some possibilities cannot be contained forever. You're opening a door. I am creating one. A door that will let me walk in your world fully, not as a whisper or a corruption but as what I truly am. The voice dropped, becoming almost intimate. You could stop me. Perhaps. But the cost would be everything you've built. Everyone you love. Harry felt cold despite the fire in his chest. You're threatening them. I am stating facts. The door I'm creating is tied to the seal, to all the seals. If you destroy my work, you destroy the barrier. If you leave it intact, I walk through. The presence pulsed with something that might have been satisfaction. I have learned patience, Shadow Dragon. I have learned to plan. This is the culmination of 3 years of careful preparation. 3 years. Since their confrontation. Since Harry had thought he'd bought time for his world. You were planning this from the beginning. I was planning this before you were born. Blackwood was never my primary strategy, he was a distraction, a test to see if you could be corrupted directly. When that failed, I adapted. The voice seemed to smile, if something so vast could be said to smile. You taught me something, that day in the sanctuary. You showed me that the void contains light as well as darkness. And light. Light can be used to burn. Harry understood then. The void speaker wasn't just trying to break through, it was trying to invert the seals themselves. To use the power that held it back as fuel for its emergence. When? Soon. The process is already underway. By the time your precious council could mount a response, it will be too late. The presence began to recede. You have a choice, Shadow Dragon. Spend your last hours fighting the inevitable, or spend them with the beings you love. Either way, the outcome is the same. The void went quiet. Harry stood alone in the altered seal space, feeling the slow pulse of the void speaker's preparations, and tried to think of a way out. The emergency council session was chaos. Every representative had been summoned, every ally notified, every resource mobilized. The tower's war chamber was packed with beings of a dozen species, all of them looking to Harry for answers he didn't have. How long do we have? Ragnarok demanded. Hours. Maybe less. Harry's voice was flat with exhaustion, he'd been working non-stop since discovering the alterations, trying to find a weakness in the void speaker's design. The process is accelerating. Once it reaches critical mass. The seals invert, Amara finished. And the void speaker walks into our world with its full power. Can we evacuate? Lord Sanguini asked. Get people to safety before, there is no safety. Harry met the vampire's red eyes. If the void speaker manifests fully, it won't stop at Britain. It won't stop at Earth. It will consume everything, everywhere, until nothing remains but void. Silence fell over the assembly. Harry could see the fear in their faces, the dawning realization that everything they'd built, everything they'd fought for, might end in the next few hours. There has to be something, Draco said. His voice was steady, but Harry could see his hands trembling. You've beaten it before. You found a way, I found a stalemate. A temporary pause. Harry shook his head. This is different. The void speaker has been planning this for 3 years. It's found a way to use the very barriers that held it back. Then we find a way to use them better. Elara stepped forward, her yellow eyes fierce. You said the seals were created by dragons who gave their lives. What exactly did they give? Harry blinked. Their power. Their essence. Everything that made them what they were. And that power is still in the seals? Still active? Yes, but, Harry stopped. A thought was forming, terrible and wonderful and almost certainly suicidal. The power is dormant. Maintaining the barrier but not actively fighting. If we could wake it up. Could you? Narcissa's voice was sharp. You're connected to the dragons who created the seals. Could you reach their essence, activate it somehow? Maybe. But the void speaker would notice immediately. It would accelerate its plans, try to push through before what? Draco pressed. Harry closed his eyes, feeling the weight of what he was about to propose. The seals weren't just barriers. They were prisons. The dragons who created them bound themselves to the void, became part of its structure. They're still in there, somewhere, sleeping, but present. You want to wake them up, Amara said quietly. The original shadow dragons. I want to try. Harry opened his eyes. But it's not something I can do from outside. I'd have to go into the seal space itself, merge with the barrier the way they did. And if I fail, you become part of the prison forever, the keeper finished. Its shadow form had materialized at the edge of the chamber, watching the proceedings with ancient eyes. Bound to the void until reality itself ends. Yes. The silence stretched. Harry could feel them processing, calculating, weighing the risks against the alternatives. There's no other option? Ragnarok asked finally. None that I can see. Harry's voice was steady, but his heart was racing. The Void Speaker has spent 3 years preparing this moment. Its anticipated conventional responses blocked the obvious countermoves. The only thing it hasn't anticipated is someone willingly joining the seals. Because it's insane, Draco said. Because no one would choose to trap themselves forever, the original dragons did. Harry met his friend's eyes. They chose imprisonment over destruction. They gave everything so that the world could survive. He paused. Maybe it's time for another dragon to make the same choice. The preparations took 2 hours they didn't have. Harry said goodbye to everyone, quick, intense conversations that tried to compress years of relationship into minutes. Ragnarok, who had believed in him when no one else would. Elara, who had taught him that strength came in many forms. Lord Sanguini, whose ancient wisdom had guided countless council decisions. Narcissa, who held him tight and whispered that he'd become the son she'd always wished for. Draco, who refused to say goodbye at all. I'm coming with you. His jaw was set in the stubborn line Harry knew so well. Into the seal space. You'll need someone to anchor you. Draco, don't argue. You told me once that the Alliance was about not facing things alone. Well, this is me holding you to it. Again. Harry wanted to refuse. Wanted to protect his friend from the danger ahead. But he could see the determination in Draco's eyes, and he remembered what the boy had done in Blackwood's sanctuary, how his presence had made the difference. Your mother will kill me if something happens to you. Then make sure nothing happens. Draco's smile was shaky but genuine. Besides, someone needs to tell the story afterward. Make sure the historians get it right. Always thinking about your legacy. Someone has to. The final conversation was with Amara. She found him in the stronghold's deepest chamber, beside the bones of dragons who had died millennia ago. He was preparing for the journey, gathering power, trying to center himself for what was to come. I should be going with you, she said. You should be here, leading the council if I fail. Harry turned to face her. Everything we've built, it can't end just because I'm gone. You need to make sure it survives. The council will survive. But will I? Amara's voice cracked. I've spent my whole life preparing for you, Harry. For someone like you. And now you're about to throw yourself into the void, and I'm supposed to just watch. You're supposed to trust me. Harry took her hands. The same way I've trusted you, all these years. You taught me how to be what I am, Amara. How to use my power without losing myself. That teaching doesn't disappear just because I'm not here. Tears were streaming down her face. I can't lose you. Not after everything, you won't. Harry's voice was firm. Whatever happens in there, I'll find a way back. I promise. It was a promise he wasn't sure he could keep. But he made it anyway, because sometimes hope was more important than honesty. The seal space was different from anything Harry had experienced before. He'd been here as a visitor, a maintainer, someone passing through. Now he was entering as a potential resident, and the void responded to that intention. It seemed to press closer, more intimate, as if taking his measure. Draco walked beside him, his corrupted blood glowing faintly in the void light. The traces of darkness that had once been a weakness were now an anchor, giving him purchase in a place that should have rejected him. The alterations are ahead, Harry said, pointing toward a knot of wrongness in the seal fabric. That's where the void speaker is focusing its power. And the original dragons? Deeper. In the oldest part of the seal, where the barrier is strongest. Harry started forward. We need to reach them before the void speaker realizes what we're doing. They moved through the void space, past structures of frozen darkness and rivers of light that flowed in impossible directions. The seal was vast, Harry realized, far larger than he'd understood from his maintenance visits. The dragons who had created it had built something immense, a prison that could hold an entity of nearly infinite power. And somewhere in that immensity, their essences still waited. You're here. The void speaker's voice hit them like a physical force. Harry staggered, his defenses flaring, but the entity wasn't attacking, not yet. It was observing. I wondered if you would try something desperate. I hoped you would. The presence seemed to coil around them, curious and hungry. What is your plan, Shadow Dragon? To join the seal yourself? Become another prisoner in my cage? Something like that. It won't work. The original dragons were dozens, hundreds. You are one. You cannot possibly generate enough power to counteract my preparations. Maybe not alone. Harry kept moving, kept pressing toward the seal's core. But I'm not alone. The child? He is nothing. A flicker of corrupted light in an ocean of darkness. I wasn't talking about Draco. They reached the core. Harry had expected something impressive, a chamber, perhaps, or a throne. What he found was simpler, a nexus of light and darkness, interwoven so tightly that it was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. And within that nexus, sleeping but present, were the dragons. Not their bodies, those had been destroyed long ago. But their essences, their selves, the parts of them that couldn't die because they had become part of something larger. Harry could feel them, hundreds of individual presences merged into a single barrier. Hello, he said quietly. I'm Harry. I'm a shadow dragon, like you. And I need your help. Silence. Then, slowly, the nexus began to stir. Hatchling. The voice was different from the void speakers, softer, warmer, carrying echoes of individuality rather than monolithic hunger. We felt you, when you awakened. Felt the fire kindle in your chest. You've been watching me. Watching. Hoping. Praying, in our way. The presence seemed to shift, and Harry caught glimpses of faces, dragon faces, human faces, forms that flickered between the two. We gave everything to create this prison. But we knew it wouldn't last forever. We hoped someone would come. I've come. But the void speaker is about to break through. Its alterations are almost complete, we know. We felt them. The voices, plural now, spoke in something approaching harmony. We could not stop them. We are too weak, too diffuse. We needed something to focus us. That's why I'm here. Harry reached out, letting his essence touch the nexus. I can be your focus. I can give you form again, even if just for a moment. And in return, we stopped the void speaker. Together. The nexus pulsed. Harry felt the ancient presences conferring, debating in ways that transcended language. And then, slowly, he felt them reaching back. We accept. The merging was agony and ecstasy in equal measure. Harry felt the dragon essences pouring into him, not possessing, not controlling, but joining. Their memories became his memories. Their power became his power. For one impossible moment, he was 100 dragons at once, each one distinct, each one adding their strength to the whole. And through their shared awareness, he saw the void speaker truly for the first time. Kalin had been beautiful once. The memories showed a dragon of surpassing grace, whose shadow scales had gleamed with colors that had no names. But something had changed, a moment of weakness, a glimpse into depths that should have remained hidden, a choice to reach for power that came with a terrible price. The transformation had taken centuries. Gradual corruption, slow erosion of everything that had made Kalin a dragon rather than a hunger. By the time the others had realized what was happening, it was too late. Their brother, their friend, had become something that wanted to unmake everything they loved. "I'm sorry," Harry thought toward that corrupted presence. "I'm sorry for what happened to you." "Sorry?" The Void Speaker's attention snapped toward him, and Harry felt the full weight of its ancient rage. "You dare offer me pity? I offer you truth. You were loved once. You had a family, a purpose. You lost it, and that loss twisted you into something that can't feel anything but hunger." Harry's merged consciousness blazed brighter as the dragon essences added their light to his. "But you don't have to stay lost. Even now, even after everything, you could choose differently. There is no choice. There is only the void. There's always a choice." Harry drew on the memories of the merged dragons, their sacrifices, their hopes, their belief in something larger than themselves. "That's what the void taught me, in Blackwood Sanctuary. It's not just destruction. It's potential. The space where anything can exist, waiting to be born. You understand nothing. I understand enough." Harry gathered his power, the dragon's power, the light he had drawn from the void's depths, and prepared for the final confrontation. "I understand that you're afraid. That you've been afraid for millennia, and the hunger is just a way of running from that fear. But you don't have to run anymore." The Void Speaker's presence seemed to flicker. For just a moment, Harry caught a glimpse of something beneath the hunger, something ancient and broken and desperately, impossibly lonely. Then the moment passed, and the attack began. The battle that followed would become legend. Harry, merged with the essences of 100 dragons, faced an entity that had been growing in power for longer than human civilization had existed. They clashed in the seal space, their powers shattering the boundaries between dimensions, their conflict visible from realities that had never known either of them. Draco watched from the Nexus, his corrupted blood the only thing keeping him anchored as forces beyond comprehension tore at the fabric of existence. He couldn't help directly, the power involved was too vast, but he served as a beacon, a reminder of everything Harry was fighting for. The Void Speaker was stronger than Harry had imagined. Millennia of consuming, of growing, of feeding on the despair of beings across countless worlds, all of it had been building toward this moment. It threw everything it had at the merged consciousness, trying to overwhelm through sheer force. But Harry had something the Void Speaker lacked. Connection. Every dragon he'd merged with had given their essence freely. Every sacrifice, every hope, every moment of love they'd felt in their long lives, all of it fed into Harry's resistance. He wasn't fighting alone. He had never been fighting alone. And somewhere in the depths of the merged consciousness, he felt something else. A presence that had been sleeping for 3,000 years, waiting for exactly this moment. The first dragon. She had been the oldest of them, the one who had led the final stand against the Void Speaker. Her essence was the core of the seal, the anchor that held everything together. And she was waking up. Hatchling. Her voice was different from the others, stronger, more coherent, carrying the authority of ancient command. "You've done well. But this battle cannot be won by force alone." "Then how?" The Void Speaker was once one of us. Kalin, beloved of many, who looked too deep and lost himself. Her presence seemed to unfold, revealing depths that even the other dragons hadn't touched. The corruption can be reversed. But the price is high. What price? Someone must take Kalin's place. Enter the void as he did, but without succumbing. Become the light that balances the darkness. The first dragon's voice was gentle but implacable. "I would do it myself, but I am too bound to the seal. It must be someone who can still return. Someone anchored to the living world." Harry understood. He was being asked to do what Kalin had done, to look into the void's depths, to touch its core, but to hold on to himself while he did it. To become a counterweight, a force of creation to balance the void speaker's destruction. And if he failed, he would become something worse than Kalin had ever been. Do it, Draco's voice cut through the merged consciousness. Harry hadn't realized their connection had deepened enough for that. I'll be your anchor. I'll make sure you come back. Draco, I can't ask you to, you're not asking. I'm offering. There was steel in his friend's voice, steel and something deeper. This is what we built the council for. This is what all of it was leading to. You don't have to do this alone. Harry felt tears he didn't have the form to shed. Thank you. Thank me when it's over. Now go save the bloody world. Harry reached for the void. The descent was instant and eternal. Harry fell through layers of darkness that had existed before light, through spaces where time meant nothing, through the howling emptiness that was the void's truest nature. He felt his consciousness beginning to fragment, felt the hunger that had consumed Kalin reaching for him. But he also felt his anchor. Draco's presence blazed like a star in the darkness, not powerful, not vast, but constant. A fixed point that Harry could orient himself around, a reminder of everything waiting for him if he could find his way back. And beyond Draco, he felt other presences. Amara, watching from the stronghold. Ragnarok and the goblins, preparing for the worst. Narcissa, praying to gods she didn't believe in. The entire council, united in hope. This is what Kalin lost, Harry realized. Connection. Purpose. The knowledge that you matter to others. He reached for the void's core. The creation light was there, just as he'd found it in Blackwood's sanctuary. But this time he didn't just touch it, he embraced it. Drew it into himself, let it merge with the dragon essences he carried, became something new. Something that had never existed before. A shadow dragon of both darkness and light. A being of the void who was also utterly, completely alive. What are you doing? The void speaker's voice carried something it hadn't held in millennia, fear. This is impossible. You cannot, I can. Harry rose from the void's depths, blazing with power that transcended destruction or creation. And so can you. If you choose. He reached toward the void speaker, toward Kalin, and offered not attack but acceptance. You were loved, Harry said. You were part of a family. You lost your way, but the way isn't closed forever. Come back. I cannot. I am too far gone. There is nothing left of what I was. Then let me show you. Harry opened his merged consciousness fully, letting Kalin see through his eyes. The memories of the dragons who had known him, who had mourned him, who had sacrificed everything in hopes of someday bringing him home. The world that had grown in his absence, beautiful and terrible and so very worth protecting. The love that still waited, even after all this time. Come back, Harry repeated. Please. The void speaker hesitated. For a moment that stretched across eternities, the ancient entity hung suspended between what it was and what it had been. And then, impossibly, it chose. The transformation was visible across dimensions. The corrupted essence that had been the void speaker began to change, the hunger receding, the darkness shifting into something more complex. It wasn't quick, wasn't clean, wasn't anything like the dramatic reversals of stories. It was slow, painful, a process that would take centuries to complete. But it had begun. Thank you. Kalin's voice was different now, softer, more like the dragon he had been. I do not know if I can become what I was. But I can try. That's all anyone can do. Harry felt his merged consciousness beginning to dissolve, the dragon essences returning to the seal. The prison will need to hold until you're ready. Until you can walk in the world without consuming it. I understand. I will. Wait. Learn. Remember. The presence seemed to smile. Perhaps, in time, we will meet again. As friends rather than enemies. I'd like that. The connection faded. Harry felt himself falling back toward his own consciousness, toward his own body, toward the anchor that Draco still faithfully maintained. He opened his eyes to find himself lying on the Nexus floor, Draco kneeling beside him, the seal space around them stable and quiet in a way it hadn't been for 3 years. Did it work? Draco's voice was hoarse from strain. Did we win? We won. Harry laughed weakly, joy and exhaustion mingling in his voice. We actually won. Good. Draco sagged back against the Nexus. Because I am never doing that again. Ever. My head feels like someone used it for bludger practice. Harry reached over and grabbed his friend's hand. Thank you. For being my anchor. For believing I could do it. I always believed in you. Draco's smile was tired but genuine. Somebody had to. The return to the physical world felt like waking from a dream. Harry emerged from the shadow walk to find the council still assembled in the war chamber, their faces frozen in expressions of desperate hope. Time had passed differently in the seal space, what had felt like hours there had been mere minutes here. It's done, he said, his voice carrying through the sudden silence. The void speaker has been contained. Permanently this time. For a long moment, no one moved. Then Ragnarok let out a breath that seemed to deflate his entire body. How? The old goblin demanded. We felt the power you were channeling. It should have been impossible. It was impossible. Harry smiled. That's why it worked. The chamber erupted in chaos, questions and celebrations and demands for explanation all mixing together. Harry let it wash over him, too tired to do anything but stand there and breathe. Amara reached him first, her arms wrapping around him with desperate strength. You came back. You actually came back. I promised. I thought, when we felt the power, she was crying, he realized. Crying and laughing at the same time. I thought we'd lost you. Not yet. Harry held her tight. Not for a long time, I hope. The celebrations continued through the night. Harry told the story a dozen times, each retelling revealing new details as he processed what had happened. The dragon essences. The first dragon's intervention. Kalin's choice to begin the long road back to what it had been. By dawn, he was exhausted beyond words, but too wired to sleep. He found himself on the stronghold's highest peak, watching the sun rise over a world that had come within hours of ending. Draco found him there. You should be resting, the blond boy said, settling onto the rock beside him. So should you. Probably. Draco shrugged. Turns out it's hard to sleep after you've helped save the universe. Who knew? They sat in companionable silence, watching the light spread across the mountains. Harry thought about everything that had led to this moment, the cupboard under the stairs, the night of his awakening, the years of building and fighting and hoping. What happens now? Draco asked finally. Now. Harry considered the question. Now we live. We build. We try to make the world a little better than we found it. That's it. After everything we've been through. That's everything. Harry turned to face his friend. The big battles are important. But they're not the point. The point is the ordinary days between them. The people we care about. The life we make while we're not saving the world. Draco was quiet for a moment. Then he laughed. You're getting philosophical in your old age. I'm 9. Ancient by dragon standards, apparently. Harry smiled and turned back to the sunrise. Somewhere out there, the world was waking up, a world that didn't know how close it had come to ending, how much had been sacrificed to protect it. That was okay. They didn't need to know. What mattered was that they had the chance to live their lives, to love their families, to dream their dreams. That was worth everything Harry had given. Everything he would continue to give, for as long as he had breath in his body. The void was not empty. It was full of potential, possibilities waiting to be born. And Harry Potter, the last shadow dragon, intended to spend the rest of his life making sure those possibilities became reality. Epilogue: 5 years later, the Council of Flames had grown beyond anything its founders had imagined. What had started as a desperate alliance now spanned continents, its influence reaching into every corner of the magical world. Beings that had once been enemies now worked together, their differences acknowledged but not defining. The old order had given way to something new, something that honored the past while building toward a better future. Harry stood in the council chamber, watching representatives debate the latest trade agreement with a mixture of pride and amusement. At 14, he was technically the youngest person in the room, but no one made the mistake of treating him like a child anymore. "You're grinning again," Draco murmured from beside him. "It's unsettling. I'm allowed to be happy. We just brokered peace between 3 factions that have been fighting for centuries. We brokered a trade agreement. Peace is your optimistic interpretation. Trade is the first step toward peace. Hard to go to war with your business partners." Draco rolled his eyes but didn't argue. At 15, he had grown into his role as Harry's right hand, still sharp-tongued, still difficult, but utterly reliable when it mattered. After the session ended, they walked through the stronghold's corridors, past spaces that had been rebuilt and expanded over the years. What had once been a hidden refuge was now the heart of a new magical order, its halls filled with the sound of dozens of languages and the presence of beings from every corner of existence. "Do you ever think about what would have happened?" Draco asked. "If you hadn't awakened? If you just stayed in that cupboard?" "Sometimes." Harry paused beside a window overlooking the mountains. "I'd probably be dead. Or broken. Or both. The world would be worse off. The world managed without shadow dragons for 3,000 years. It would have found another way. Maybe." Draco's voice was thoughtful. "But it wouldn't have found this. This specific thing we've built, with these specific people. That only exists because of you." Harry didn't have an answer for that. He looked out at the landscape, at the mountains that had witnessed the last stand of his ancestors, at the sky where dragons had once flown in numbers too large to count. He thought about Kalin, somewhere in the void, slowly healing from millennia of corruption. About the first dragon and the others, resting in the seal space, their essences still maintaining the barrier that protected the world. About everyone who had given everything so that others could have something. "I had help," he said finally. "Every step of the way. Obviously." Draco's smile was warm despite the sarcasm. "You'd be hopeless without me. Completely hopeless. Lost. Probably wandering around in a cave somewhere. Eating raw fish and talking to shadows. The shadows are good conversationalists." They laughed together, the sound echoing through corridors that had heard too much grief and not enough joy. Then Draco's expression sobered. "Harry. Seriously." He met his friend's eyes. "Thank you. For everything. For being the kind of person who looks at impossible odds and decides to try anyway. Thank you for being the kind of person who follows me into those impossible odds." Harry put his hand on Draco's shoulder. "I couldn't have done any of this alone." "No. You couldn't." Draco's smile returned. "Remember that the next time you try to go off on a solo mission. I make no promises." They continued walking, past training rooms and libraries, past diplomatic suites and healing chambers. The stronghold was alive with purpose, every corner contributing to something larger than any individual could achieve. This was Harry's legacy. Not the battles or the power or the title people used when they spoke of him. This community, this cooperation, this proof that beings of different kinds could work together, this was what mattered. The void was not empty. It was full of potential. And every day, Harry Potter tried to help that potential become real. In the seal space, where time flowed differently, Kalin watched the world through gaps in the barrier. The corruption was slowly fading, each year peeling away another layer of the hunger that had defined it for so long. It was painful, this recovery. Excruciating, sometimes. But necessary. It watched the dragon child, not so much a child anymore, and felt something it hadn't felt in millennia, hope. Perhaps, someday, the seal would no longer be needed. Perhaps Kalin would walk in the world again, not as a destroyer but as what it had once been. A protector. A friend. Until then, it would wait. And watch. And heal. The void was patient. And patience, Kalin was learning, could be a gift rather than a curse.